A slave trader recalled an ordinary day when a man and a woman in a red cloak came to see him. He thought they were newlyweds buying help, but they wanted to sell their own baby, a shocking, cold-hearted offer. The trader, sweating, flatly refused them, questioning if they could even be called parents for such a monstrous act. But then another customer, a portly man in an orange robe, stepped forward, saying he wanted to buy the child. This man was a nobleman, a collector of slaves for his brutal arena, his greedy smile flashing over a coin purse. The parents handed over their baby without a second glance, and the nobleman prepared to take his new prize away. The trader watched the carriage leave, thinking the nobleman was even crazier than the parents for this cruel plan. The nobleman's face filled with a manic obsession as he declared his need for the strongest slave in the world. He believed stronger slaves meant more entertaining fights, which in turn meant more money from his blood-soaked arena. But most slaves were weak, and even war prisoners or criminals were not enough to satisfy his dark ambition. Then he saw the baby's father, a warrior he instantly recognized as a general, a man of immense power. Just looking at the man gave the nobleman goosebumps, a thrill of fear and excitement running down his spine. He needed a warrior like that, someone with eyes that glowed with a dangerous, surreal pink intensity. But how could it be? This powerful man was selling his own child, a tiny baby reaching for its new owner. The nobleman's mind reeled, his face twisted in a sickly pink light as he repeated, "How could this be?" He immediately bought the infant and tossed him into the arena's pit, a dark, grimy prison for fighters. He then ordered his current champion to raise the child, promising many benefits if he did the job well. The nobleman looked down at the baby, callously remarking that the child likely would not survive even a single week. It was a dungeon filled with filth and human remains, absolutely no place for a baby to live. But against all odds, the child endured, crawling on the cold stone floor with curious, glowing eyes. In fact, he did more than endure, he ate with an incredible intensity, trying to move and explore his grim world. The champion watched the toddler, surrounded by empty bowls, and for the first time sincerely thought about raising him. When the champion taught him one thing, like making shapes with stones, the child would somehow understand too. And when he was not being taught, the child figured things out on his own, even bandaging the man's wounds. The boy grew without stopping, and soon the champion realized he no longer knew what his strange ward was thinking. But he would find out soon enough during the boy's very first match in the spiked circular arena. A terrifying dark energy erupted from the child as he faced his opponent, a power far beyond his years. The champion watched, his eyes wide with shock, realizing it was the most perfect combat he had ever seen. Within the boy's eye, a blood-red demonic entity swirled. This was something far beyond what he had been taught. The boy's fighting style seemed to absorb everything in the arena, suggesting he was a different being from birth. A little more time passed, and the boy stood alone in the arena, surrounded by the bodies of his foes. When the champion finally met his own death, pinned down by an opponent, the boy came running to his side. As the opponent declared himself the new champion, the boy rushed forward like a monster, causing others to panic. In that moment, the champion saw the true nature of the being he had raised all this time. It was not a child or a warrior standing over the fallen. Its glowing eyes revealed it was a monster. Now abandoned by his parents, the boy also lost the one who raised him, left utterly alone in the carnage. Nevertheless, he continued to survive, growing into a scarred and muscular adult in the unforgiving arena. An older man with a grin led the protagonist into a dark area, promising it was just another kind of arena. Suddenly, the young man found himself in a chaotic, illegal gambling den, a far cry from what he expected. People shouted and threw coins, betting recklessly as the atmosphere crackled with frantic, desperate energy. The protagonist, now an adult, asks his senior if this is truly an arena, sensing a new chapter was beginning. It was a tense, illegal gambling den with people shouting bets and throwing coins in a frenzy of greed. The younger man, William, whispered his discomfort, but his senior just gripped his waist and pushed him onward. William finally snapped, shouting that this was an illegal den and they'd be in huge trouble if the school found out. The senior scoffed, calling William rigid for only reading books, then lied that the arena fights were perfectly legal. Calling him a coward, the senior aggressively shoved him deeper into the crowd, right into the gambling pit. Their heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor, a slow, ominous march deeper into the dangerous underground establishment. The footsteps stopped with a final, heavy thump, the two of them now standing frozen before the chaos. But William stood his ground, refusing to taint his academic dreams with such sordid activities. He closed his eyes, reaffirming his goal to pay his tuition and return to his studies at the school. The senior just smirked, holding up a small money bag and shaking it with a mocking jingle of coins. A jolt of panic shot through William as he realized his own coin purse, his tuition money, was now gone. He lunged for the gambling table, shouting in desperation as he saw his purse sitting among the betting coins. The senior grabbed his arm, laughing cruelly that once the money was in the pot, it was too late to back out. He pointed to the table, showing 2 bags of money, and casually mentioned he put in his tuition too. With a sinister smirk, the senior taunted him, saying now they just had to wait and see what happened to their money. William was devastated, hating himself for being dragged into this mess by such a manipulative senior. He remembered his father's proud words, teaching him not to become a barbarian, a memory that now stung with shame. He then recalled his beloved sister who thought her big brother was the best in the world, twisting the knife further. Finally, he pictured his hardworking mother, and the weight of his family's sacrifices came crashing down on him. Hunched over in fear, he prayed to God, promising to never do this again if only his money could be safe. With grim resolve, he vowed to cut ties with that snake-like senior, a turning point in his desperate mind. But the senior just gave a confident thumbs up, completely untroubled by the mess he had created. Below them, a circular arena waited, its floor a dense, lethal forest of sharpened metal spikes. An overhead view revealed the true horror of the pit, a menacing field of vertical spikes where any fall meant death. The entire arena was a claustrophobic cage, designed for imprisonment and a truly gruesome end for the fighters. The senior tried to cheer him up, but William could only stare into the darkness, his mind numb with tension. A gaudy host with a mustache began the show, introducing the first contestant, a plunderer from the northern warlands. The host praised their master for enslaving the warrior, claiming he now walked the warrior's path once more, the bald warrior. Deathbringer stood ready in the center, gripping a massive, spiked club with calm focus. The crowd roared with bloodlust, their faces twisted in excitement as they screamed for the violence to begin. The senior watched with detached amusement, remarking how incredibly fierce the new contestant looked. William, however, was disgusted, finding the horrific spectacle even worse than he had imagined. A closer look at the arena floor revealed the grim reality. The metal spikes were already stained with blood. The disgusting smell of blood filled the air, a grim testament to the lethal nature of this so-called competition. Overcome with nausea, William felt like throwing up, wondering why they were even watching this horror. He turned to his senior, asking with a serious expression if they had bet on that Deathbringer. The senior just shook his head, saying their guy was coming up next, a fighter named Happy Face. William was confused. Happy Face did not sound strong at all, but his senior just smirked and told him to wait. The mustachioed host turned back to the shadows, preparing to introduce the next combatant to the bloodthirsty crowd. William wondered if the name Happy Face was some kind of sick joke, imagining a man with a monstrous smile. A man in a red uniform pumped his fist, shouting in agreement with the strange energy in the room. The crowd erupted into a bizarre chant, screaming "Happy, happy," with a mix of cheers and manic laughter. This atmosphere felt all wrong to William, and there was no proper introduction for this mysterious new fighter. A close-up on William's shocked eyes showed his utter confusion, a question mark floating in his mind. Then the contestant was revealed, a young boy with curly hair and a wide, innocent, and cheerful grin. William could only stare, his mind completely blank as a line of question marks filled his vision. He looked from the smiling boy to the cage of sharp spikes, unable to process the absurd scene before him. The boy stood defenseless, with absolutely no equipment, not even a simple weapon to protect himself. His bare feet were planted on the dirt floor, wrapped only in simple cloth, completely vulnerable. He had clean skin and a youthful face, looking entirely out of place in this brutal, violent world. And he wore a bright smile as if he did not even know where he was, a truly unsettling sight. William screamed in alarm, shouting that this was not right, that anyone could see the boy could not fight. He thought the boy must be sick, his eyes unfocused, being sent in with no gear simply to die. But two men in the crowd just exchanged silent, knowing looks as if this was all part of the show. William watched, distressed, thinking the smiling crowd was just as crazy as the situation itself. Even the bald warrior, Deathbringer, wondered if this was some kind of joke or a pre-show event. But he quickly closed his eyes, deciding that whatever it was, it ultimately did not matter to him. He took an aggressive stance, gripping his spiked club, declaring he was going to kill everyone and leave anyway. With a mighty roar, the warrior swung his club with destructive force, officially starting the fight. The large combatant brutally swung his spiked club, while the other man raised his hands in a useless defense. William watched in horror as the warrior struck again, sending a spray of blood against the arena walls. He covered his mouth, his eyes wide with terror, unable to believe the carnage unfolding before him. The victim lay defeated on the floor, the match seemingly over in a flash of brutal, one-sided violence. William trembled, dazed and confused, as he struggled to process the shocking scene in the blood-stained sand. He pleaded silently with the fallen boy, begging him not to stand up because he would surely die. His mind screamed for the boy to run away, to do anything but continue this hopeless fight. Ask for a weapon at least, he shouted in desperation, not wanting to see such a miserable death. He gripped the bars of the cage, looking down at the defeated boy and pleading for it all to stop. Finally, he collapsed against the bars, closing his eyes, unable to watch the cruelty any longer. A memory surfaced of his father, telling a young William that this is how people without parents live. He remembered looking up from a cell, small and vulnerable, as his father stood on the grate above him. He had pleaded with his father, arguing that even that child deserved a chance, that it was all too unfair. But his father had coldly explained that some are born slaves, their lives predetermined from the very beginning. His father had pointed to a distant, grand kingdom, telling him to look there, not at the pigsty below. He had gripped William's face, forcing him to look away, insisting that the grand kingdom was their path. Back in the present, William's hands gripped the bars, his knuckles white with the tension of that memory. His hand tightened on the sturdy metal bar as he peered back into the violent arena. The man stared through the bars with a blank, hollow expression, his eyes now devoid of all hope. From above, the silhouette of a child silently observed the cruelty, a mirror of William's own past helplessness. His senior leaned in, asking if he was really acting this way just because of a little money. But down in the arena, the fight continued, one fighter bleeding on the ground as the other swung a weapon. The scarred warrior leaned over the boy, now known as Happy, telling him not to blame the other guy too much. He then delivered a brutal punch, the sheer power of the strike highlighted by explosive motion lines. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing red as he clearly relished the violence. William screamed no, watching in horror as the brutal combat continued among the sharp spikes. In that split second, William's tear-filled eyes made contact with Happy's across the arena, and despite being battered and bloodied, the boy was impossibly still smiling widely. William could only stare back, his face a mask of pure shock and utter disbelief. Suddenly invigorated, Happy lunged into the air, swinging a makeshift weapon down on his opponent. He continued his assault with a lethal fluid momentum, his body coiled like a spring. Then he struck his opponent with a devastating knee, the impact marked by a bright flare of energy. A close-up showed his foot connecting squarely with the warrior's face, a shocking, unbelievable turnaround. William stared forward, his expression frozen in a daze, completely overwhelmed by the sudden shift. Happy looked back at him with an unsettling, calm smile, a drop of blood on his chin, looking pleased. The entire crowd watched in absolute shock, their mouths agape, their minds unable to process what just happened. A heavy silence fell over the arena as the audience stared, stunned by the impossible counterattack. William reached out, his hand glowing blue as a strange, new thrill washed over him. Then the cheers erupted from the crowd, a wild, roaring sound that seemed to echo his own feelings. And once more, Happy lunged forward with terrifying intensity, his face twisted into a wild, hungry grin. The fight became a brutal, calculated repeat of violence as Happy delivered a devastating punch to his opponent's face. William watched with wide-eyed focus, his knuckles white as he gripped the barrier, mesmerized by the raw power. Happy unleashed a rapid-fire sequence of strikes, overwhelming his opponent with a grin of pure enjoyment. William remained frozen, his expression one of hypnotic awe, completely lost in the spectacle of the fight. He whispered a single, haunting word into the dark, a word that perfectly captured what he was seeing: domination. In a final, decisive blow, Happy dominated his fallen opponent, his authority in the ring now absolute. He loomed over the defeated warrior, a dark, menacing smile on his face as he admired his handiwork. The defeated fighter was dazed and blood-stained, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. With a final thud, his body collapsed into the dirt, limp and broken at the victor's feet. Happy stood amidst the dust, his face marked by blood, yet still wearing that cheerful, wide-eyed smile. William stared in bewilderment as the crowd began to chant Happy, realizing he was in a bizarre, cult-like place. A stranger handed him a meager reward, but William could only stare at the pathetic winnings in his hand. He looked at the tiny pouch, the crushing realization hitting him that this was nowhere near enough for his tuition. In his open palm rested a single, dull copper coin, its hollow clink mocking his foolish hopes. 1 copper coin. He whispered, the cruel reality of the rigged game finally settling in. A man next to him held up a paper, telling him to look at it with a casual, knowing smirk. The document showed Happy's 99.99% win rate. His matches were just a show with no real payout. The man handed his money back with a mocking laugh, saying his investment was a pathetic waste of time. He then taunted William, asking if he wanted to watch more matches in this rigged system. William could only stare forward, completely dazed and hollow, his spirit crushed by the cold deception. The matches that followed were just as William expected, cruel, barbaric fights between gladiators. He watched a crazed warrior with glowing red eyes strike down a fallen opponent without a shred of mercy. A man claiming to be royalty begged for his life only to be mocked, and William quietly left the arena. He returned to school and paid his tuition, trying to put the horrific experience behind him. That night, he sat in his dormitory and studied as usual, attempting to return to his normal life. His shelf was filled with academic awards, trophies, and books, a testament to the life he was trying to lead. But as he wrote, the quill pen in his hand suddenly snapped, a sign that something was deeply wrong. His eyes shot wide with alarm as if he had just remembered something truly disturbing. He gripped the broken quill, the dim candlelight flickering around him in the silent, dark room. His eyes were no longer alarmed, but sharp and intense, a new focus burning within them. On his table, a single gold coin rested beside an open book, a strange and out-of-place object. His hand slammed down on a library book, the sound echoing through the quiet of the night. He took a deep breath and then blew out the 2 candles, plunging the entire room into darkness. The dark exterior of the library windows reflected the empty night sky, a silent, lonely view. But as William lay in bed, his mind was anything but silent, his thoughts racing without end. The window transformed before his eyes, showing not the sky but a vision of the cruel arena and a shouting crowd. Ghostly figures of the screaming crowd were superimposed over his face, his eyes glowing a faint blue. Then his eyes flashed a vibrant, supernatural pink, his mind filled with distorted, smiling faces chanting Happy. He jolted awake with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in his bed in a state of pure panic. Drenched in sweat, he looked around in confusion, breathing heavily as he realized it was now morning. A rooster crowed from a rooftop, signaling the start of a new day over the quiet town. A young man laughed with his friends, offering to buy them drinks, trying to act normal. But the creepy senior suddenly appeared, grabbing him by the throat and shattering the peaceful moment. The young man stared in terror, wondering what was wrong with the senior's strange, dark eyes. With an eerie glow in his eyes, the senior asked, "Perhaps shall we go again today?" Meanwhile, in a desolate, cage-like space, a rooster sat on a ledge overlooking the grim holding cells. The warrior Happy had defeated awakened abruptly, his head bandaged and his eyes wide with panic. A bearded man told him he'd been out for a while and should start warming up for the next match. The injured man's eyes shifted with a sudden, sharp realization or perhaps a flash of anger. He sat up and violently shattered the bearded man's bowl of food, lashing out in frustration. The bearded man explained he was lucky that Happy adjusts his skill to avoid killing his opponents. The injured man sneered back, his voice dripping with disbelief and rage. Adjusts. He claimed he just let his guard down, that a lucky kick was the only reason he lost the fight. The bearded man just laughed loudly in his face, taunting him that if Happy fought for real, he'd be dead. The injured man glared back with red-tinged eyes, growling a low and threatening, "What?" The bearded man gestured to a dark bin where bodies were being discarded, saying that is where he would be. As the man clenched his fist in fury, the bearded fighter held up a hand, telling him to calm down. But then a cheerful voice cut through the tension as Happy himself appeared with a wide, innocent grin. The bearded man immediately dropped to his knees in submission, shouting, "Yes, sir." The injured man looked toward the newcomer, his expression shifting to one of pure shock and apprehension. Inside a dark stone cell, prisoners huddle in fear, watched by a scarred and bandaged man. He scoffs at a young fighter nearby. That pathetic milk-breath punk is the big shot here," he sneers, thinking the kid is trembling because of him, dismissing a past loss as pure luck. Looking around at the others, he declares them all a bunch of weaklings, just ripe for the picking. A wicked thought crosses his mind. This is my world now. I will crush that kid and take over. He struts over to the young fighter, shouting, "Hey, you little runt." But the boy just looks up, confused. He circles him like a shark, demanding to know how he ended up in this disgusting pit. The young man smiles brightly. "Oh, my father sold me here when I was born. I grew up in the arena." He continues cheerfully, saying the people here raised him and taught him everything he knows about fighting. The scarred man is skeptical. "They taught you? Then why are they all trembling in fear of you?" The young fighter scratches his head sheepishly, a sudden shift in his demeanor. I guess I misspoke." A close-up on his hand reveals a tight grip on his robe, hiding something powerful beneath. He stands tall, his muscular, scarred body revealed as he smiles. "The people who were here, they are all dead." The scarred man's eyes widen in absolute terror, his brain short-circuiting with confusion and fear. The fighter looms over him. "Now there is no one left to teach me. It is always just new people." In a flash, a hand connects with the scarred man's face, a sudden explosion of violence. The young fighter casually points at the cowering man, who now desperately blocks his face. "Like you," he touches a scar on his own forehead, explaining his twisted game with a wide smile. The scarred man's mind shatters. What? He realizes he's been played by a monster, a memory flashes. A past fight where he was completely dominated. The illusion of his strength is gone. A manic grin spreads across his face as he pushes himself against sharp spikes, a sick crunch echoing. Blood streams down his face as the spikes dig deeper, a gruesome tearing sound filling the air. He collapses backward into the wall of spikes, a bloody mess as another man hides his face in horror. A single bloodshot eye stares out, a scream of realization in his mind. "You were toying with me." A hand firmly grips his shoulder, a sudden, grounding touch in the middle of his breakdown. The young fighter smiles down at him. "No need to fight during breaks, we will all die here anyway." A different man looks on, distressed, trying to get someone's attention. Excuse me," but the smiling fighter is already training, unleashing a devastating punch that shakes the room with dust. He delivers another crushing blow to a straw dummy, the impact echoing with a massive quah. The dummy shatters into pieces as it hits the floor, a testament to his terrifying power. The bearded man watches the scarred newcomer, casually remarking, "Everyone's like that at first." A hand holds a wooden pass labeled Arena Pass, Iron Face, Silver Grade. A dark-haired man looks at it with worry. "What is Iron Face? Is that some kind of nickname?" His friend claps him on the shoulder. "Hey, I cannot go today, you go do my share for me." He hands over the pass and some money, giving strict instructions on how to place the bets. The man stands in the crowd, thinking he just wanted to see Happy's match, not become a regular gambler. The bustling arena entrance is a chaotic scene with a sign warning everyone to carry their pass. Meanwhile, at a quiet gravedigger's house near a cemetery, a new story begins to unfold. An old gravedigger calls for his assistant. "Sagar, come on, let us go collect corpses from the arena." Sagar, a young man engrossed in an anatomy book, looks up and calmly replies, "Yes, master." They arrive at the desolate arena, a grim stone building overlooking a sandy pit filled with death. The pit is littered with corpses. The old man sighs. "Looks like they had a big one yesterday." Sagar gets the cart ready, promising to stack the bodies well, a grim task he seems used to. The old man commends him. "You have only been here a month, but you are very reliable." As Sagar carries a body, the old man thinks to himself, "I hired well," pleased with his assistant's work ethic. Sagar grips the cold, bruised wrist of a corpse, a routine part of his gruesome job. But then his eyes widen. He notices something strange, something that does not belong here. He examines the mangled skin, finding dark, patterned bruises that look anything but normal. He realizes these same strange bruises are on almost every single body in the pit. Kneeling down, he deduces they were made by bare fists, a terrifying show of raw strength. He murmurs to himself, "But these wounds are days old, not from the final fight." This was supposed to be a weapons arena, so why was every corpse covered in bare-handed injuries? Suddenly the old man scurries toward him, his face pale with panic. Sagar, come here. Sagar looks up, confused. What is it, sir? The old man's face is a mask of pure terror. They look at a specific corpse. The old man whispers, This is a royal family member. He holds up a missing person notice. The hair was plucked out, but the moles, the teeth, it is a match. They stare in horror. A royal missing for a month, found dead in a fighting pit. This is big trouble. Sagar's face hardens with resolve. I will go call the Lord and the church officials right away. But the old man grabs his sleeve, pulling him back desperately. W8, do not be a fool, he pleads with wide, trembling eyes. That could put us in danger too. They will kill us. The old man explains the king's temper. He'd think we plucked the hair to sell royal body parts. Sweat drips down his face as he considers the unthinkable. Perhaps it is better to just quietly bury this. Sagar remains silent for a moment, his eyes filled with deep, heavy contemplation. He looks at his master, his voice firm and steady, breaking the tense silence. Those who commit crimes must be punished. I will uphold justice even if it costs me my life. He turns and walks away across the sand, leaving his master behind. I will be back. The old man can only stare, his eyes wide with fear and shock at the boy's conviction. As Sagar walks toward the horizon, the old man thinks with a sigh, I hired poorly. But Sagar turns back, his voice carrying a grim promise. Then everyone connected to the arena will be executed. The scene shifts back to the man in the arena, clutching his pass. Just one more time. He sits in the stands, telling himself he's just here to watch Happy's match one last time. Outside, the sky darkens as a sudden, violent storm rolls in, lightning cracking the clouds. A woman is startled by the weather, thinking she needs to bring her laundry in quickly. She cautiously opens her wooden door, peering out into the pouring rain, her face hidden. Her eyes widen in confusion, a question mark floating beside her head as she sees the impossible. A full legion of heavily armored royal knights stands outside her home in the downpour. The leader of the knights wonders aloud why they have been sent all the way out here. The knights surround the building, a silent, imposing force ready for battle in the storm. A heavy banner is slammed into the wet ground, the impact echoing like a declaration of war. The commander shouts to the building's occupants, listen carefully, a royal family murderer is hiding in there. The grim commander screams to his knights, do not let a single rat escape. If they resist, behead them. Inside the arena, chaos reigns as one man pins another to the dirt in a brutal cage match. 3 men in a cage react with disgust. Are all the matches this bad except for Happy's? A flamboyant announcer takes the stage. Now today's main event match will begin. He pauses for dramatic effect, his face cast in shadow as he clenches his fist. He asks the crowd, do you remember the serial killer who terrorized this village a month ago? The audience murmurs in shock. A serial killer here? No way. The announcer continues. He was called the Nocturnal Demon, and now he is here for you. He holds up a finger, declaring the demon's first opponent is someone they all know and love. And up the stairs walks Happy, beaming his signature eerie smile, ready for the main event. The dark-haired prisoner from before grips the bars of his cage, whispering in terror. Impossible. The nocturnal demon smirks. Haha, what a ridiculous place, a stage for me to perform. He crosses his daggers, laughing maniacally. They will feed me for slaughtering humans. This is heaven. He looks down at his blade, a wicked glint in his red eyes. Shall we begin? But then a heavily armored knight approaches him, his boot crunching on the dusty floor. The knight looms over the killer, sneering. How is this trash who should be on the gallows here? A cloaked man watches from the shadows, deducing the arena owner has deep connections to the kingdom. The nocturnal demon tilts his head, his eyes widening as he meets the knight's imposing gaze. A single, trembling red eye fills the screen, focused on something just beyond the knight. A heavy wooden door creaks open behind the knight, revealing a dark, empty void. The match is interrupted. The killer grips his new weapon, thinking, they even put a weapon in my hand. A wild, maniacal grin spreads across his face as he prepares to swing. This is just telling me to go out. But a hand tightens around a heavy wooden pole, a crushing sound signaling a different plan. A royal knight swings his weapon down, not at the killer, but at someone else in the arena. An official looks toward the prison bars, confused. Why is not he appearing? The show has gone off script. 2 men in the crowd react in shock. Is this a lie? That murderer cannot be here. One of them points. Hey, wait, look over there. His friend turns to see what is happening. A royal knight has entered the arena and the spectators whisper in confusion. Is he a contestant? The knight roars with a fierce expression, his voice booming across the entire arena. Everyone. His eyes glow with authority as he delivers a simple, terrifying command, kneel down. As of this moment, he declares, I am arresting everyone here as suspects in a royal murder. One man panics, pushing against the knight. What are you talking about? It was not me. The knight strikes him down instantly, pinning him with a blade as the man screams in terror. The king has ordered all who resist shall be killed. Now kneel. The crowd scrambles to the ground. The young man with dark hair kneels, staring down at his own trembling hands on the bloody ground. The knight glares down at one person not complying. Cannot you hear the order to kneel? It is Happy, who just looks up at the knight with a calm, unnervingly wide smile. The knight stares down at the smiling youth, utterly baffled. Do you find this situation amusing? Happy stands alone in the center of the arena, his eyes glowing with a dark, silent intensity. In an instant, he lunges forward with impossible speed, a blur of motion aimed right at the knight. His eyes glow with rage. All of them, this one and that one, just keep barking commands. He grips his weapon, a blur of motion as he prepares to unleash his pent-up fury. An armored foot crashes into the earth with immense force, cracking the ground beneath it. Happy lunges forward, swinging a glowing blade with intense focus and incredible speed, but he stops short. The knight is bewildered. He stopped before even swinging. What is he doing? In a flash, Happy somersaults over the knight, planting a hand on the ground to swing around him. He leaps through the air with a menacing grin, reaching for the knight, who looks up in alarm. A blinding flash of white light erupts as the two forces collide with explosive energy. Happy executes a brutal strike, slamming into the armored warrior and sending him reeling backward. The knight stands stunned, his comrades watching in silence as Happy crouches, wide-eyed and ready. With that same crazed grin, Happy lunges again, gripping a long staff for another swift attack. The armored warrior, now bloodied, yells in fury as he stares down his attacker. This bastard! Happy's hands tighten around the staff, his grip firm and powerful, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The warrior lunges forward, swinging his own weapon with a desperate roar, his face a mask of rage. But he realizes something terrifying. Again, he is standing as if he anticipated the attack. The warrior knows he has made a fatal mistake. Too close to swing a weapon, he thinks desperately. As Happy moves into range, the knight knows it is over. Too late to dodge. Happy's eye glows with sharp clarity. The perfect moment to throw a punch. He dives in. He delivers a devastating strike, the force of the blow shattering armor and sending blood flying. The armored knight is sent flying through the air, utterly defeated by Happy's final decisive blow. The knight is on his hands and knees, looking up in shock as a dark energy surrounds him. Happy follows up with a powerful kick, catching the armored captain completely off guard. A close-up on Happy's intense green eyes splattered with the captain's blood shows his battle focus. The captain is in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He withstood it, he thinks. Bleeding from the nose, the captain grips his halberd, bracing himself for the next assault. He swings his weapon with all his might, a desperate, sweeping motion that shows his exhaustion. But it is no use. He kneels on the ground, defeated, his weapon held loosely in his hand. Blood streams from his face as he looks up, dazed and confused, his efforts completely useless. Happy delivers a swift, final kick to the captain's head, sending him crashing to the ground. The captain lies face down, a pool of blood forming around his head, the fight now over. Happy looms over the defeated captain, a dark, menacing aura radiating from his small frame. The captain is pinned to the ground by a volley of arrows, looking back in despair at his foe. He lies immobile as Happy stands over him, a terrifying, victorious grin on his face. The other soldiers shout from behind their bars, "Captain, are you all right?" But he cannot respond. The battered captain looks at his own hand, his mind reeling. What on earth is going on? His eye is filled with sweat and terror as he thinks, who is that guy? Happy lies on the ground nearby, looking up at the captain with a manic, wide-eyed smile. The captain sits, breathing heavily as his opponent lies on the floor, mocking him with his gaze. He is looking at me mockingly, the captain thinks, feeling the crushing weight of his humiliation. His face shadowed with rage and shame, he hears a taunt. Do you want to enjoy this until the end? The captain, an arrow in his shoulder, looms over Happy with his spear raised. Then I will behead you. Suddenly, a man with heavy eyebrows screams from the side, "Stop!" His face a mask of panic. The captain pauses, glancing back in confusion as the man runs toward him, panting heavily. The man gasps for breath as he approaches, calling out the name. Lukastian. He only fought because he thought this was a match. He does not understand this situation, he explains. He gestures wildly. He just sees anyone in equipment as an opponent. He's just a trained dog. A close-up shows Lukastian's face, a slight chilling smirk forming on his lips. His eye narrows, a sound of gritting teeth filling the air as he considers this. The man quickly clarifies that expression is because he has a disability. He holds his own face, explaining. His facial nerves are damaged, causing his muscles to freeze like that. Lukastian looks on with a sharp, suspicious gaze, clearly not buying it. What? The man sweats, his eyes wide with desperation. It's hard to believe, but it's true. A flashback shows a baby with a frozen smile. He has always been that way, the man narrates. Even when he was abandoned by his parents, he was still smiling, looking for them. In another memory, the child is laughing while being stabbed, a battle raging behind him. He smiles happily while looking up at the dead body of the person who raised him. He was called a demon, constantly misunderstood and beaten inside a dark prison cell. But even then he survived because he was just that good at fighting. The man, Lukastian, watches this from a prison cell, his face a mix of dread and shock. He thinks to himself, I have watched Happy's entire life, so I know this kind of thing again. A young, blood-soaked Happy sits on the floor, surrounded by bodies, a manic grin on his face. The narration explains, this guy just can't express himself. He's always scared, frightened, and in despair. But people do not believe it. They see the small, blood-covered boy and only see the smile. Look at him, they'd say. He looks happy even though he's in pain. People were captivated by his twisted appearance, becoming more enthusiastic and turning his suffering into a spectacle. Lukastian admits, I too was captivated by Happy, which is why I came here for him. This is my repayment for the joy you have given me, he says, his words dripping with delusion. A sharp poleaxe looms over the cowering boy, who stares up with wide-eyed terror. The knight says, what nonsense, everyone here is going to die anyway, showing no mercy. He swings the massive weapon down, a flash of light signaling a brutal, overwhelming strike. Afterward, Lukastian and the arena operators admitted their crimes and were hanged the next day. The gallows were placed directly below the king's balcony, a grim and constant reminder. The king stands on his balcony, his expression stern. This gruesome display slightly calmed his anger. In the prison, a captive presses against the bars, tears streaming down his face. I do not want to die here. The dark-haired man sits in his cell, trembling. I heard everyone involved was killed. Now it is our turn. He whispers to himself, his mind breaking. Execution, what did I do? Why? He covers his face, crying out in total defeat. Please spare me, please, I am sorry. Suddenly Happy appears before his cell, his face glowing with that eerie grin. Are you okay? The man looks up, his eye wide as he whispers the name in disbelief. Happy, he recoils in shock, stumbling back from the bars. Happy face, when did you get here? Happy casually tells the terrified man, I've been locked up here with you since yesterday. He grins his permanent grin, explaining, you were just talking to yourself, so I was watching you. The man sweats, realizing just how far gone he was. Ah, was I that out of it? A flashback shows Happy in a field, looking utterly shocked as arrows seemingly peppered his body. The man asks the obvious question, were not you hit by arrows? To which Happy replies, I was hit a little. He explains his brilliant strategy. I just pretended to be pierced all over and lay down, I'm totally fine. The man stands up, his mind completely blown by this level of absurdity. Unbelievable. The reality of Happy's condition is revealed. His facial nerves are damaged, freezing his muscles into a smile. Now huddled on the floor, the man asks, but you're scared now too, right? Happy's smiling face confirms. Of course I am scared, we are about to die. The man can only stare, the contradiction between Happy's face and his words breaking his brain. A sudden thought hits him. Your expression and actions do not match at all. It makes me laugh. The smiling boy asks, is it funny? Making the man quickly try to take back his thought, but Happy reassures him, it is okay, everyone reacts like that. The man reaches out a hand, a sense of calm finally washing over him. He touches his own face, lost in thought for a moment. He realizes, we are waiting for death, but being with this guy makes all my tension disappear. Suddenly, a guard's voice echoes. The king has ordered those with family to call them to prove their innocence. The man shoots to his feet as the voice declares, if proven innocent, you will be released. Happy just watches him as the guard finishes. Those who cannot will all be executed. A desperate family runs through the halls, screaming a name, William. In a dim corridor, the family finally finds him. Father, mother, I am sorry, William cries. They embrace him tightly, a picture of sorrow, while his little brother clings to his leg with a creepy smile. Seen through the bars of a cell, the family's desperate reunion looks like a final, trapped goodbye. William's eyes widen in a moment of profound realization, a single word escaping his lips. Ah, he turns his head, the name suddenly making sense in this place of despair, Happy. A memory surfaces, a large, shadowy hand pressing down on the head of a young boy holding a book. A man, his father, speaks coldly from the shadows. This is how people without families live, William. Young William looks up, his eyes reflecting the shock of his father's harsh lesson. The memory continues, the hand still on his head. They are slaves by birth, life is predetermined. Tears well up in the young boy's eyes as he whispers one word, father. Back in the present, William's eyes narrow in defiance, thinking, but that is not a reason to be executed. The images blur, a hand on a child's head behind bars and William standing alone in the rain. A guard barks at them, stop talking and follow me, breaking the family's embrace. William looks back, his face grim, realizing, I have not changed at all from when I was young. He admits his own internal struggle, I have no power to act on my own, I am so weak. He squeezes his eyes shut, overwhelmed by his own powerlessness and suffering. But then his little brother reappears in his mind, smiling brightly. It is okay. William's eye snaps open, a sudden flash of light reflecting in his glowing blue iris. A figure stands before the iron bars of a cell, their clothes stained with blood, a heavy thud echoing ominously. A gray-haired official watches from an archway as a family walks free along a cobblestone path. He turns to a guard, his voice cold. All the innocents have returned, send the rest to the gallows. The guard hesitates. But sir, there's one special case. The official raises an eyebrow. What is it? The guard presents a document. Lord Lucastion registered one contestant as a church member with a huge donation. He continues. Church law states this person becomes a slave for life, not executed. The king accepted. The official's eyes narrow, demanding, so who is this person? The guard replies, there is no name, only the contestant name. The official remembers that unsettling, grinning face. It's Happy face, he thinks. So this is what Lucastion meant, a repayment for a lifetime of joy. Standing by the archway, he wonders, what kind of being was Happy face to be worth saving like this? 1 week later, a grim sign marks the entrance to a desolate slave market. Inside, a merchant stares down at a new slave in a cage who is laughing hysterically. The merchant complains to his colleague, is this new slave mentally ill? No one will buy him like this. His colleague scoffs, just let him starve. The church sold him for nothing, said they did not need him. A cloaked woman with pale, clouded eyes steps forward. I would like to buy that child. The merchant looks around, completely confused. There are no children here. The woman points her staff directly at the cage. I mean that child who is crying so sadly over there. A close-up reveals a pair of wide, terrified eyes staring out from the darkness of the cage. The woman asserts with unshakable firmness, I will take him. Her clouded eye reflects not a laughing man, but a tiny, distorted image of a small, crying boy. A voice rings out over a dimly lit dinner table. Grandmother brought in a slave. A blonde woman reacts in disbelief. But why are they home alone right now? An older man tries to calm her. We are getting older, it would be good to have someone at home to help, she argues. The world is so dangerous, how can we trust a slave? He reassures her. She has a good eye for people. The woman decides, I will visit tomorrow. I need to see with my own eyes if this person can be trusted. The scene shifts to a humble farmhouse at dusk, the stage set for her impending inspection. Inside, the grandmother tells the new slave, first, let's wash up and change your clothes. Suddenly, a loud, bestial growl erupts from the young man, shocking the old woman. She stares, horrified by his condition. Do not tell me those bastards did not even feed you. She quickly ushers him towards the bathroom. Oh my, go wash up quickly, I'll prepare some food. But she lays down the law. This is just for today. From tomorrow, if you want to eat, you will have to work. The young man looks up with wide, innocent eyes, completely perplexed, and asks, fighting? The grandmother's face creases with confusion. His question makes absolutely no sense to her. She quickly corrects him. Fighting, don't say such frightening things. She sternly lists his new duties. You'll wash dishes, clean rooms, and gather firewood. The young man just smiles brightly at her, ready to follow her instructions. Go wash up quickly. His bare, mud-stained feet walk across the wooden floor, leaving his dirty, worn clothes behind. His foot pauses at the edge of a wooden bathtub, the quiet moment filled with tension. Submerged in the water, his face transforms into a sinister, sharp-toothed grin, looking completely unhinged. But just as quickly he looks up with wide, questioning eyes, feigning total ignorance. A blood-streaked foot rests on the wooden floor as a single thought forms. It's warm. The boy, his back a canvas of scars and blood, sits in a steaming wooden tub. For the first time in his life, Happy experienced the sensation of warm water. It felt like all his past pain was being washed away. Everything here was warm. The clean clothes she gave him were warm. The food simmering over the fire was warm. The house itself felt warm as the old woman served him a bowl. And as she applied herbs to his scarred back, he realized even the people were warm. The woman tuts. How bad must people have been to stab you so much? This should heal soon. He looks up at her, hesitantly asking, excuse me, master. She corrects him with a gentle smile. Just call me grandmother. The boy is stunned into silence, the word foreign on his tongue. Grandmother. She looks at him kindly. What is it? He finally asks, the question burning inside him. Can I go outside? For a long moment, the two of them just sit there in silence. The request triggers a memory, a small hand reaching desperately toward the sun. An extreme close-up of a wide, pained eye filled with a longing for the outside world. A tiny, cartoonish child stares up at a sliver of light filtering through prison bars. A man sat in the cell with him, saying, Happy, the world outside is much bigger than you think. The man's voice echoed in his mind. If you were given freedom, you could go anywhere. Happy stands on a sunlit path, looking back over his shoulder with a small, knowing smile. He arrives at a rustic two-story farmhouse, gazing at it with a contemplative expression. Inside, the old woman tells him, her voice weary, if you want to leave, you can. I am too old to stop you. Suddenly, Happy's eyes flash a piercing, unnatural shade of red as a realization hits him. He walks into the room, his voice filled with a disturbing clarity. Grandmother, I've seen everything. His bare feet take hesitant, deliberate steps across the wooden floor, stiff and rhythmic. The shuffling sound highlights the unnatural, childlike way he moves through the house. In a flash of vision, he is a tiny, helpless infant held by a muscular man with dark hair, whispering, Dad. The man's face is shown, tears streaming from his golden eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. The grandmother watches this vision, her pale eyes filled with a deep, knowing sorrow. Snapping back to reality, Happy is now a cheerful laborer. I will start working right away. I am fine now. The old woman gives a soft, closed-eyed smile as if she is finally at peace with his strange nature. That night, an older, bearded man returns home, calling out, Old woman, I'm back, Tilda. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with utter confusion. Happy stands there in an apron, holding a broom, grinning. Welcome home, Tilda. As the grandmother hovers nervously, the man scratches his head. Old woman, did not you say you were bringing a child? She panics, clinging to Happy's arm and shouting, He is a child, what is wrong with you? The old man laughs nervously, thinking, this will cause quite a commotion when Winnie comes tomorrow. He leans into Happy. Well, anyway, let's get along well from now on. As the grandmother watches anxiously, the scene ends on a tight close-up of Happy's face, his unblinking eyes and cryptic smile deeply unsettling. Through a window, Happy is seen enjoying a quiet evening with his new family. His face beams with pure joy. That day, Happy experienced the warmest day of his life. But that peace is shattered as a large rock crashes through the window, ending the warmth. Meanwhile, that same night, William stares through a broken window at the cold sky. His room is trashed, notes calling him a dirty barbarian scattered about. William was experiencing the coldest day of his life. The arena incident had spread, and he was now a complete outcast at his own school. A flashback to the arena shows the chaos and mockery, all for something he had not even witnessed. As a result, William had all his school awards confiscated and his scholarship cut off. He walks alone toward an expulsion hearing, totally abandoned by his peers. His eyes are wide with the haunted shock of a life falling apart in an instant. He watches as his own father kneels on the floor, begging an official, please give him one more chance. William's face contorts in silent, agonizing disbelief at his father's humiliation. Heavy footsteps echo as he runs, desperate to fix this. He bangs on a door, screaming, Senior, come out, this pass belongs to you, it was not me. He holds up the evidence, his voice cracking. I have never even seen a royal family member, it was not me. The heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing only an ominous, dark interior. William, his face pale and eyes watery, stares into the encroaching darkness. He stands frozen before the open door, trapped in a silent, suffocating apprehension. From inside, the senior sneers through the crack. "Get lost, you barbarian." A final devastating close-up shows William's face, his hope completely and utterly crushed. The senior who framed him mocks him openly. "Wow, look at him trying to frame me, what a psycho." William's hand clenches tightly around a small, rectangular object hidden from view. He lunges forward to attack, but the curly-haired man just looks back with a smug, knowing grin. A hand strikes out with a forceful whack, but it is not William's. Instead, two others are holding William back. "This guy is trying to kill someone again, he is crazy." The senior stares coldly, his smile subtle. "Hey, your expulsion is confirmed." In a final act of defiance, William spits directly in the man's face, who recoils in shock. The senior collapses to the floor as someone looms over them, shouting, "Shut up, you irredeemable trash." That night, William was kicked out of the dormitory, his fate postponed until morning. Unable to go home, he went into the deserted mountains to wipe away his tears alone. He cries out into the darkness, "Mom, Dad, I am sorry, I do not know what to do anymore." Suddenly, he looks up to see a strange boy squatting nearby, holding a mushroom, asking, "Are you okay?" It is Happy. William stares in disbelief. How are you here? I thought you were dead." Happy, completely oblivious, offers him a snack. "I was hungry, want some?" He holds out a bright red spotted mushroom, smiling brightly at a very confused William. William points frantically. "That is a poisonous mushroom." Happy drops it. "I almost died," William exclaims. But from the bushes, two shadowed figures are watching them, laughing quietly. One asks, "Are you sure?" The other replies, "I saw him come out of that nobles-only university." He narrows his eyes, convinced of his target. No doubt about it, he is from a noble family. Looking at Happy, he scoffs. "And that is obviously the village idiot they always keep by their side." The masked bandits lurk in the brush, their leader grinning. "It has been a while since we have had a good haul." Meanwhile, William asks Happy, "So you are a slave at that grandmother's house now?" Happy explains, "She said it is fine for me to come out as long as it is not during work hours." William smiles. "She must be a good person then, she sounds very considerate." Happy looks down, his voice emotional. "I think so too, I really thought I was going to die, but..." William cuts in. "By the way, are you okay? Why were you crying earlier?" Happy pauses, about to answer. "Ah, that is." But a bandit steps from the shadows, sword drawn. "What brings a young noble to such a dangerous mountain?" Happy looks over his shoulder at the man who just interrupted them. In seconds, the two are completely surrounded by armed and dangerous bandits. The leader commands, "Happy, get down," causing William to look around in confusion. Thinking the command was for him, William immediately collapses to the ground in terror. He kneels, shaking, holding out his money. "Please spare my life, this is all I have." The bandits leer down at him, their greed practically dripping from their faces. The leader claps mockingly. "Wow, your situational judgment is very quick." He then looms over William, his voice cold. "But our target is your parents, you're being kidnapped." As the leader orders his men to tie him up, William protests. Wait, I am not even a noble." A bandit grabs him, laughing. "Kekekek, what is this?" But in a flash, Happy delivers a swift, powerful punch directly into the masked bandit's face. The bandit collapses instantly, knocked out cold by the sudden, shocking counterattack. The other bandits stare in confusion at their friend, now motionless on the grass. "Yanma, why did you suddenly collapse?" one asks, while Happy stands nearby, smiling at the chaos. But his smile is not friendly, it is a dark, twisted, and predatory grin. A man with an axe confronts him. "Do not tell me you did this, you bastard." Happy's hand reaches out as the bandit screams. With a brutal crack, Happy delivers another powerful blow, sending blood spraying through the air. The second man falls heavily to the grass, joining the first as Happy looms over them. The remaining bandits can only look on in total, silent bewilderment. A sinister, dark aura radiates from Happy as he stands confidently in the center of the field. The leader finally snaps, shouting to his men, "Just kill him." He swings his blade in a wide arc, but Happy skillfully evades the strike with ease. He leaps gracefully into the air, dodging every weapon as the leader looks on in surprise. Happy lands perfectly, his eyes glowing with an intense, deadly focus. He launches into a high-flying kick, slamming his foot directly into an opponent's face. He lands another strike, sending more men flying as others already lie beaten on the ground. A close-up shows one man's face, twisted in sheer disbelief and abject terror. Happy crouches low, gripping an axe with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes locked on his next target. He launches himself into a spinning aerial attack, a whirlwind of overwhelming violence. The leader's face, drenched in cold sweat, shows the dawning horror of his mistake. Happy relentlessly beats his attackers, leaving them crying and broken as one crawls away, begging, Please spare me." The man in blue is completely stunned, hand clamped over his mouth in disbelief. A dark memory flashes. Happy was once a terrifying, red-skinned champion of the arena. The remaining thugs scramble away in pure terror, one screaming for his cowardly friends to come with him. But Happy just stares forward, a chilling, blood-stained smile plastered on his face. The man cannot process it, thinking, he subdued them all with his bare hands, is that even possible? Then it hits him, he also beat that royal knight bare-handed, it is always bare hands. His mind is just a single, giant question mark, short-circuiting from the confusion. His gaze falls upon a crumpled piece of paper on the ground, a wanted poster. He picks up the arrest notice for the Exile Clowns, a gang wanted for murder and kidnapping. And right there, listed in bold, is the reward for their capture. His eyes go wide. He excitedly shows the poster to Happy, shouting, Happy these guys were the exile clowns. Happy, looking as cheerful as ever, just blinks and asks, "What is that?" The man explains they are the largest criminal organization spread throughout the entire kingdom. He'd only ever heard stories about them, never dreaming he'd actually meet them. But his eyes are glued to the paper, thinking, this bounty is quite substantial. He lays out the plan. They will tie up the criminals and report them to get the money. Happy looks up with the wide, innocent eyes of a child and asks, "Bounty?" But at the office their hopes are shattered. Slaves cannot receive bounty payments. The man gestures to Happy, pleading, "He is my friend," but the clerk could not care less. The clerk states flatly, "That does not change his status." The man, William, takes charge. "Then I will put it in my name, that works right." The paperwork is processed, listing William as the official capturer of the exile clowns. A small dark pouch clinking with coins is handed over. William gives the money to Happy, telling him to buy food instead of gathering mushrooms, but Happy just clutches the bag, completely lost. "How do I buy things with this?" William realizes the depth of his friend's ignorance and offers, "Shall we go together next time?" Happy's face lights up with a brilliant smile. "That would be great." As they walk at night, Happy admits this is his first time outside the arena. William points toward his house, suggesting they meet again whenever Happy can get out. They wave goodbye, promising to see each other soon. But once alone, William's smile fades, replaced by a soft, wistful look. His expression hardens into a stoic, serious gaze, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He bows his head and lets out a heavy sigh into the cold night air. The scene shifts, bringing with it the light of the next morning. William stands alone in a formal courtroom, facing 3 judges for his expulsion verdict. In the gallery, a woman whispers in distress. He said there were no injuries, but there sits the victim, a man with a bandaged head, clutching his face in pain. A judge stands ready to deliver the final word on William's fate. William stands silently as the judge begins to pronounce the verdict after a fair trial. The judge declares that for assaulting a fellow student, William deserves to be punished. But then a single word hangs in the air, changing everything. However, a Medal of Honor is pinned to William's chest, recognizing his capture of the exile clowns. The crowd is in shock, a woman covering her mouth as she whispers, "William." The bandaged man and his cronies look on, completely bewildered. What? The judge announces that by royal order, William's crimes are forgiven for his brave service. The bandaged man is furious, unable to believe what he is hearing. That is impossible. His eyes narrow with rage as he mutters, "His parents must have used money." He bitterly complains that they bribed their way to elevate a commoner's child. Peeling back his bandage, he reveals a nasty wound, thinking, "I was so close to getting rid of him." The story rewinds to the night before Happy met William for the first time. Happy could not sleep, curled up on a thin mat, consumed by an unknown pain. It felt like countless needles were stabbing all of his internal organs at once. With his scarred chest clutched in agony, he knew he had to find the cause. Desperate, he wondered, "Am I hungry? Maybe I should go find something to eat." But it was not hunger. His body, born for battle, was rejecting this peaceful life. After the brutal fight with the robbers, however, his body finally found stability again. And so, Happy welcomed a morning more refreshing than any he could remember. He slept soundly for the first time since leaving the arena, morning light streaming in. He sits up suddenly, calling out, "Grandmother, I am back," expecting a familiar face. But it is a different family, a blonde woman hugging her grandmother, a man watching nearby. The blonde woman asks the elderly couple where the little one is, and they point inside. She reveals she bought a small wooden bird as a gift to help the child feel welcome. She softly calls out, "Little one," expecting a small child to appear. Instead, a grown man with dark curly hair stands in the doorway, smiling brightly. She awkwardly tosses him the bird, which he catches easily in the farmyard. The small, hand-carved wooden bird sits innocently on the ground. The woman looks utterly confused, her hand raised as she stammers, "Who?" She covers her mouth in shock, thinking, "Wait, this is the child who just came in." The young man waves, a caption above him reading, "I am happy." The scene pulls back to reveal the quaint little farmhouse they all call home. Inside, the woman whispers frantically to the old man, "He is not a child, he is from the arena." The old man just smiles calmly, reassuring her, "Let us just watch him a little longer." He adds gently that from what he has seen, Happy seems like a good person. She looks out the window, admitting she's just glad to see her grandmother smiling again. Outside, the elderly woman is beaming with joy as Happy laughs beside her. The woman concedes, "What is certain is that he is the brightest person I have seen in a while." The old man's eyes crinkle as he adds, "And above all, he does his work extremely well." Happy effortlessly carries a heavy wooden barrel, asking where to put it down. The old man sighs with relief, glad that his aching back can finally get a rest. The woman's face is a mask of contemplation, her expression guarded and uncertain. An axe rests on a tree stump, ready for the day's work. The blonde woman grabs the axe, muttering, "I could have done all this without a slave." A log is split clean in two with a single, precise strike. She brings the axe down again and again, chopping the wood with focused force. Just then, Happy walks by, carrying 2 heavy buckets of water on his shoulders. The woman stops sweating and asks if he's already fetched the water. Happy beams with a wide, happy smile, replying, "Yes, I have prepared your bath water." Looking away, she tells him to rest, insisting she will chop all the firewood. He smiles warmly and simply answers, "Okay." He sets the heavy water buckets down next to the well. Then he sits down on the grass, watching her with a relaxed and curious gaze. She glances over annoyed. Why are you still watching? He smiles enthusiastically. I want to watch and learn. It is my job now. She considers this for a moment and thinks, that is a good attitude. Yes, watch and learn well, she says, gripping the handle of the axe tightly. She concentrates, preparing to swing with all her might. The axe connects, sending splinters flying as she splits another log. She continues her work while Happy remains seated, watching her every move. The two share a quiet, unspoken moment, exchanging glances in the afternoon sun. Suddenly flustered, she yells, to start a fire, you need small pieces like this, understand? The determined blonde woman, Winnie, grips the axe over her head, preparing for a mighty swing. She brings it down with perfect form, splitting a log cleanly in two. A bright, enthusiastic smile spreads across her face, proud of her handiwork. Happy's face mirrors her excitement, his mouth wide open in pure, unadulterated awe. She points at her work, asking, Did you see that? He nods eagerly. He cheers and claps his hands together as she laughs, pleased with his reaction. The old man watches from a balcony, thinking, despite what Winnie says, she is getting along well. But the elderly woman comes out looking concerned. Winnie, you do not need to chop firewood. Winnie looks surprised, still holding her axe. What, is not this not enough? She stares in confusion at a massive, freshly stacked pile of firewood against the house. Question marks float above Winnie's head as Happy scratches his own, looking bashful. Winnie turns to Happy, who asks with a curious smile, Did not you want to watch and learn? He explains he tried chopping yesterday and wanted to see the proper form. She shouts, completely exasperated, If you'd done so much, you should have told me earlier. Winnie fumes. Why do you keep smiling? Are you mocking me? As her grandmother sends Happy to rest. The grandmother pats Happy on the back for his hard work while Winnie just grumbles in the corner. The sun sets, painting the sky in soft shades of gold and orange. The cozy little cottage is filled with the warm, dim light of dusk. Later, Winnie relaxes in a steaming bathtub, thinking, it is definitely nice to have him here. She closes her eyes at peace, realizing the house feels much more comfortable with no chores left. As Winnie dries her hair, she spots Happy outside, walking away with a large basket. She finishes up, letting out a relaxed sigh. Phew, Tilda, all dried. But something outside catches her eye and her expression turns to one of question. She peers through the window, watching him walk away into the sunset. A worried look crosses her face. It is getting dark soon, where is he going? She asks the elderly couple, who confirm Happy left without saying a word. The grandmother just shrugs. I did tell him to live freely outside of work hours. The grandfather adds, I think he went out last night too. Winnie's mind races. What business could he possibly have at this hour? Elsewhere, Happy fiddles with a small brown pouch as he walks through the town. His hand reaches out and knocks firmly on a wooden door. He calls out with a bright smile, William. Tilda, as he waves at the door creaks open just enough to reveal a young girl peering out. The little girl peeks out cautiously and asks, Who is it, Tilda? A man pulls the girl Ellie back, telling her to go inside. It is William who asks Happy, Where are you going? William lies smoothly. I am going to the library. Ellie asks innocently, So is that brother a library friend? And William agrees. Happy waves goodbye as Ellie calls out for him to be careful. This placeholder image contains text about where to read the webtoon online. Happy and William share a laugh, with Happy surprised his friend came so quickly. Happy looks up with wide, bright eyes and asks, Is it okay for you to come out? William flashes a confident, mischievous smile, replying, Of course it is. This is a placeholder image containing text about where to read the webtoon online. William grins. Besides, you saved my life. Anything is fine. He urges his friend forward. I will tell you on the way. Let us hurry to the market. But Happy holds up a wanted poster for an iron giant, saying, No, I want to go here. William's eyes widen in confusion, a single question mark popping into his head. He stares at the papers in Happy's hand. These are wanted posters. Happy explains he wants to fight guys like these but needs help reading the locations. William is stunned. You want to go bounty hunting? Happy eagerly offers to split the money. William agrees, partly to repay his friend but mostly drawn to the thrill of the fight. Happy is just thrilled to have a legal outlet for the pain that plagues him at night. And so, under the cover of darkness, the two began their secret nightly bounty hunts. They ride in a cart, William having researched their next target all night. In a dimly lit room, they browse new wanted posters while a clerk sleeps nearby. At home, William's family grows suspicious of his nightly library trips. His little sister throws a tantrum, screaming that he never plays with her anymore. A tense, worried silence hangs between William's parents, their concern unspoken. A small, folded paper bird sits on a windowsill, a symbol of the quiet emptiness he leaves behind. Back at the farmhouse, Winnie crouches down, investigating something hidden behind a crate. She pulls back a cloth to reveal a secret stash of gold, silver, and copper coins. Clutching the coin pouch, she wonders with growing dread, what is he doing every night? Meanwhile, in a dark cave, two treasure chests overflow with pouches of coins. A heavily armored warrior stands guard, surrounded by crates and barrels. Outside the cave, the bodies of defeated soldiers lie scattered on the ground. The warrior thinks to himself, there are too many guards these days because of the exile clowns. He reflects that the kingdom's atmosphere has changed, soldiers no longer ignore him, and with bounties being offered, he thinks grimly, even flies are starting to gather. Just then, Happy holds up his wanted poster, looking surprised to have found his target. He excitedly turns to his friend. William, you did it, you really found him. A stylized sound effect marks the beginning of the intense confrontation, but William watches the armored warrior with a wary expression, thinking, something's wrong. He looks at the carnage and realizes, I picked the lowest bounty, so why is there a monster here? The warrior speaks. You look like rookies who came to the wrong place, just leave. He holds the wanted poster, explaining the bounty was only a formality due to recent events. William is in disbelief, placed nominally, you have been getting away with this. He stares at the fallen guards, his mind reeling. Because they could not catch you. William smiles nervously, trying to de-escalate. Ah, I see, then we will be going. But before he can finish, a loud clang echoes, leaving him utterly bewildered. Happy has already launched himself at the armored knight, a manic grin on his face. He kicks the knight's massive shield, the impact creating an explosive burst of energy, but the attack fails and Happy lands crouched on the ground, struggling against the behemoth. The knight looks down unimpressed. I never expected you to charge in with bare hands. He clangs his mace against his shield, taunting, your knee must be completely shattered. Happy, still grinning wildly, limps painfully as William watches in horror. William's face is a mask of pure shock and despair as he cries out, Happy, no, he frantically begs his friend, let us stop and run away, but Happy just smiles. The armored knight looms closer, his voice cold as ice. It is too late. He swings his massive shield downward, slamming it into the ground with crushing force. The knight stares at the spot, remarking coldly, you should have left when I showed mercy. He begins a relentless assault, swinging his mace and shield in a brutal flurry. He brings his mace down with overwhelming power, the deafening clang echoing through the forest. The knight drives his mace into the earth again and again, pinning Happy down. Another heavy blow lands directly on Happy, sending a splatter of blood into the air. The onslaught is merciless, the sound of metal on bone echoing with each thunderous clang. In the dark, red-tinged forest, the knight towers over his broken opponent. William can only watch, his face twisted in absolute terror, trembling at the sight. Happy lies bloodied on the ground, coughing as the spiked mace hangs over him. In a final, desperate act, William throws himself between them, screaming, Stop! The knight looms over William, who can only stare up from the ground, utterly confused. William reaches out a hand, his voice trembling as he confesses to the fallen Happy. He admits that watching Happy fight was thrilling, a spectacle he could not get enough of. With tears streaming down his face, he explains that Happy's actions allowed him to return to school. But now he realizes his thinking was horribly naive. This was not some glorious arena match. He sobs, apologizing for pushing Happy towards his death, wishing he had been smarter. Suddenly, the knight raises his spiked mace, not for Happy, but to crush William. William barely dodges the lethal blow, the mace smashing into the ground where he just was. But the person standing over him is not the knight, it is a grinning, dark-haired man. This is all an act, the man declares, his face twisted in a sinister smile as William stares in shock. In a flash, this new figure delivers a devastating kick, shattering the knight's shield with raw power. The knight grunts in pain, completely disoriented by the sudden, overwhelming force. He stares in disbelief, wondering how this person, who is on the brink of death, is now fighting. The man looks down at the still confused William and says his name, reclaiming an identity long hidden. He stares at his mace, beginning a dark tale about his former master, Lucastian, and his obsession with strength. His master would bring him ever stronger opponents, forcing him into an endless cycle of combat. But because he won too quickly, it was not profitable, which only made his cruel master angrier. So he was forced to pretend, to struggle and act, just to satisfy the bloodlust of the audience. He had to analyze, provoke, and feign weakness, all to craft the perfect, entertaining match. And now, with a manic look in his eyes, he unleashes that hidden power, driving his fist into the knight's shield. The man, now revealed as the true fighter, walks with a theatrical limp, a broad smile on his face. He casually tosses his blood-stained mace aside, discarding the weapon midair. The heavy weapon hits the dirt with a dull thud, no longer needed for this fight. It lies abandoned on the ground, a relic of the performance he just ended. He waves his hand dismissively, a picture of calm, while William watches, completely unsettled. The knight, meanwhile, kneels on the ground, struggling just to breathe inside his heavy armor. Happy stands before him, stating coldly, "And I never fought because I liked it." A horrifying flashback shows him being tortured, revealing he fought only to avoid a painful death. He looks at his own hand, admitting that the instinct to fight is now burned too deeply into his body. With a wide, intense stare, he declares that this brutal conditioning is the very reason he fights. The knight, desperate, lunges forward with his shield raised for a clumsy strike. Happy dodges with ease and lands a powerful punch square in the knight's armored chest. The knight gasps, thinking to himself that a simple punch like that could not possibly scratch him. He retaliates with a wide swing of his shield, but Happy is already moving, evading the blow. Dropping low, Happy counters with his own weapon, which the knight barely manages to block. The knight breathes heavily, his mind racing with confusion as he stares at his opponent. He blocks another strike, a nagging thought entering his mind. Something is very, very strange here. Was not he dying just a moment ago? The knight wonders, struggling to understand the sudden shift, because now his opponent seems completely at ease, smiling brightly as if this is all a game. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, the sound echoing the sheer, brutal power about to be unleashed. Happy's face contorts into a manic, unsettling grin, his eyes wide with a terrifying intensity. He leaps forward, a green blur of motion, ready to clash with the heavily armored knight. In an instant, he is on him, grappling the knight's helmet and forcing him off balance. The knight is shoved backward, his heavy armor useless against this relentless close-quarters assault. Happy drives the knight toward the ground, using his own shield against him in a brutal takedown. Still grinning that terrifying smile, he puts all his strength into the grapple, the metal armor creaking under the strain. A single thought flashes through his mind as he analyzes the armor. It will not break. He lets out a primal roar, pouring every ounce of his energy into overpowering the knight. A powerful blow lands directly on the knight's helmet, sending the armored man reeling. Inside the helmet, the knight's eye is wide with shock and pain, realizing he is being overwhelmed. The assault is relentless, a blur of strikes that forces the knight into a desperate retreat. "You son of a," the knight roars in pained fury, pushed to his absolute limit. Happy answers with a calculated kick, sending the massive knight flying backward through the air. Before the knight can even land, Happy closes the distance, grabbing him by the helmet in a vice-like grip. He delivers a devastating strike, slamming the knight into the ground with incredible force. From the knight's perspective, all he can see is a boot descending rapidly to crush him. A crushing kick follows, the impact echoing in the dark forest, a clear finishing move. The knight can only cry out in pain, trying desperately to shield himself from the punishment. But Happy is already on him, gripping his armor and hauling him back to his feet. He yanks the knight forward, leaving the once mighty warrior dazed, helpless, and completely dominated. The bloodied knight crashes heavily onto the ground, his armor battered and broken. Happy clenches his fist, the sound of his grip promising more pain to come. He places a boot on the knight's weapon hand, pinning him to the ground with casual dominance. The knight can only lie there, gasping for breath, blood covering his exhausted face. Happy looks down with an eerie cheerfulness, remarking, "You have got a lot of scratches." The knight's eyes are wide with strain and fear, his heavy breathing the only sound he can make. He tries to raise a hand, the metal plating of his gauntlet bent and twisted from the battle. Happy suddenly lunges into a high kick, aiming directly for the knight's head. The knight crouches behind his shield, gasping for air, locked in a defensive stance. The two opponents face off, Happy smiling warmly while the knight remains tense and ready. Watching from behind a rock, William observes that both fighters have stopped their attacks. He notices the knight's once impenetrable armor now looks like a heavy burden, draining his stamina. But he also sees that Happy's attacks, while fierce, seem to be doing insufficient damage. The knight focuses, thinking to himself that he just needs to avoid falling to win this. He has figured it out, that monster is only aiming for his unarmored head, his one weak spot. Happy glances over at William's hiding spot, who is still debating whether he should just run for it. He then turns back to the knight but calls out William's name, much to the boy's confusion. "I was really grateful when you protected me earlier," Happy says calmly, "but do not do it again." He looks back at William with a wide, unsettling smile, adding, "You are the only person who has ever called me a friend." Behind the rock, William is pale and wide-eyed, completely stunned into silence by the declaration. Happy declares he will show William his full power so he can finally believe in him. He picks up a jagged, broken piece of a spear shaft from the ground. The knight can only look on, confused by this seemingly pathetic choice of weapon. With an intense expression, Happy announces, "I will show you my full power now." The knight scoffs, mocking him for choosing a broken piece of wood as his weapon. He boasts that all the other weapons on the field were shattered against his mighty armor. "And you think you can pierce me with that?" He taunts, completely underestimating his opponent. A close-up shows the bloody, sharp tip of the broken spear, ready for a final strike. With a sinister smirk, Happy raises the jagged shard high, preparing to end this. He launches himself forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at the overconfident knight. The knight's eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. The spear tip smashes against the shield, creating an explosive burst of sparks and debris. The knight reels back, stunned by the sheer force of the blow. "What are you?" His eye widens in terror as he realizes his mistake, but it is already too late. The high-speed confrontation kicks up a cloud of dust, obscuring the decisive moment. But the attack was a feint. Happy used the spear to distract him, closing the distance instantly. The knight, bleeding and dazed, stares in confusion as his attacker is suddenly right in his face. "How?" he gasps, completely bewildered as Happy grapples him at point-blank range. A sudden flash of movement signals the end. Happy has him pinned, the battle turned in an instant. The knight's face is a mask of terminal shock, realizing he has been completely and utterly outplayed. The impact is brutal, the knight's bleeding eye a testament to the fight's violent end. Heavy boots land on the cracked earth, a spiked mace lying discarded nearby. Happy grips the defeated knight, forcing his head down in a display of total dominance. A hand presses against the knight's face, his eyes wide with shock and terror. "The more you move," Happy warns coldly, "the deeper the pain will be." The knight can only gasp for breath, his face bruised and covered in fresh wounds. He grits his teeth, trying to struggle, but he is held in a crushing, unbreakable hold. Happy looms over him, his eyes glowing with menace as he commands one simple word, "Give up." His gloved hand tightens around the knight's chest, the sheer force making his body tremble. The hand remains locked, a symbol of the absolute control Happy has over him. The crushing grip is inescapable, restricting all movement and all hope. The knight goes limp, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force being applied to his body. The fight is over. Happy slams the armored figure into the ground and stands victoriously. William watches in horror, thinking this display of power defies all common sense. Happy stands with blood-stained hands, looking down at his fallen foe, a terrifying victor, and on his face is a calm, unsettling smile that makes the whole scene even more chilling. William can only swallow his fear, processing the overwhelming strength he just witnessed. Happy's eyes are wide and vacant, a hollow intensity that speaks of a dark past. He is not dead, Happy says with a smile. He just passed out from the pain. William cannot believe it. He looks at the field of broken soldiers and remarks casually, "This is not a proper match." Happy mentions that his former master also hated messy fights like this one, but William, ever the optimist, declares it was an amazing match that took down a dangerous criminal. He gives Happy a thumbs up, promising to trust him completely from now on. Happy responds with a simple, joyful sure. His previous menace completely gone. He leans over a basket, asking if they should get going right away. But then he abruptly lies down on the ground, declaring he needs to sleep. Right here, he curls up on the grass, mumbling that he was sleepy even while fighting. William just stares, a single question mark capturing his absolute bewilderment. He looks down at his friend, who has genuinely fallen asleep in the middle of a crime scene. What should I do? He wonders, contemplating leaving Happy there to go report the incident. His eyes then shift, noticing something sharp and metallic lying on the ground nearby. It is a blood-stained dagger, clearly a weapon used in the fight. He picks it up, his hand now gripping the same bloody blade. He realizes this must be the hidden weapon Happy used after distracting the knight with the spear. He wonders if the weapon was still embedded in the knight's body. A moment of dawning horror crosses his face as he puts the pieces together. He struggles to move the knight's heavy armored body, trying to see the wound. Panting, he exclaims how unbelievably heavy the man is, wondering how Happy even lifted him. Clutching the bloody dagger, he decides the best course of action is to just hurry and report this. But as he is crouched over the body, a group of armed soldiers with torches suddenly surrounds him. William looks up, bloody spear tip in hand, surprised by the arrival of 3 armored knights. A stern-looking captain stares down at the scene, confused by what he has found. He sees the fallen knight, his armor smashed and smeared with blood, a clear victim of a brutal fight. The captain's green eyes narrow, analyzing every detail of the battlefield with intense focus. His gaze lands on the blood-stained spear tip in William's hand, the apparent murder weapon. The captain suddenly shouts, "You caught the wanted criminal," startling everyone. William is completely shocked, able to utter only a single word, "What?" One of the soldiers explains he saw William heading into the forest with a wanted poster. The wounded soldier looks up, convinced William must be a skilled bounty hunter. The captain demands his name, and William, flustered, introduces himself while trying to explain the situation. The knights recognize his name, connecting him to the recent capture of the exile clown group. They marvel at the idea that a mere student could win with just a broken spear shaft. William, confused, asks about the rumors, and a soldier happily fills him in. Apparently, the entire Knight Order thinks he is a university student who hunts bounties as a hobby. The captain tells William to leave the rest to them, much to the boy's immense relief. He offers to escort William to the edge of the forest, turning away from the crime scene. He glances at Happy's sleeping form, assuming he is just another porter caught in the fight. But something bothers the captain, and he stops to take another look. He inspects the spear tip again, noting that the blood on it is smeared, not from a stab wound. Surveying the field, he realizes none of the weapons present could have caused the fatal injury. The captain stands in the dark forest, wondering, then what was he stabbed with? The scene flashes to a dark, blood-stained hand, hinting at the true brutal nature of the crime. As knights carry Happy's sleeping body, one notes he is badly injured, but William nervously insists he is just sleeping. The captain reflects on William, finding the story of a student bounty hunter full of inconsistencies. A flashback reveals the fate of the exile clowns William supposedly caught. They were executed in a dungeon. One of the clowns is shown kneeling, terrified and defeated, before his executioner. A scarred man holding a knife explains they have sworn never to run away from a fight again. He condemns his own man for bringing them the humiliation of being defeated by a mere student. The bloodied clown can only weep and apologize for his failure. The scene turns violent as the failed clowns are struck down by their own comrades. "Such shame is enough once," a cold voice declares over a blood-stained knife. The scarred man reminds his followers they are not mere bandits but warriors fighting the kingdom. A woman in their group asks if they found out who the student was. The man confirms he found William on the bounty hunter list, believing him a skilled hobbyist. With their new information, the group declares that their next target is William. Blood pours from the dungeon grates, a grim sign of the clown's brutal justice. Elsewhere, a nobleman sips tea, wondering which powerful family this student William belongs to. An angry man on a couch insists William has no noble blood, just rich parents who bought his way in. The nobleman listens calmly, completely unimpressed by the man's outburst. He hands over a document, ordering the man to use it to show William what happens when someone brings them shame. The document is for the Brigands' Covenant, a group specializing in contract killings. A father coldly explains to his son that this is the armed group their family uses for assassinations. He gives the order, go to the address on the document and take care of William. The scene shifts dramatically to a bright, peaceful blue sky, a stark contrast to the dark plotting. A young woman walks through a bustling medieval town, the picture of mundane life. Suddenly, she stops, startled, dropping something from her basket with a soft thud. The peaceful scene is shattered by the sight of 2 dead men lying in a pool of blood. A terrified scream echoes. The camera pulls back to a desolate landscape, showing a lonely shack in a small graveyard. A gravedigger reports to a young man that 3 corpses were found on the streets that morning. The young man inspecting the bodies questions why there was no autopsy, suspecting murder. The older gravedigger nervously shushes him, calling him by his name, Sagar. He reminds Sagar that his reporting spirit almost got them thrown in prison during the last arena incident. He says since the corpses are exile clowns, no one cared enough to investigate their deaths. Sagar remains silent, his expression somber as he stares down, lost in thought. But his eyes widen as a concerning detail clicks into place in his mind. He inspects the bodies, noticing bruise marks that seem to have been made days before their deaths. He realizes these marks are identical to the ones he saw on the corpses from the arena. A young blonde girl arrives, cheerfully greeting the gravedigger as Shovel Grandpa. The girl, Winnie, smiles brightly, announcing she brought the herbs he requested. The gravedigger greets her warmly, the grim business of the graveyard momentarily forgotten. The old gravedigger jokes to Winnie that a certain old woman is going to outlive him. Winnie gives him a look, completely unfazed by his gallows humor. She turns to Sagar, who is sitting nearby, and greets him with a cheerful smile. Sagar, ever the quiet type, simply turns and gives a polite hello in return. Winnie hands him a bundle of herbs, a small thank you for all his hard work. Seeing his surprise, she playfully asks if he does not like her gift. Sagar, clearly flustered, quickly assures her he is always grateful for her kindness. The gravedigger grumbles that Winnie is far too kind for her own good, but she insists that since Sagar helps Shovel Grandpa, she should help him too. Besides, he has lasted over a month, which is a new record for assistance. The old man agrees he is a good worker, but admits he is a bit suspicious. Sagar always wanders off somewhere at night, a fact that makes Winnie pause. Noticing her sudden concern, the gravedigger asks what is on her mind. Winnie hesitates for a moment before deciding to share a secret of her own. "What, you brought in a slave?" The old man exclaims, completely shocked. He tells her about Sagar's mysterious nightly trips and hidden pouches of money, but his biggest concern is that Sagar came from the gladiator arena. "I wonder if he is doing something bad," he says just as Sagar listens in. Sagar decides to step in, clarifying the grim truth of his past. The only arena in the city was shut down and every single contestant was executed. This news sends a chill down Winnie's spine since their slave Happy is from that same arena. Sagar explains that those fighters were all vicious criminals locked away for their crimes. For someone with no status or family to survive that royal execution order, they must have had backing so powerful it could overrule the king himself. He warns Winnie that her grandmother might have brought a very dangerous person home. Sagar offers to look into it if she brings him the slave's official documents. Winnie agrees, promising to get them for him by the next day. As she walks away, the old gravedigger gives Sagar a dire warning. "Keep stirring up everything like that and you will see a blade before the truth." But Sagar simply holds a small bundle of wildflowers, his resolve unshaken. "I just want good people to remain in this world a little longer," he says. That night, under a starry sky, a figure carries an unconscious person home. It is William, giving a piggyback ride to a deeply asleep, drooling Happy. He notes that Happy is finally sleeping after staying awake for several nights straight. They slowly approach the warm, glowing light of the farmhouse. William knocks on the wooden door, calling out to the family inside. He enters with a cheerful hello, announcing their return to the group at the table. But everyone's welcoming expressions immediately turn to shock and alarm. They are staring at his hand, which is completely stained with blood. "He is just sleeping, do not misunderstand," William quickly explains to the panicked family. Once things calm down, William sits with the family and tells them everything. He explains Happy's entire tragic life story with perfect clarity. He reveals that Happy spent his whole life in the arena, suffering immense trauma. This trauma caused a facial nerve disorder, leaving him in constant agony. The only reason Happy fought was because the pain would not let him sleep. Hearing this, the grandmother breaks down, sobbing for the poor boy. The grandfather listens in grim, heartbroken silence, his arms crossed tightly. And for Winnie, all of her doubts and fears about Happy finally disappear. William finishes his tale by saying that Happy is the one who saved his life. He then politely says his goodbyes, leaving the family to their thoughts. On the table lie the slave ownership papers for number 1313 Happy. The next morning, the fireplace is cold and the papers are gone. A new day dawns over the farm, and with it, a new understanding. When he finds Happy in his bed, his face stuck in that permanent, wide grin. But now, for the first time, she sees the unshed tears filling his eyes. The smile was never a smile at all, it was a mask for his pain. She gently asks him, "Why did not you tell us you have been working in so much pain?" Happy just looks up at her, his smiling face offering only silence. "Why did not you tell us about your expression? We kept misunderstanding you," she says, her voice full of regret. The answer is quiet, and it shatters her heart into a million pieces. "Because if I am useless, I will be thrown away. That is how people were thrown away in the arena." "Silly, this is not the arena," Winnie whispers, her voice thick with emotion. "Our family does not think of you as a slave. Grandmother already considers you family." She looks at him with fierce determination and makes a solemn vow. "I will definitely cure you, so do not fight anymore. Our family will help you live a normal life." She reaches out her hand. "I did not become an herbalist for nothing, trust me." Happy stares at her outstretched hand, his eyes wide with a hope he has never felt before. He takes it and she pulls him up. "Yes," he whispers, sealing their promise. He looks down at his own hand in hers as if it belongs to someone else. When he suddenly remembers a gift she bought with her very first earnings. Acting on impulse, she gently slides a small, simple ring onto his finger. A split second later, her brain catches up. "Wait, what am I doing?" she yelps. Happy in his sweet innocence just smiles back at her. Why, blushing to the roots of her hair, she stammers, why, this is a wedding ring. His face lights up with pure, confused joy. What is that, a wedding? At that moment, the grandfather walks in holding a pouch heavy with coins. It is the bounty money from William. Happy's eyes fill with tears of relief. Please take it all, he says. I will not fight anymore. They say they can cure me. The old man pulls the boy into a tight, emotional hug, calling him our grandson, our lucky charm. Winnie watches them, her heart full, a soft and slightly startled look on her face. The grandmother beams from the doorway, her expression full of pure, unconditional love. Looking at Happy, Winnie finally understands what her grandmother saw all along. He was not a slave or a fighter, he was just a child starved for affection, and Happy, like a child, joyfully shows off the new rings he bought for his grandparents. The next day, Sagar receives a note from Winnie telling him the misunderstanding is cleared up. She says he does not need to look into Happy anymore, the case is closed. But as Sagar lies on a platform, a disturbing scene unfolds below him. The boy who betrayed William is on his knees, begging for forgiveness with crocodile tears. William stands over him, his face a mask of cold fury, thinking they are worse than strangers. The traitor puts on the performance of a lifetime, sobbing and pleading for one last chance. William's resolve begins to crack, his expression twisting with conflict and pain. Finally, he gives in, telling the snake to get up so they can talk. As they walk off together, Sagar watches from above, a silent thank you on his lips. But his expression quickly hardens into a scowl. He sees right through the pathetic acting. As they walk, the traitor thinks to himself, fucking bastard. He turns to William with a somber face. I am sorry, this time I really mean it. In the next instant, a huge hand clamps around William's throat, lifting him off his feet. The trap is sprung. William is slammed violently against a stone wall. He is then thrown to the ground, his face smashing into the wooden floorboards. Two massive thugs hoist the dazed and broken William into the air. The betrayal is complete. Cornered and brutalized, William can only gasp, "Who are you guys?" At that moment, a man dressed in red calmly strolls into the building. The savage beating continues, a massive fist crashing into William's face again and again. Lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood, William whispers, "Why?" One of the thugs winds up for a final, crushing blow. But a sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the violence. "Stop." The man in red stands over them all, looking down at William with utter contempt. William's bloody hand claws uselessly at the dusty floorboards. He slumps against the wall, barely conscious, each breath a painful struggle. The man in red points at him. "You bastard, I never liked you from the start." "What did I ever do wrong?" William wheezes. "You are the one who did everything wrong. Was not it enough to pin everything on me? What is it you hate so much about me?" His only answer is a vicious kick to the ribs. "You do not know your place, always trying to climb up." The noble sneers. "Did you really think you'd be respected just for being good at studying?" He grabs William by the collar. "You should have been born with power and a good family, you idiot." He leans in close, his voice dripping with malice. "Does not everyone at school hate you too? When people hear you are dead," he taunts, "they will all be happy, you loser." With the last of his strength, William gathers saliva in his mouth for one final act of defiance. He spits a stream of blood right in his tormentor's direction. The noble simply walks away, tossing a final insult over his shoulder. "In your next life, learn how to grovel." William is left on the floor, a broken, silent, and defeated heap. The noble turns to his mercenaries. "Finish him," he commands, and heads for the door. "Yes, master," they reply, their shadows falling over their helpless prey. As the noble leaves, he places his hand on the heavy wooden door. His eyes glow with a faint, dangerous light as he grips the metal handle. With a quiet groan of protesting metal, the handle bends and deforms in his hand. He smirks to himself. This is authority. This is the natural order of things. He walks calmly through the streets, completely oblivious to the shadow watching him from a rooftop. It is Sagar. He recognizes the thugs as the brigand mercenaries, assassins for hire. "Noble's methods are disgusting as always," he mutters, his face a mask of contempt. He lets out a long, weary sigh. He knows he cannot just stand by and watch. "I always thought I'd get a chance to hunt brigands someday," he thinks to himself. "Did not think it would be today." He draws his knives, his body coiled and ready to strike. But before he can make his move, a sudden sound freezes him in place. A boot lands softly on a wooden surface, and a silent command to stop hangs in the air. Sagar's eyes widen in confusion. His well-laid plan has just been interrupted. He witnesses a blur of motion as someone slips into the building with impossible speed. "Who is that?" he wonders, completely shocked by the sudden appearance of a new player. Inside, the mercenaries are busy mocking their victim. "So this is the amazing bounty hunter, just a kid." One of them raises his blade. "Our employer said to kill you as painfully as possible." Lying on the floor, William's mind swims with despair. "I have worked so hard to get here. I struggled so much to make it this far." Tears stream down his face. "And now I am supposed to die because of some noble's mood." One of the thugs kicks him. "What, giving up? As a man, you should at least fight once before you die." But William's will is gone. This was not the heroic ending he had dreamed of. He wanted to be a person who brought change to the world. He realizes his mistake. It turns out you need status to make any change. Suddenly, a new figure enters the room and grabs him by the hair, lifting his head. "Are you William?" The mercenaries are stunned. "Who is this woman? Where did she come from?" She slaps William hard across the face. "Snap out of it, idiot. She is asking if you are William." The thugs realize she must be the one who took out their men outside, an exile clown. The woman's eyes narrow. She'd been told the bounty hunter was the culprit, but it seems she had it backwards. She crouches beside the dazed William. So who was the other guy? But the mercenaries have had enough of this mysterious woman's interference. You sewer rat, one of them snarls. If you do not leave right now, I will cut your throat first. A truly terrible decision. The woman moves like a flash of lightning. In a dizzying blur of steel, she unleashes a storm of lethal strikes. Before the mercenaries can even register what is happening, their heads hit the floor. William stares in absolute terror as the woman smiles cruelly over the fresh corpses. She makes a dark joke about dog collars, then looks down, her expression one of pure confusion. Hidden in the shadows, Sagar watches the terrifying scene unfold, his heart pounding in his chest. The mysterious woman looks down at William, her eyes cold and sharp as shards of ice. She points her blood-soaked sword at his throat. Now that it is quiet, shall we continue our talk, William? Sagar is horrified. The nobles and the underworld both want this kid dead. What did he get himself into? He realizes this is far beyond what he can handle. It is time to make a strategic retreat. The woman grabs William's chin, forcing him to look at her. Who was with our young master at that time? She presses the blade against his skin. Hurry up and tell me, Tilda, she coos menacingly. Or you will lose your neck, Tilda. A single drop of blood trickles down his throat. William's mind flashes back to a conversation he had with Happy in the woods. You are the only one who has ever called me a friend. I'd be really sad if you got hurt. The memory of his friend, the name Happy, is the final straw that breaks him. Sobbing, he finally confesses. Happy, he is a former arena slave. Sagar, still hiding nearby, overhears the most crucial detail. He lives on a farm. At that very moment, on that very farm, Happy is completely oblivious to the danger. He hums to himself as he finishes making a small straw doll, a gift for his best friend William. The woman scoffs at William's confession. You were just a weakling. If I'd known, I would not have killed your family. William's blood runs cold. His entire world shatters. What do you mean? Her reply is delivered without a hint of emotion. When we take revenge, we kill the entire bloodline. She then informs him that her boss has likely already arrived at his house. And as if on cue, a sharp knock echoes through the once peaceful farmhouse. The woman tells William he's been very helpful and now she is off to meet this happy fellow. As she turns to leave, William reaches out a desperate, trembling hand. No, wait, he pleads, his face a mess of blood, bruises, and tears. His mind flashes with images of Happy, of the kind family that took him in. The family that saved his life. The family that always protected him. The family that he is now, with his own words, condemned to a horrible death. He clenches his fist, consumed by a tidal wave of guilt and self-loathing. If I had been a bit stronger, he thinks, it might have ended with just my death. He curls into a ball on the floor. F***ck it, just kill me. He blames himself for everything, for letting Happy draw him into this world. In the end, I pathetically survived alone and could not protect anything. He finally understands, turning away, bowing his head, being passive. That is why he failed. Friends, family, he could not protect a single one of them. Lying there, surrounded by bodies and failure, something inside him finally snaps. A single powerful thought cuts through the despair. I need to change. He forces his battered body to move, pushing himself up. If it is not too late, if it is possible to change even a little and protect them. He grabs his sword, his eyes blazing with a new and terrifying fire. I need to change now. Meanwhile, the door to the farmhouse swings open, revealing a man with curly hair, the boss. He starts to complain, then freezes, his eyes narrowing as he spots something unexpected inside, and what he sees is a monster reborn in blood and fury. A memory flashes, a battlefield of bodies seen through the eyes of a terrified soldier. The protagonist does not hesitate, kicking the boss's son clean out of the doorway. His boot stomps down, a declaration of his newfound absolute power. The man in red goes flying, crashing hard onto the cold stone floor. His eyes are wide with utter shock. He had no idea what just hit him. A heavy boot steps into view, pinning him with its presence alone. Panic fills the goon's eyes as he realizes his life is no longer his own. He starts begging, wondering how this weakling suddenly became a skilled fighter. I will be your dog, he grovels, trembling and pleading for his pathetic life. But the hero, his face a mask of cold rage, has only two words: get lost. The man curls into a ball, screaming as the terrifying figure looms over him. He just stays there, shaking, expecting a final, brutal blow to land, but nothing happens. He peeks up, confused. What is the holdup? An older man in fancy clothes has arrived, asking his son what on earth is going on. The father and the protagonist stand face to face, a silent, tense standoff. His eyes glow with a sinister purple energy as he threatens the old man directly. The father's face contorts with shock. He has never seen power like this. Sweat beads on his forehead as he realizes they have messed with the wrong person. And just like that, father and son begin a very, very hasty retreat. The story flashes back to a boy kneeling before a stern, imposing father figure. The boy, bruised and battered, can only gasp for air under the man's cold gaze. He hated that a sword earned respect more easily than a pen ever could. He realized too late that in this world you needed both to make your voice heard. If he had known, perhaps his path would have been one of salvation, not death. The memory shifts to a cozy home where a family suspiciously greets a visitor. A young man with a bright, innocent smile appears. It is Happy. I came for William. The scene is a quiet, peaceful village, a stark contrast to his bloody reality. Inside, William's mother smiles, saying she never believed he was a bounty hunter. His father agrees, praising the reliable friend who is helping their son. Only the little sister pouts, jealous that her brother only plays with Happy now. Then Happy drops some news with an earnest look. I have decided to quit bounty hunting. The little girl's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Really? She decides she can forgive this brother after all, and Happy just smiles. The mother agrees it is a good decision, calling bounty hunting far too dangerous. The father praises him again, assuming from his grace that he is a noble. Happy just laughs it off with a casual, shocking reply, "I am a slave, though." The room falls into a stunned, awkward silence. The bombshell has landed. The father stammers in disbelief. How could a slave attend the same university? Happy smiles warmly, clarifying that William was helping asterisk him because he cannot read. The mood instantly sours. The father's hand slams down on the table. His voice is cold, dripping with contempt as he spits out the word, "a slave. So a slave thinks he can eat at my table." He sneers with pure disgust. The once happy dinner is now a heavy, silent affair under the weight of his prejudice. He delivers an ultimatum: disappear and never get involved with William again. Happy sits hunched over, silent, absorbing the man's cruel words. The mother tries to intervene, reminding her husband that Happy helped their son, but the man dismisses her. A benefactor must be a person, he declares, and in his eyes, a slave is just a slave. Suddenly, the little girl in the hallway hears a knocking at the front door. Her father is still yelling at Happy to get lost, completely oblivious to the new arrival. The girl cautiously opens the door just a crack, whispering, "Who is it?" A shadowy figure outside asks for William, his voice sending a chill down her spine. She explains he is out, but her voice trembles with a growing sense of dread. Through the crack in the door, a terrifying, glowing green eye stares back at her. Her terrified scream of "Mom" echoes through the house as danger crashes in. The intruder turns to his partner. Their plan is simple: lure William to their base. The cruel order is given: kill the parents and leave a message in their blood. They grab the little girl, telling her to pass on a gruesome message to her brother. Her face contorts in pain and terror as a desperate cry escapes her lips. The green-eyed man grabs the mother while his cloaked partner moves inside. Inside, the parents hear their daughter Ellie's scream, and panic fills their faces. The mother bolts toward the door, a blur of desperate, thudding footsteps. But Happy, the man in blue, simply watches, a strange realization in his eyes. Then a sinister, impossibly wide grin spreads across his face. As chaos erupts, Happy sits back, mockingly calling honey, while enjoying the show. A monkey-masked attacker threatens the father, promising a quick death for his family. The father is paralyzed by fear, his hands raised in a useless, trembling defense. He glances frantically around, but Happy just leans back, casually observing the terror. A close-up reveals his chilling grin. He is not a victim, he is the conductor. The father finally understands. "This was all you're doing, you bastard," he screams. A bowl of soup spills, a small, quiet moment in the middle of the violence. The attacker swings his blade, and the father barely dodges the lethal strike. But the father is confused. He does not recognize this masked assailant at all. Desperate, he pleads with the smiling monster at the table, "Take care of the wife first." The attacker pauses, confused. Who is this guy? Is this his target, William? His intel said William was not here. This unexpected variable is ruining his plan. A woman with purple eyes appears in his mind, warning him of a possible variable. The father repeats his plea, his last hope resting on the man who caused all this. The attacker realizes it too. This calm, smiling man is definitely not William. Then this guy must be that variable, the monkey warrior thinks to himself. He recognizes him now. "So it was you, the one who has been hunting us." Happy lunges forward, his innocent smile replaced by a crazed, predatory grin. The warrior swings his blade aggressively, trying to stop the sudden, ferocious assault, but Happy moves like a ghost, dodging the strike with shocking ease. A powerful kick connects with the warrior's head, sending him reeling. The attacker can only react with a stunned. The speed is unbelievable. A heavy punch follows, completely overwhelming the seasoned warrior's defenses. Happy's entire demeanor has changed. It is time to stop playing and fight for real. The warrior is thrown on the defensive, struggling against a storm of high-speed strikes. He is in disbelief. His opponent anticipated every move, every feint, every secret weapon. It feels like this kid can see right through him, devouring his techniques whole. He tries to calm himself, thinking he can still pull his opponent into his own rhythm. He unleashes his signature move, a dizzying flurry of circular sword slashes. He never expected to use his full power here, but he cannot afford to lose. Yet Happy just stands there calmly, watching the high-speed display. Then with a knowing smile, he casually names the technique, sword dance. The warrior freezes, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. His blade drops with a thud, his confidence is completely shattered. How do you know this?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Happy's smile widens. "Oh, I know someone who uses it," he says cheerfully. The warrior scoffs, claiming he learned the real art from its birthplace. "No way," Happy counters. "That arena grandfather asterisk was the founder of sword dance." The warrior can only stare, a single question mark hanging over his head. Happy explains the legend of the founder's pinnacle swordsmanship. A man named Lucastian captured that legend and forced him to fight in an arena. The warrior is agitated, demanding to know what he is babbling about. But a part of him cannot shake the feeling that this ridiculous story is true. Happy just taunts him, asking, "So are you going to attack or what?" The warrior explodes in frustration, yelling that he was just taking a little break. Happy's voice turns cold. The real sword dance is about a slow, painful death. His smile remains, but it is now a terrifying, empty mask of malice. "You," he says with a flick of his hand, "learned it incompletely." The warrior's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. He looks at his opponent and feels a chilling sensation. It is like looking in a mirror. Happy is perfectly mirroring his stance, his movements, everything but the sword. There is no discord at all. It is a perfect, flawless copy. Happy explains that the curves of the sword dance are its key characteristic, but those curves were never for offense. They were defensive stances for one attack. You see, he reveals with a chilling finality, that grandfather was blind. The blind master used those curves to defend from all directions at once. He would wait, concentrating all his senses until the enemy's position was known. And in that moment, the defensive curve becomes a straight line, piercing the foe. Happy grins, his lesson complete. This is the real sword dance. He toys with his defeated opponent, a predator playing with his food. With brutal speed, he thrusts his blade deep into the warrior's gut. The man can only let out a pained, gurgling cry as his life fades. Happy's past flashes by. Lucastian gathered legends from all over the world, and their final fight in the arena was always against him. He relentlessly drives the blade deeper, a demon born from endless battle. William's parents can only watch in absolute horror at the brutal display. Just as he is about to deliver the final blow, the warrior grabs his arm. Wait, he gasps. If you kill me, that girl will die too. The father reacts in shock. What? They took his daughter, Ellie. Happy's cold voice cuts through the air. Where did you take her? With the location revealed, Happy drags his new guide away from the house. He snarls at the terrified man, his command simple and absolute, guide me. And just like that, the two of them leave the bloody scene behind. The father is left stunned, silent, processing the monster who just saved him. He finally manages to speak, a grim, quiet apology. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Happy walks away without a second glance at the family he just terrorized. He begins his journey through the dark, winding alleys of the city. His lone shadow stretches out behind him as he enters a stone tunnel. A faint light at the end of the path marks the entrance to his destination. His captive guide tries to taunt him, saying he is walking into their main hideout. You are the one who's going to die, the man sneers, trying to look brave. Happy just gives him a terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He is not afraid. Meanwhile, the real William has arrived, bruised and armed, asking where Happy is. Happy remembers the father's insult, the shock and pain of being rejected. And he remembers the man's quiet, desperate apology a few moments ago. He is not doing this for that man, he is doing this for William. He recalls his past, how even the man who raised him called him a monster. It was a label that followed him his entire painful life. Moan monster were the last words he heard from his mentor. He was always seen as a beast, locked away in a cage. But William was different. He saw all of him and still called him a friend. The kind people at the farm were the same, treating him with warmth. For the first time, people were calling him human, not a monster. He looks back, his expression deadly serious. Tell his sister not to worry. William's father watches him go, knowing Happy just left on a suicide mission. William argues with his father, who is panicking that Happy should have been stopped. But William seems to have faith. Happy told you to trust him, he says. The father cannot accept it. This is not a fight. He's just going to die, he cries, clutching his head in despair. In his mind, he sees Happy being executed by the exile clowns. He thinks Happy is trading his life for Ellie's. He has to be stopped, but William is already rushing off, telling his father to report everything. The city knights mobilize, hearing reports of a man with a sword on the streets. The captain is initially unconcerned, thinking it is just some strange disturbance. Then he gets the report the man has been identified as William. More news comes in. William killed a group of thugs and is connected to kidnapping. Captain, exile clowns kidnapped a village child. A soldier reports urgently. The captain drops his food in shock. Exile clowns, this is serious. He races through the city as the full picture becomes clear. The clowns, usually quiet, are making a very loud, very public move. It must be because of William, the student who's been hunting them down. They failed to kill him, so now they have kidnapped his family as a threat. The captain grits his teeth. They plan to make an example of William's family, and the odds are impossible. Nearly 100 clowns are waiting in the sewers. To make matters worse, another report comes in. The clowns are at the farm too. The captain realizes their strategy. They are trying to split the knights' forces. He makes a quick decision, sending one rider to the farm to buy time. The key players are all in motion, the captain, William, and the clown leader. In the sewers, Happy stands before a massive crowd of enemies. Their leader asks, "Are you William?" A slow, malicious grin spreads across Happy's face, hidden in the shadows. He steps into the light, confirming with a chilling smile, "Yes, I am William." The chapter closes on this fateful and very false declaration. In town, a lone exile clown causes a ruckus, smacking a knight's helmet off. He taunts the dazed knight before sprinting away down the street. The bald knight can only stare in confusion at the chaos. The clown shouts for all to hear, "I am an exile clown and I am going to raid the farm." The knights report it. This vicious clown is a decoy and a damn fast one. The scene shifts to a serene, sun-drenched farmhouse, deceptively peaceful. Inside, herbs and tools are laid out on a table, ready for use. A blonde woman smiles gently, saying, "Good, now I should make herbs for Happy." She picks up some lavender, planning to make something to ease his pain. She pauses, a sudden sense of unease washing over her. The decoy clown is inside the house, panting, having run all the way there. But something is wrong. A close-up reveals a pair of piercing purple eyes. Hidden in the tall grass, the true protagonist watches the farmhouse, blade in hand. A villain with glowing green eyes laughs maniacally, sneering at the scene below. "How ridiculous." He sits on a high ledge, mocking our hero. "It is ridiculous that you came here thinking you could fight." But the hero, his eyes hidden by his dark hair, just gives a sinister smile. "You came to kill everyone." A dark, menacing aura explodes around him as he declares, "So I will just have to fight until I die too." The The camera pans across an entire army of hooded guards, the odds not exactly in his favor. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, smashing his fist into a guard's face, officially starting the party. His foot digs into the dungeon floor, kicking up dust as he propels himself into the horde. He delivers a devastating punch to another guard's chin, his expression remaining cold and intensely focused. Those two distinct sounds were the bell signaling the start of a one-sided massacre. The guards finally draw their weapons, swords and axes, their eyes glowing with a pathetic, misplaced confidence. Surrounded by a sea of masked enemies, our hero simply stands his ground, ready for the slaughter. He grips his sword tightly, whispering to himself, "I did not come here to compete this time." As he strikes, his eyes lock on the captive girl, making a silent vow, "I will definitely save you." He becomes a whirlwind of death, his blade a massive red arc that cuts down multiple guards at once. He moves with fluid grace, raising his sword high above his head for a powerful singular strike. In the chaos of close-quarters combat, he parries an axe while leaving a trail of blood in his wake. A desperate guard makes a fatal mistake, yelling, "Hey, come out, you bastard!" In an instant, the hero is on him, his sword slashing through the air to silence the fool forever. He carves a path through the enemy ranks, his glowing blade a beacon of utter destruction. He effortlessly deflects an axe while already preparing to counter the next sorry soul to challenge him. Spinning like a top, he becomes a blur of green cloth, easily evading a clumsy attack. An axe comes crashing down, but he deflects it easily, much to his mustached opponent's surprise. The scene flashes red as his blade finds its mark, plunging deep into an enemy, splattering blood everywhere. An overhead view reveals he is completely surrounded in a narrow, stone-walled corridor. Talk about being cornered. In a flurry of motion, a wide-eyed opponent swings a blade down, trying desperately to land a single hit. A close-up on an enemy's face shows pure, unadulterated frustration. This is not going according to plan. As a scream echoes, our hero just tightens his grip on his sword, ready for more. He drives his blade into an enemy's shoulder with brutal efficiency, the impact creating a massive white flash. He stands alone, surrounded by shadowed figures with glowing white eyes. The mood just got 10 times creepier. This lone fighter is in the thick of it, his face obscured, blade ready as countless foes loom. The enemy leader sweats, realizing the horrible truth. That bastard, he is deliberately avoiding vital points. He is using the disabled ones as walls. The leader panics. We cannot attack without hitting our own men. A close-up on the hero's glowing eyes reveals his cold calculus. Let us approach step by step, little by little. He stands as a lone shield between the red-eyed enemies and the cowering girl, thinking, "I can save her." The leader completely loses it, screaming at his men, "Just kill that guy and it is over." Blood-stained and weary, he delivers a precise downward stab to a fallen opponent, his movements showing pure grit. He looks down from a ledge at the circle of enemies below, a silent exclamation marking his next move. The enemy leader stares in horror. "No, this is not right. We had all the initiative from the beginning. So why," he wonders in despair, "is everything flowing toward that bastard controlling everything?" The leader, with his glowing green eye, can only watch as the little girl looks up, crying in the dark. From a high ledge, a pair of hands strain to pull back the string of a heavy crossbow. The weapon is aimed down, pointing directly at the small, vulnerable figure standing on the stone floor. A close-up shows a pair of wide, panicked eyes, reflecting pure terror at the threat from above. The scarred man looks on, distressed, declaring, "You want to see blood? I will show you." The green-clad fighter charges forward, swords clashing and blood spraying as his rampage continues. But the scarred man's eyes widen in shock, gasping as he realizes his fatal mistake. Too late. A sharp wooden projectile streaks through the air, fired from the crossbow toward its target. It strikes the ground, but blood splatters across the floor. Someone else has been hit. A pair of shocked, wide-set eyes appear, a question mark floating nearby. What just happened? A man in blue clutches his shoulder, an arrow embedded in his back as he hears someone ask, "William?" An enemy fighter leaps from a stone ledge, landing a powerful, crushing stomp on William's injured shoulder. The aggressor's hand grips William's leg, and the poor guy can only stare up in alarm. But in a blur of motion, the fighter in green executes a swift, powerful spinning kick against the scarred man. The green-clad fighter slams into the villain, the violent collision creating a cloud of dust and debris. He lands with perfect agility, leaving the scarred man incapacitated on the floor amidst the chaos. The fighter in green turns to the others, his voice firm. "Stay back, William." The defeated villain mutters in disbelief, blood dripping from his mouth. "William, that guy is William." A narrative box explains William had arrived while Happy was fighting, crouching near an iron gate. With all attention focused on Happy, William was able to get close to Ellie and save her life. The man in blue clutches his sword, apologizing. "Sorry, Happy, damn it," as the girl cries. "Brother." Happy, with a manic, bloodied grin, pleads, "Keep your sister safe. From now on, trust me." He then lunges forward with wild intensity, his face twisted in a frenzied, dark expression. William wanted to help his friend, but he could only watch in horror at the spectacle unfolding. He clutches the child, shielding her from the nightmarish display of screaming psychic faces manifesting above them. Happy moves like a blur of lethal precision, weaving through soldiers with savage, unstoppable momentum. A marksman watches through his scope, his crossbow aimed, his shadow stretching long against the wall. The marksman, his eye a glowing green lens, fires his weapon, but Happy dodges with supernatural reflex. The mechanical-eyed marksman freezes, utterly confused by what he just saw. The horrifying realization slowly dawns on him. It is no coincidence. Frustration mounts as he observes from a distance. He reacts every time I try to shoot. The truth is revealed. Happy's body is covered in dozens of eyes, monitoring every single blind spot. William and the child remain huddled in the corner, cowering as combat and screaming fill the air. William's eyes widen in terror and shock, his pupils dilated as he watches the inhuman display. He reflects on his past misconception of his friend. At first, I just thought he was good at fighting. Surrounded by the carnage of fallen soldiers, he looks down and thinks. Then I started to wonder. He gazes at the defeated bodies, his internal monologue questioning just how strong is Happy. A revelation strikes William as he locks eyes on the reality of the situation. And now I see the answer. Happy brutalizes his opponents, displaying overwhelming strength. No matter who you bring, no one can beat Happy. The mechanical-eyed marksman trembles, his sanity fraying as he asks, what is he? Is he even human? In a final, desperate act, the marksman grips his crossbow tightly, preparing another bolt for the unstoppable force. Happy moves with sudden, explosive speed, swinging his arm in a wide, devastating arc. He strikes an opponent with a powerful, precise blow to the head who can only cry out in shock. In the chaotic arena, he delivers a brutal flying kick to the boss's head while screaming. Dialogue. The scarred older fighter enters the fray, his eyes wide and sharp as he prepares to engage. The older fighter pulls back, his cloak billowing around him, signaling a shift to a decisive offensive. He draws his weapon, gripping it firmly as he prepares to counterattack the monster before him. The older fighter swings his sword, shouting to his subordinates, everyone fall back. The green-clad fighter and the older fighter clash, their blades locked in a violent, high-tension deadlock. The older fighter's face is contorted with rage, his eyes glowing with intensity as he grips his sword. The two opponents struggle as their swords collide, sparks flying from the sheer impact of their blades. They remain locked in combat, Happy with a manic grin, his opponent with grim, desperate determination. The older fighter readies a dual-wielding stance, while Happy prepares his own weapon with a sinister expression. The fighters trade blows in a rapid sequence, their swords clashing in a flurry of lethal momentum. The battle continues with fluid acrobatics as they leap off walls and lunge at one another. The older fighter, caught in the heat of battle, screams in frustration, "We cannot end like this." Blades connect with a resounding clang as he yells. The revenge against the kingdom is just beginning. He screams his tragic past, used as meat shields in war, mocked as worthless remnants. Desperation fills him as he cries out, "I deeply regret and hate the clown acts of those fools." A somber moment shows Happy's shadowed face, the narration observing, "It is a sight often seen in the arena." The older fighter, bruised and bleeding, remains in a combat stance, glaring with deep-seated malice. In a flashback, a man speaks to a cowering figure. "Do you resent the parents who made you like this?" He reaches out to gently touch the figure's hair, saying softly, "Do not do that." With tears in his eyes, he holds the other's head, offering a somber warning, never live consumed by hatred. Otherwise, he concludes, you will become a more terrible figure than those you hate. The scene cuts to a single, dilated, eerie green eye conveying intense, transformative madness. Two fighters clash in an arena. The narration is grim. The end of arena people was always the same. A close-up shows the disfigured fighter's face, contorted in agony and rage. He lies defeated on the ground, a sword through him. The narration notes simply, "It ended in blood." Back in the present, a bloodied William stares wide-eyed in shock. He whispers, "We won." He stands, a young girl clutching his leg for safety, and shouts to the heavens, "We won." The remaining clowns flee, shouting, "Run away, the kingdom's knights are coming." William, his face covered in grime and blood, looks toward his fallen friend, saying simply, "Happy." He looks down at the smiling figure on the ground, asking with concern, "Happy?" His voice breaks as he screams, "Happy." Reaching out toward his friend, he tries to be strong. "Let us go quickly. Grandmother will apply medicine and you will heal soon." He stops, his face contorted in tears as the devastating reality of the situation renders him speechless. He stammers, "Yeah, let us go quickly, but the soldiers must have arrived first." Elsewhere, a commander in red armor enters a corridor, confused. Why are all the paths open? The red-armored man stares ahead with intense, narrowed green eyes, flanked by his knights. He discovers the aftermath, looking at the scene and thinking, "Happy face, why is he here?" The soldier in red armor stands over a defeated clown, asking, "Why are all the exile clowns lying down?" An overhead view shows the battlefield where dozens of clowns were defeated by a single person. Without their leader, the remaining exile clowns completely lost their strength and will to fight. A sweat-drenched soldier flees through a tunnel, his eyes closed in exhaustion, a story ready to be told. And this is how the incident became distorted rumors spread by one overzealous soldier. A close-up of the soldier's wide, sweat-beaded eyes, a single question mark floating above. A dramatic panel hails a new hero. William single-handedly annihilated the exile clowns. In the knight's order, a soldier asks in disbelief, "That bounty hunter we saw back then?" Inside a tavern, a man points his finger aggressively, shouting, "I heard it clearly, that university student." At the university, a student leans in to whisper to another, "Did you hear about William?" At the market, a woman whispers to a companion, "Seems like he is amazing." The rumor even makes its way into the royal chamber, whispered directly into the king's ear. Before any official report was made, William's name was already spreading rapidly across the kingdom. But the story cuts back, showing what happened before the rumors even started. In the chaotic, immediate aftermath of the fight right after Happy was finished, Happy is seen running across a field toward a farm, gasping for air as the sun sets. His stamina depleted, he keeps running, holding onto his blurry consciousness with sheer will. In a prison, a man sits in chains. That kid who cleaned Knight's shit is now a commander. The commander in red armor stares down at the prisoner with a stoic, unreadable expression. The commander speaks, his voice cold. "I respected you until you were exiled and walked the path of rebellion," the prisoner scoffs. Who would have known that a war hero would become an exiled king of rebels? His expression twists with hate. "It was all because of that guy," the commander asks. "The man who wiped out a company returning from a war 20 years ago." The prisoner recalls the red-hued nightmare. "Yes, I miraculously survived and managed to come out alive." An extreme close-up of his wide, terrified eye. "I clearly remember. A man holding a newborn in one hand while slaughtering a company just because our march blocked his path. The king was furious," he spits, saying it was a story fit for clowns, and exiled me. I instantly became the shame of the knights, a constant mockery at performances and drinking parties. He was called a coward and a traitor. He lost everything because he dared to tell the truth. But that monster appeared once again this time," he says. "It was so similar. This time go to the king and tell him, see if they treat you like a clown and exile you." The commander looks down, stoic and silent, processing this unbelievable story. The prisoner leans forward, demanding, "Then I want to know who that monster really is." The commander turns to leave the cell, his voice firm. "I am going to find out now." A side profile shows his face, deep in contemplation as he walks away. An aide reports, "By the way, there were no deaths in this incident. They were deliberately kept alive." The commander's gaze is intense. "A monster would not care about killing, just like you tried to shoot a little girl." He looks back at the prisoner in the cell. "You were the only monster." The scene cuts to a figure running desperately through a dark forest. It is Happy. A close-up shows his face, sweating and smiling with a crazed, wide-eyed expression of pure agony. In a flashback, a scarred man yells at a young, injured Happy. "Snap out of it, breathe." He tends to the boy's deep wounds. "Did not I tell you that opponent was still too much for you?" A close-up shows the boy's face, bruised and dirty, with a jagged, dark line tracing from his eye. Bandaged and bloodied, the boy smiles weakly. He knew he had to become stronger to survive the arena. The man asks, "Why do you keep obsessing over strong opponents? You will only raise Lucastian's expectations." The boy's face is shadowed and silent, unable to explain his desperate, driving need for power. He thinks about his dad disappearing forever, a silhouette with glowing white eyes. He remembers his father being carried away, a long sword pierced straight through his body. He sees him falling into a pit and disappearing forever into a dark, swirling abyss. A hand firmly grasps another in his memory. "I will not let that happen," he vows. The boy gasps, blood-spattered and wide-eyed. "So Dad will not suffer anymore. I will face everything myself." A close-up shows the man's eyes filled with tears and distress for the boy's burden. The boy curls up, holding his arms tightly. "I hate being left alone. You are the only person I have." He kneels beside the memory of the man pierced by a sword. "You are my entire world." He watches his father figure fall deep into a dark abyss filled with sharp, floating debris. The boy looks up, his face twisted in a manic, desperate expression as the world collapses. The flashback shifts. He confronts armored guards who yell, "Who are you?" and stop. A close-up shows his hand quickly redirecting a wooden practice sword with expert skill. The boy expertly maneuvers, knocking a surprised guard to the ground. He sprints away from the guards toward a gate as one screams, "Catch him!" Back in the present, Happy slams against a wooden wall, a frantic, pained grin on his face. He turns toward a young blonde woman, his presence looming and terrifying in the small room. Chaos erupts as knights try to restrain him. "Get away!" he screams, completely out of his mind. The woman pulls him into a desperate embrace, trying to shield him from the drawn swords. He continues to struggle in her arms, his face contorted in a wild grin, his mind clearly broken. She cradles his head, whispering soothingly, "It is okay, everything's okay, nothing happened." A knight in full armor raises a sword, a sharp sound effect marking a swift, decisive action. A close-up shows Happy's hand, now blackened and dripping with a dark, viscous substance. A solitary, grotesque eye opens within the dark stain on his hand, signaling a disturbing transformation. His trembling hand reaches toward the sky as a voice echoes, "Happy, do not be sad, someday your world will return." A single dark, tear-like drop leaks from the corner of his eye, a moment of profound sadness. The camera pulls back, focusing entirely on the dark droplet as it falls, a metaphor for a life ending. Silhouetted against a brilliant sunset, the man and woman share a final, long embrace. A lone candle burns brightly, its flame steady in the darkness, a quiet, somber vigil. The candle flame is suddenly extinguished, leaving only a thin wisp of smoke curling into the void. Happy lies motionless on a bed. The elderly couple stands in the doorway. "Happy, rest now." Outside, a knight tells the woman, "There do not seem to be any exile clowns. I will leave a patrol." But hidden high in a tree, a weary, bloodied man watches them, gasping for air. A close-up on his face reveals a pained, cynical thought. It would have been safer if that slave had died. He continues his internal monologue, his gaze fixed on the dark sky. But if he had died, that would have been hard to watch too. He muses on how much the old couple seemed to care for the former slave. His comrade reminds him that the wounded exile clown probably will not be coming back. Sagar, the injured man, suggests they lay low until the patrol ends. In the deep darkness of the forest, a single cricket sits on a leaf. But something else watches from the trees, a dark, bird-like figure with haunting white eyes. The wind howls through the canopy, sending leaves scattering against a gloomy night sky. From behind a tree, a single, sharp eye observes the scene unfold. A knight holding a torch finds him hiding. "Sagar, I told you not to act independently." His voice is ice cold. "Our goal is to assassinate royalty, not to save people." The knight's helmet reveals glowing orange eyes as he issues a chilling threat. "Deviate again and you will be purged." With that final warning, their boots crunch on the dirt path as they vanish. Sagar lingers for a moment, a bloody and somber figure left to his thoughts. The next day, flags bearing a wolf emblem fly high as a royal messenger arrives. A man in fine robes holds a scroll aloft, shouting for a man named William. He then calls out a second, much funnier name, Happy Face. A royal summons. William, looking grim, and Happy, looking, well, happy, are ordered to the castle. Their carriage rolls through town as people whisper, wondering about the porter's reward for his heroics. Inside the castle, William is being squeezed into elegant attire by an older nobleman. A hand smooths the fine fabric. "Yes, this attire should do nicely." The nobleman gives his final instruction. "William, His Majesty is about to grant you knighthood." He pressures William to just kneel and accept. "Honor and wealth will follow and you will be a hero." But William, with his head bowed low, quietly refuses. "I am not qualified." The noblemen stare back, completely baffled by this unexpected humility. William continues his confession. "From the bounty hunt to the clowns, none of it was my doing." He lays the truth bare. "It was all Happy. I just ran away and hid." He repeats himself, firm in his shame. "So I am not qualified." "I am sorry." The nobleman just lets out a small, stunned "ah," then he drops a political bombshell. "We already know. His Majesty made this decision knowing everything. The plan is revealed. A slave cannot be a knight, so he will be a free apprentice first. The whole kingdom talks about you, William," he says. "The brilliant student turned hero, a perfect story," and with a stern look he adds, "Of course this is all top secret, so keep your mouth shut." William is left alone, dejected, told to come out when he is ready to play his part. Kneeling before the king, William is praised for uprooting evil and proving his qualities. "No one doubts it," the king declares, conveniently ignoring the fact William himself just did, and so he is officially appointed a knight of the kingdom as the crowd roars his name. The king then commands that the slave, Happy, be brought in as his apprentice. He smiles at Happy, saying he looks forward to his future achievements. What a performance! Later, as they walk, castle maids swoon over how handsome the hero William is. William finally apologizes to Happy. "Sorry, this is all a mess. I put everyone at the farm in danger." But Happy just beams at him. "No, everyone was safe because of you. I would have lost everything alone." In the library, Happy admits he knows little of the world and cannot assess situations like William. He recalls a dark memory of facing bandits, completely clueless about the dangers of the road. He remembers the horror of his family being attacked, not even knowing he should report it. "I am just someone who can fight," he says. "Without you, I could not have saved my sister." William offers a small smile. "And you are one of the strongest people I have ever seen." He praises Happy's unwavering resolve. "When you decide something, you do not hesitate. That is a strength beyond the physical." Happy smiles back. "I am learning from you too. Let us keep living like this without losing who we are." He looks at his bruised friend, his gaze filled with a deep, newfound respect. "I am certain of it," Happy declares. "We will become friends who can truly trust each other." William clenches his fist, making a silent vow. "From now on, I will never run or hide." He finds his voice. "If this is how it is, I want to become real, not live as a fake. I want to be strong." Happy offers to teach him, and William asks, "Can you teach me how to become strong too?" William's eyes are wide, absorbing this promise, this new path that has opened before him. Happy's smile is brilliant as he agrees. "Good, I will teach you everything I can teach." With their pact sealed, they head off to visit the knight's quarters for the day, but their welcome is less than warm. "We acknowledge you, William, but a slave is an apprentice." One knight brandishes a wooden sword. "Someone who was a slave an hour ago is now our equal." He swings his sword in a rage, shouting, "This is unprecedented. I will not accept it." The wooden sword lies on the stone floor, a clear challenge having been made. The knight points a finger right in Happy's face. "Listen, you trash, I will show everyone you are not qualified." William, looking utterly exhausted, pleads with them to stop. "This was the king's decision, not ours." A blonde knight turns on him. "William, are you really showing recognition to such a lowly servant?" He screams. "The blood from the battle with the exile clowns has not even dried yet." He sarcastically praises William. "As a knight, you are a true hero worthy of respect." Then he whirls on Happy, his face a mask of pure rage. "But you are not, you lowborn trash. Do not make me laugh," William thinks. "I expected some backlash, but this is way too much." The blonde knight smirks to himself. William's flustered reaction proves it. This servant is a fraud. His eyes glow with malice. "I will make you feel so unqualified, you will step down from that position yourself." But Happy just smiles at William. "I get it. Do not worry, I will finish this quickly." And so the two face off in the training arena, surrounded by a crowd of eager spectators. Happy grips his wooden sword, a dark and intense energy radiating from his smile as he says, "Let us begin." The onlookers immediately start mocking him. "Look at that stance. He has never held a sword before." The blonde knight sneers. "Do not think this is a gentle spar. I will show you what happens when you climb too high." He raises his sword overhead, yelling, "I will smash you starting from the crown of your head." But instead of the head, he smacks Happy right in the jaw. "What a cheap shot," he gloats. "How's that? Consider it an honor to be struck by a knight's sword slave." Happy effortlessly parries the next blow with a loud crack of wood on wood. The blonde knight keeps swinging, laughing like a maniac. You are too slow, you bastard. But Happy just keeps blocking, a calm, unnerving smile on his face. The knight realizes, you're just acting or not you. Pure, desperate rage twists his face as he screams. Beg for forgiveness, you piece of trash. In a flash, Happy tosses his sword aside, letting it fly into the wall behind him. He lunges forward and delivers a single, devastating punch right to the knight's gut. The blonde trainee collapses to his knees, gasping for air as the onlookers stare in stunned silence. He falls face first into the dirt, completely and utterly defeated by one punch. The other trainees explode with anger. You uneducated bastard, this is not a tavern brawl. Happy scoffs internally. Cut down, please, he only landed one flashy hit while I blocked everything else. He thinks using my fists was me going easy on him. A real weapon would have killed him. The blonde knight experiences a pain he has never felt before in his entire pampered life. That one punch was more agonizing and terrifying than years of his so-called training combined. Happy looms over him, a dark, monstrous energy radiating from his wide, predatory smile. He offers some friendly advice. Do not be afraid, surrender to pain, and you lose battles you could have won. His eyes are wide and intense. You came here to win, did not you? He mocks. Menacing red spirits appear behind him as he commands. Then endure it. The trainee is in shock. This is completely different from everything I have ever been taught. His mind reels in disbelief. Teachings? What teachings from an apprentice? No, from a slave. Happy just grins, swinging his sword playfully. Here I come again. The blonde knight's hand trembles, completely paralyzed with fear and confusion. With a loud crack, Happy shatters the knight's wooden sword into a dozen splinters. A stern-looking man storms into the hall, shouting, "What are you guys doing?" The blonde knight looks up, his face pale and empty, clutching the broken hilt of his sword. The commander looms over them. I told you to bring them to my room, not start a fight. He stares them down. I personally acknowledged and brought them here. If you have a complaint, tell me. He leans in close to the trembling knight. Did you have that many complaints about me? The knight's face contorts in terror as he squeaks out a pathetic "No, sir." He scrambles backwards, still yelling "No, sir," as the other knights freeze in fear. The commander's voice is cold and final, dismissed. The knights practically trip over themselves, fleeing, leaving Happy and William alone with the commander. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the storm having passed for now. The commander explains, you will not have to deal with them. I brought you here to be the kingdom's poster boys. He lays it out plainly. No missions, no real training, just etiquette lessons and public appearances. William thinks, so we are just figureheads. Behind him, Happy is smiling, completely oblivious, but William asks, then could we at least quietly observe the training sessions? The commander's eyes narrow. Why would you want to? No one would stop you, I suppose. William's resolve hardens. If I live a lie, I will need to prove myself someday. I cannot be powerless again, he vows to himself. I will not run or feel ashamed anymore. I will master both the pen and the sword. The commander's expression shifts into something colder. He sees something more. Well now, he says, the king set up a fake, but it seems the real thing has come instead. He turns to Happy. And what about you? Are you in the same position? Happy just smiles his bright, innocent smile. Yes, we promised to become strong together. Later, the commander learns more about Happy's past, raised not by a noble but by arena fighters. His aide reports on the arena records. The contestants were criminals, but many were absurdly strong, he explains. The arena was filled with general-level war prisoners. Happy learned from the best of the best. The aide finishes his report for the day, admitting he was late due to a heavy workload. The commander muses, if only Lucastian were alive, we could have asked him about Happy directly. All of Happy's records are marked unknown, but a note suggests further investigation is possible. Lucastian traveled the entire world, the commander notes. Investigating his past might reveal more. His aide questions the necessity. This has nothing to do with the Night Order. Why investigate? The commander reveals his suspicion. I think he is connected to an incident I know. The dates and regions match. He looks at an image of a smiling Happy. For now, the investigation can wait. I will just observe them. But a feeling of dread creeps in. Before that, I have a feeling these two will cause another incident. He watches them together. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. He sees their immense potential. One shows promise in growth, the other in raw skill. A fire long dormant within him reignites. My whole body is starting to awaken again. He makes his decision. I understand. You can observe freely. We will decide what to do with you later. The scene shifts to the humble little house where Happy lives with his family. Happy bursts in, beaming with joy, holding up a certificate. Grandfather, grandmother, I am an apprentice knight. The elderly couple stares at him, their faces a perfect picture of shock and disbelief. They ask where Winnie is, and Happy says she is at work, now a free citizen. He then hands them a huge bag of gold. I also received a reward, it is all for you. His grandfather cries out in shock while his grandmother just marvels at how sudden everything is. Happy asks eagerly, then can I go train with William now? His grandmother nods. Yes, you do not have to do housework. He runs off shouting, I will do it when I get back. His grandfather watches him go, full of pride. Children seem to grow up so fast, the grandmother muses. He is not a child, the grandfather replies, he is our lucky charm. And so, from the very first day, Happy and William pushed forward on their journey of growth. They watch the knights practice, absorbing every move from the sidelines of the training hall. Happy points to an instructor. William, first, you just watch what he does. In the ring, a soldier demonstrates a perfect stance. He is the best one here, Happy observes. He directs William's attention to the footwork, explaining the importance of balance and distance. Those things can only be felt by moving your body directly, he explains with wisdom beyond his years. William nods, his mind racing to process it all. I understand. They watch another demonstration, breaking down the mechanics of a perfect lightning-fast strike. William is a quick study. His timing is half a beat faster. He is always at an advantage. Your analytical skills are excellent, Happy praises. For now, just observe as much as possible. Their shared insight glows, recognizing true skill among the trainees. A hero's eye is different indeed. The training then moves from the yard to the vast, quiet royal library. Happy patiently teaches William how to read, pointing to a letter. This is pronounced ah. William is focused, so Happy moves on. Good, now let us try reading this sentence. Happy reads a profound line about true courage lying in the heart, not the sword. William is stunned. That is correct. How did you know how to read that? Happy just gives a bright, clever smile. From what you taught me, it just seemed like that kind of phrase. Happy's knowledge is not just in books. He points to the sun, easily estimating the time of day. He then effortlessly calculates army rations for a 20-day march. What is the next problem? William is in awe. Happy, you are a natural academic. You are applying everything and learning so quickly. Happy snaps him out of his thoughts. William just stammers. I think that is enough for today, Happy says. It is getting late, let us meet tomorrow. Walking outside, Happy looks up at the starry sky, suddenly confused. He gasps, realizing he was so focused on studying he lost all track of time. When did it become night? He waves a cheerful goodbye to William. See you tomorrow, that was fun. William watches him go, his own determination burning brightly. I will not fall too far behind either. He places a hand on a book titled The Way of Knights, his resolve now rock solid. Elsewhere in a quiet herb shop, a blonde woman named Winnie notices it has gotten dark. She sighs, thinking she will have to stay at the shop again since the night road is dangerous. She wonders what happened to Happy after he was summoned by the king 3 days ago. Frustrated with being stuck at work, she just wants to go home. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic knocking echoes on her door, startling her. We are closed now, she calls out, slightly annoyed. The door creaks open and a familiar voice says, That is me, Tilda. It is Happy, smiling warmly in the doorway. Here to pick you up, let us go home. As they walk through the torchlit streets, Happy explains. Grandpa told me to come bring you back. He smiles brightly. He said to definitely bring you for the celebration dinner. Winnie's eyes go wide with surprise. A celebration? She asks what happened, and Happy beams, exclaiming, So there really was good news back then. He explains it all. The king recognized me as a free citizen and appointed me a knight apprentice. Winnie is absolutely floored. That is an unbelievably incredible rise. No wonder Grandpa wanted me to come quickly. She looks at him earnestly, her heart swelling. What should I do? I want to do something for you too. Happy just laughs, his eyes closed in joy. I like seeing you happy more than anything. A soft, sweet smile touches Winnie's lips. Grandma must have been very happy too. Yes, she was extremely happy, Happy confirms. She said from now on, only good things will happen. A warm, quiet moment passes between them in the gentle glow of the evening. Happy looks at her, his expression protective. Winnie, do not overdo it anymore. I will always protect you from now on. Winnie looks toward him, her heart filled with a feeling she cannot quite name. He walks just ahead of her, his torch lighting their path through the darkness. She reaches out and gently places a hand on his back. He looks back at her, a silent, soft question in his eyes. Winnie leans in slightly. Thank you, this is the first time I have ever had expectations for anything in my life. He listens intently, his eyes wide and focused completely on her words. As they continue walking, he asks, By the way, are you taking your medicine well? Yes, she says, I am feeling better. The night sky over the village seems to smile down on them. They arrive at a bustling celebration where an old man waves them over. Winnie, are you here? Winnie looks toward the voice, her expression a little uncertain as she takes in the scene. Winnie stares at the huge party, asking her grandpa what on earth is going on. He just grins and says, It is a feast. A young man walks up to two elders, cheekily asking one, Hey old man, are not you overdoing it? Then politely greets the other. The young man shakes hands with an elder as someone congratulates him on joining the knights. Thank you, he says with a smile. Winnie, still completely lost, asks her grandpa, Was not this just a family meal? How many people did you invite? Her grandpa cheerfully admits he invited the entire village, butchers, blacksmiths, everyone to celebrate their grandson. Where did you get the money for all this? Winnie asks, totally bewildered. Her grandpa just smiles. I spent all the reward money. Winnie's face is a picture of pure shock as she mouths the words. What reward money? The young knight apprentice, Happy, kindly explains to her. I received it when I was appointed. Suddenly, two men lift the grandpa onto their shoulders, cheering. Then it is all Happy's money. The old man just loves the taste of it. A man, red-faced with excitement, shouts for the elder to give a toast to the crowd. The grandfather holds his drink high, letting out a booming, hearty laugh that fills the night air. As everyone raises their mugs, he roars. To Happy, who will become a kingdom knight, cheers. Happy claps his hands together, a huge smile on his face, absolutely loving the celebration. He shakes hands with a well-wisher while Winnie watches from the side, lost in her own thoughts. Winnie sits with her grandpa, sighing. Why? He looks at her, ready to explain everything. He tells her that even though Happy is free, the label of slave will never truly disappear. It will follow him like a shadow, and many people in the kingdom will look down on him and curse him for it. So, he says with fierce loyalty, this feast is to make people remember Happy is our family, cursing him means cursing us. In a flashback, he explains they organized this to show Happy how much they care, just as he showed them. When he looks at her grandpa with a soft, understanding smile, "You should have just said so from the beginning," she continues. Most importantly, we need to let Happy feel what it means to live together as an old man listens intently, and it is working perfectly. Happy is seen laughing, surrounded by smiling villagers completely at home. When he watches the scene, her chin resting on her hand, a gentle and caring look in her eyes. Suddenly, a man named William calls out to Happy, who turns in surprise, his eyes wide. Happy beams, pointing excitedly, "William, there is tons of delicious food over there, let us go eat together." But William and another man look stern, but before that, they begin, leaving Happy completely confused. The man in the blue robe faces Happy, a heavy silence hanging between them in the darkness. With his hand on his chest, he apologizes for his past rudeness, admitting he only saw his foolishness after Happy saved his family. Happy listens to the heartfelt apology with a calm, kind, and forgiving expression, saying nothing. Smiles warmly, extending a hand. "It is okay," he says gently. "I never hated you." As the man stands solemnly, a young girl approaches him from behind, ready to offer her own thanks. She holds up a piece of embroidery she made herself. "Brother, this is my gift. Thank you for saving me." Happy accepts the gift with a wide, heartfelt smile, touched by her innocent gesture. "Thank you," an elder calls everyone over. "Let us raise our glasses," and the group gathers around for a toast. But the mood sours as the elder mutters, "After eating all this, I will go dig my own grave." His face twists in bitterness. "Looking at that old man," he seethes, "makes me so sick I cannot live." He then tells the man in blue, "Sagar, if you achieve something great, I will throw you a feast too. You should succeed." The old man gets up, making an excuse. "Oh no, we are out of alcohol. I will go get some more." In the shadows, Sagar clutches a fresh, bloody wound on his shoulder, his face tense and grim. A mysterious hooded figure appears beside him. "Sagar, the date has been set," the figure whispers ominously. The figure's dark message continues. 2 months from now at the Kingdom Knights tournament ceremony, a demonic entity with glowing eyes lurks behind them as the plan is revealed. The king's assassination will be carried out. The scene shifts to the Knights Order tournament, where 2 knights duel before the king on his throne. The grand arena is packed with cheering crowds and soldiers, all watching the duel in the center. From a high angle, the sheer scale of the event is breathtaking, with thousands of spectators in attendance. The narrator explains that every year the top 10 official knights are selected for these matches, and alongside them, the top 10 apprentice knights are also chosen to compete in the tournament. For the apprentices, it is a huge honor to fight against actual knights. The duel is fierce, with wooden training swords clashing as 2 knights fight with all their might. A good performance here is the fastest way for an apprentice to become an official knight. Happy, our apprentice, studies the notice board, wondering what it is all about. An arrogant bully immediately swaggers over to him. "Come here, idiot," he sneers. He gets right in Happy's face, taunting him. "Do you think staring at it will magically teach you how to read?" "Give up," the bully continues. "Our noble house invested the most in this tournament." He brags that his family is hosting everything: the arena, the food, even the prize money. Closing his eyes in smug satisfaction, he declares, "This means it is my stage." He pokes Happy in the chest. "And how unpleasant would it be to have a stinking slave on that stage, huh?" Suddenly, Happy's eyes flash with a dark, intense purple glow, a hidden power stirring within. The bully warns him that all the other noble families feel the same way. "You'd better know your place." He then turns to another trainee. "You beat him like a mouse in your spar, right?" A flashback shows Happy getting pummeled, with a comical drawing of him crying after throwing one punch. The bully scoffs. "He's not even a newborn baby, tusk tusk," completely dismissing him, but Happy just smiles. "I was not going to participate, but now hearing you say that makes me want to." The bully looks back, completely caught off guard by this response. "What?" He lets out a long, irritated sigh, clearly not expecting any resistance. "You will not even get the opportunity," he sneers. "Someone like you will not even qualify for the evaluation." Later, in the training hall, a line of other trainees laugh as they look over at Happy. A man in red hands Happy a notice. "A liberal arts exam has been added to the selection evaluation for the first time." "What is that?" Happy asks. The man explains it is a test of knowledge before the main event. He warns Happy, "I think the host family is trying to completely exclude you from this tournament." The bully then offers a folded paper to a blonde acquaintance. "Hey, here is a gift," the blonde asks. "What is this?" With a wicked grin, the bully reveals the answer sheet for this liberal arts exam. The blonde looks back with a cold, firm expression. "I do not need that," the bully persists. "You are always first place, but get one wrong this time and you will lose it. That would tarnish your family's honor." The blonde remains silent, his eyes narrowing with intense, quiet focus. Annoyed, the bully aggressively rips the answer sheet in half. He then gives a dark, smug grin, thinking he has won. Leaning on the blonde's shoulder, he says, "Let us create a beautiful picture where our allied families share first place." Meanwhile, Happy just laughs. "I really was not going to, but you keep pushing, so now I really want to." The man in red just stares at the ripped paper, a long, somber silence hanging in the air. Happy turns to William with a slight smile. "Then want to try?" he asks, ready for the challenge. The two sit at a table as William explains that with only a week it is almost impossible to catch up. But William's eyes gleam with intelligence. "If the exam is looking down on you, I can probably predict the questions." Happy's face lights up with a wide, innocent grin. "Is that even possible?" William was always first in his class because he was an expert at figuring out what examiners wanted. If we are lucky, William says, we might aim for a passing score, but the possibility is very small. He adds a crucial condition, and even that possibility requires absolute nonstop effort. Happy's wide-eyed gaze shows nothing but pure focus and determination to succeed. A week later, Happy passes the exam. He passed by a single point, thinking, wow, I almost failed. With the tournament a month away, many people were absolutely furious about Happy's success. The host family is in an uproar. How did this happen? He must have cheated, father. One of them yells. Two nobles argue, one shouting, is our son less cultured than a slave? What a ridiculous exam. But those who saw Happy and William studying day and night were simply ashamed of themselves. Now Happy stands before three stern evaluators for a subjective interview. He smiles brightly, explaining his philosophy. In war, the will to protect people should come first. He continues earnestly. The tactics I have discussed are not about destroying life, but tactics for saving life, he concludes, a heroic image appearing behind him. One of the examiners looks deeply moved, completely captivated by Happy's incredible answer. The evaluators confer. You should give him a low score, one says. That is the host's condition. The moved examiner looks down, silent and deeply troubled by the order to sabotage Happy. He bows his head, conflicted. I do not know if this will help, he says to himself. A glowing notification appears on a piece of parchment. Special bonus point +1. He made his choice. The examiner later tells someone, seeing you changed my mind. I hoped you would not participate, but now. He saw that Happy was not just a simple fighter, he was something more. Now I think I understand why Lucustion risked his life to protect you, he reflects. Clenching his fist with resolve, he declares, Happy, I want to see your path. Meanwhile, Happy asks William if he is participating, since as a knight he only needs to do the tournament part. William sighs, with my current skills I just expose my true identity immediately. I do not think I should. Happy looks at him with a challenging glint in his eye. Would you do it if you became strong enough? Nearby, two other trainees sneer. Is that guy really practicing for the evaluation? They watch with envy as William personally coaches Happy, wishing they could learn the hero's swordsmanship. One mocks Happy's form. What a waste of effort. His posture is complete trash. He looks up with a cruel grin. Yeah, come at me with that skill and I will shatter all your limbs. The group laughs. He is embarrassed, so let us leave him to hide in the warehouse like a mouse. But Happy ignores them, excitedly practicing a move. Did you see, William? I am copying you exactly. William, looking exhausted, wonders, that was my posture. I think those guys just insulted both of us. He rubs his forehead, frustrated. It is completely messed up. What I think and how I move are totally different. Happy raises his wooden sword. Then let us spar. I will fight exactly like you and show you what to fix. As you grow, I will match your level, he proposes. Try to defeat me in the next month. William stares in disbelief. Sparring exactly like me? Is that even possible? Happy just smiles, sword in hand. You showed me it was possible, so now it is my turn. Other trainees are just lazing around, glad there is no training today, so comfortable. In the spar, William analyzes Happy's movements. The opponent's gaze and footwork, it is within a predictable range. A rapid, intense exchange of wooden sword strikes explodes between the two fighters. The duel heats up as powerful blows ring out, the sound of wood on wood echoing through the room. William's feet move in a blur, kicking up dust as he dodges and weaves with incredible speed. Happy counters perfectly. Too late, invalid attacks just waste your stamina. William's focus sharpens as he thinks. Dodge, defend, and measure distance all at once. Sweat drips down his face as a realization dawns on him. I think I finally understand. This is a game of moves, he thinks, fighting while predicting every single step. He is ecstatic, realizing, so this is the kind of world Happy was fighting in. A blue aura surrounds him as his vision becomes crystal clear. Now I am finally starting to see. But in his excitement he gets hit, letting out a sharp gasp. A wooden blade swings down towards him, closing in for the final blow. He showed an opening, William thinks frantically. I need to block quickly. His eyes widen as he analyzes the incoming attack. No, this attack is... He realizes the sword's trajectory is short, a feint. Gripping his sword tight, he makes a split-second decision. A counterattack is the right answer. William lands a decisive strike, his wooden blade connecting perfectly with Happy's throat. Happy can only stare back in absolute stunned silence, a single question mark hanging in the air. William looks amused. Ah, so you pretended to slash but were actually thrusting. A close-up shows him breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his face as he gasps for air. A wide, almost unsettling grin spreads across William's face, his eyes shining with focus. Covered in dust and grime, he maintains that same wide, intense smile. His eyes are almost manic, his mouth hanging open in an exaggerated, dark grin. Still covered in dirt, he smiles broadly and announces, 313th victory. As his opponent dissolves into dust, Happy's voice echoes. Congratulations, William. William stands battle-worn but fiercely determined, gripping his sword. His inner monologue reveals the truth. I won by a paper-thin margin again this time. For a month, William has remade himself countless times, pushing himself to the absolute limit. But what was even more surprising was Happy's incredible, almost supernatural ability. Happy had perfectly copied every single one of William's mistakes, habits, and even his strategies. How is something like this even possible? William wonders, nursing an injured shoulder. Happy crouches down, smiling kindly. William, let us end early today and rest for the tournament. William simply looks at his partner and agrees. Yeah, but the commander tells him, William, you cannot participate, you will observe from beside me. The tournament is now meaningless. Just sit next to me beside the king, the commander says. William thinks, I was going to tell you after the tournament. The commander explains, if you dueled with knights, your skills would be exposed immediately. William looks down, a somber and worried expression on his face, remaining silent. He clenches his fist in frustration. A month of training was never enough to face real knights, but William looks up with determination. Still, I want to take the tournament evaluation. He confesses, I will be insufficient whenever I start. I want to begin by acknowledging that. The commander is troubled. I thought you were rational, but you are unexpectedly stubborn. Standing under a bright beam of light, the commander lets out a long, weary sigh. The next day arrives under a clear blue sky, signaling the start of the event. It is the day of the evaluation tournament, and the grounds are buzzing with soldiers and participants. The sponsor leans over to a judge. Please judge fairly. Do not give my son extra points just because we are sponsoring. Oh, the irony. The first evaluation tournament is about to begin on the central sparring platform. The first matchup is displayed, the legendary hero William versus the Knights Orders Rank 2. The soldiers whisper amongst themselves, thinking it is just a simple rule explanation match, but still excited to see it. The commander instructs the Rank 2 knight. Go easy on him, and the knight looks back, confused. William has never even held a sword, the commander lies. His enthusiasm far exceeds his skills. End it quickly, he orders, before any suspicions can grow about him. The knight looks serious and focused, replying, yes, understood. He thinks to himself that if he defeats these exile clowns, he will finally get the recognition he deserves. The fight begins with a sudden, forceful strike before the signal, catching everyone off guard. The judge steps in. Excuse me, you should start when I shout begin. William, looking comically nervous, bows deeply and apologizes profusely to the knight. The spectators mock him. While what not to do 101, another whispers. Good acting too. But the knight is sweating, a troubled and pensive look on his face. Something is very wrong. He sees a ghostly projection of William's face in the air, leaving him utterly confused. The commander's eyes widen in shock, a single drop of sweat on his forehead. He never expected this. The official raises the flag and yells, begin, and the match officially starts. A flashback to William's vow, I will become someone who breaks neither pen nor sword. As their swords clash, the commander is startled. He never expected those words to be realized so quickly. William's footwork is a blur, his movements swift and aggressive across the sandy ground. The audience watches in disbelief. What was that just now? Only Happy knew what was coming. In a flashback to their training, Happy perfectly mirrored William's every move. The more he imitated William's flawed style, the more he accidentally created a swordsmanship close to perfection. Happy smirks, remembering William's unique swordsmanship. His expression turns intense as he admits, honestly, it was hard to keep up at the end. Back in the fight, the commander observes, he is not necessarily fast. As their swords lock, he continues his analysis. Nor is he particularly strong. The knuckles on their hands are white with strain, a testament to the raw intensity of their struggle. But William's true strength is revealed, outstanding judgment and precise finishing moves. A powerful strike lands with a deafening crack, sending a shockwave through the air. The commander realizes, he demonstrates top-level decision-making at every single moment. At first, it looks like ordinary swordsmanship, but then in an instant he bites down. It is so seasoned you can feel years of experience behind it. The crowd watches in awe. It is absolutely neck and neck. Is this really just a rules explanation match? The commander notes a slight weakness in William's stance. He could finish this in one move if he really wanted to. He watches the two warriors, his gaze sharp, analyzing every single move. But a closer look reveals William's hands are trembling, gripping the sword with strained effort. Their wooden swords clash, and William is visibly confused by his opponent's soft response. He stares, locking blades, a silent question hanging in the air, and then he understands. He is holding back. I knew at the moment he looked at the captain. His hands shake with frustration. Even if I am not good enough, I wanted him to fight for real. His opponent roars, finally ready to unleash his full power, but just as he lunges, William abruptly raises a hand. I forfeit. The opponent freezes mid-strike, completely baffled. What? The match is over, just like that. The rules explanation match concludes, and the crowd offers polite applause. The fighters salute, and someone in the crowd mutters, oh, so you can just forfeit, good to know. But as he walks away, William's hand is still clenched around the hilt, shaking violently. The trembling is not from fear or anger, it is pure physical strain. He looks down, defeated. This is my fault, I was too weak to bring out his best. The commander is impressed. He fought way better than I expected. What has he been doing for the last month? He muses, still he stopped at the right time. He is a pretty good actor too. William tells his superior. Continuing would have been too much, sir. The commander looks on, puzzled, and then the truth is revealed. William's leg is shaking uncontrollably from a hidden injury. His inner thoughts explain the forfeit. From the start, he was targeting my ankle, dragging me into a high-speed fight. He kept forcing me to plant my left foot, straining the ankle until I had to stop. Later, the injured man sits with a friend, admitting his defeat. I lost, he explains. He had plenty of chances to finish me. If he was not going easy, he would have won. He ponders the strategy. Maybe William was actually baiting me into a strong attack. A new guy with messy hair chimes in with a smug grin, exactly, to counter and do max damage with his limited power. The other two just stare, first confused, then shocked by this random guy's perfect analysis. The long-haired man explodes. Hey, you lame bastard, what do you know? Stop acting like you're some kind of expert. But the messy-haired guy just keeps smiling cheerfully, completely unfazed by the outburst. The long-haired man feels a weird fondness for this guy even though he is super annoying. He is so irritating, but his harmless face makes it impossible to yell at him. He grumbles to himself, Tusk, acting like he is William's favorite disciple or something. The messy-haired guy observes him, thinking, this guy's lucky, most knights just give you chores, not one-on-one training. The long-haired man sighs, if it were not for you I might have passed the exam, or if my family had more power. The messy-haired guy's eyes light up. Then do you want to train too? William needs sparring partners. The long-haired man is completely stunned. What, you mean Sir William? He is instantly embarrassed, his inner self screaming, mind your manners, you idiot. He looks at his hand thinking, well, if they are letting someone like you join, the standards must be pretty low. Suddenly, another person pops up, pointing excitedly. Hey, then let me join too. Then another one appears, shouting, no, I will do it. The situation is escalating quickly, and then a swarm of bizarre jelly creatures surrounds them, all cheering, can we join too? Everyone is left speechless. One man loses it completely, screaming, shut up. Do I have to talk to a lowly servant to get training from William? A crowd gathers around the training grounds, murmuring as the confrontation gets heated. The messy-haired guy smirks. Well, look at this, were not you all just bad-mouthing me a minute ago? Sometime later, after 33 evaluations, 2 new fighters stand in the arena, trumpets blare, announcing the start of the next official match with a grand fanfare. A confident man raises his hand to the sound. Ahaha, thank you, it is my turn now. His opponent just stares, a sweat drop on his face, thinking, trumpets, really? In the stands, some rich-looking men in red comment. He already acts like a knight, we poured a fortune into raising him. The confident man addresses the other trainees. Shall we begin by getting rid of what does not belong here first? He points 2 fingers, his voice dripping with contempt. Step up, livestock. A gray-haired man in the crowd glares, thinking, how utterly rude. The rich men chuckle. He cannot tolerate filth, raised just right, chivalry plus 1 point. In the arena, an official stands between the 2 combatants, flags raised, ready to begin the duel. The arrogant man licks his lips. Damn, I am already salivating, thinking about how I am gonna take you apart. Someone turns to the gray-haired man. Hey, Finn. Finn looks back, confused. The man asks, when you fought that guy before, did you really beat him like a rat? Finn explodes, his eyes wide with panic. Why are you asking me that? The man replies calmly, I just happened to see your match back then. Finn sweats caught, his inner voice screams, I refuse to admit it, you piece of trash. As he remembers the incident, back in the arena, the fight begins and an observer notes, there was something strange about him. I felt like he was holding back. He asks the guy who fought him, did you notice anything different? The guy snaps, not a damn thing, stop asking. The observer persists, so do you think you could beat him if you fought again? The man just stammers, completely speechless at the question. He has a terrifying vision of a dark, grinning demonic figure surrounded by flames. The observer muses. Every time I see him, I get this weird discomfort. It is like he is in a different world. Another person scoffs. I do not get it, he just looks dumb to me. The messy-haired man, Happy, just grins in the arena. Well, we will find out with this match. In a flashback, William sits with Happy in a storage room. Happy, you should only use swordsmanship in this tournament. I felt it during our first spar. No matter how good you are, they will not acknowledge it if it is not proper swordsmanship. The crowd is shown, their faces filled with judgment and anger. William continues, so show them something they have to acknowledge, show them domination from the very start. Plus, the liberal arts exam was actually a great opportunity for you. The perception that you are a slave, the attitude that looks down on you, you can crush all of it right now. William looks at him with complete confidence. I will tell you for certain, this is a stage made just for you. Back in the present, Happy's opponent smirks. So you paid attention in lessons, your stance is decent, haha, he adds condescendingly, but that is about it. In the stands, his rich father cheers him on. Here, son, the path is open, 1 million bonus points ready. Happy readies his glowing sword, basic swordsmanship technique. His opponent looks confused. The next second, the red-haired fighter is reeling backward, completely shocked by the sudden attack. Happy, smiling wide, executes a simple downward thrust, leaving his opponent scrambling to parry. The opponent grimaces, letting out a sharp cry as he struggles under the immense pressure of the basic move. He swings back with a desperate, furious yell, trying to regain some momentum. Their swords lock, Happy still smiling while his opponent grits his teeth, straining to hold his ground. The red-haired fighter keeps swinging wildly, but Happy's defense is unshakable. A small explosion of dust erupts as their blades meet with incredible force and they separate for a moment. The red-haired fighter looks up at the sky, a dazed and confused expression on his face. A single drop of blood trickles down his forehead. He has been hit, but he does not even know how. The match pauses. Happy stands there smiling while his opponent looks on, bleeding and bewildered. The judges in the crowd nod approvingly. Heart, head, perfect score, full marks. 2 observers are stunned. What, is it already over? That was so clean. The fighter's face contorts in rage as he finally realizes he was completely outplayed, but the referee, sweating nervously, holds up a yellow flag and shouts, continue. Everyone is confused. An observer watches in horror. What, that bastard, no way, he is rigging the match. The referee panics internally. I took a bribe, I was promised a lifetime salary. Somehow I have to keep the match going so he can win by decision. I did not see the hit. He whispers to the injured fighter, just graze him and you will win with bonus points. Hang in there. Fueled by a new desperate anger, the fighter raises his sword. I was careless. I will show you properly now. A young man in the crowd watches, disturbed. Are they really continuing like this? The warrior thinks. This bastard only knows one trick. William taught me how to counter this. He remembers the lesson, just dodge the thrust easily, then slash, it is over. But the thrust comes again, brutal and swift, and he is hit once more. Damn bastard. The crowd is impressed. Wow, he is good. He does not seem like an apprentice at all. The warrior shouts desperately. The swordsmanship I am about to show you has not even appeared yet. Watch carefully. And he is immediately struck again with another painful thud, a brutal impact as the wooden sword pierces his armor. Another strike lands, pinning him down with a loud thud. He's being dismantled. Happy actually stops the assault. Stop, your belt came loose. Fix it and we will start over. The warrior is completely bewildered. What is happening? This is pure humiliation, he realizes. The difference in basic skills is too great. He is dominating me with just thrusts. An observer notes. Happy's skills are beyond expectations. Anyone can see it as a perfect victory. The warrior stammers, his mind breaking. No, this is not no. Happy looks down at him with a calm expression. Get up, friend. The warrior can only think one thing. Why is not he finishing it? He is a bloody mess. By the scoring rules, he should be considered a corpse by now. A dark shadow falls over Happy's eyes, his expression turning cold and ominous. He taunts his broken opponent. I heard you are one of the top apprentice knights. He leans in, his voice dripping with mockery. But no matter how I look at it, you are bottom tier. The warrior, utterly humiliated, can only muster a weak retort. What is wrong with you? An observer recalls telling Happy. Your natural fighting spirit and confidence are incredible. That spirit works wonders in a fight. It makes your opponents give up before they even try. Even when they could easily win, he had said, as Happy stood in the ring with a terrifyingly wide smile. The defeated opponent realizes the truth. He said the same thing to me. Was he going easy on me too? He screams in pure rage. Shut up, what do you know? And lunges forward to attack. Happy effortlessly blocks the desperate strike, his expression never changing. The opponent flinches, completely stunned by the solid, unmoving defense. A dark aura surrounds Happy. But now even that fighting spirit is broken. The man screams again, swinging wildly. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Happy deflects the blow with a glowing burst of energy, completely overpowering him. And with a final decisive counter, he shatters his opponent's wooden sword into pieces. A blue-eyed observer watches, his mind forming a single cold word. Broken, he thinks. Timing, stance, impact. I was preparing everything from the moment you provoked me. The opponent just stands there, panting, staring at the shattered hilt in his hand. The broken tip of the sword falls silently to the dirt. It is over. Happy smiles calmly. I will take you on in a fist fight too if you want. The judge finally calls it. Happy wins. The opponent collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. Elsewhere, a man, probably the rich father, spits out his drink in absolute shock. The defeated warrior lies on the ground, weeping, his pride completely shattered. Happy addresses the entire arena. Do not treat me like a slave from now on. It only lowers yourself in our knight order. In a flashback, William scolds Happy. Is not winning enough? Happy asks. No, just winning is not enough. William explains. I am making them realize your strength contains the responsibility and will of a knight. Happy listens, a small, contemplative smile on his face as he understands the lesson. Back in the present, the crowd begins to stir, one by one. They begin to clap, acknowledging not just his strength but his character. Happy beams, his face lit up with a wide, joyful smile. He is finally being seen. William watches from the side, smiling warmly and giving him a proud thumbs up, but the moment is interrupted as a hand shoots up from the crowd. I request the next duel. Happy turns toward the commotion, a look of confusion on his face. The blonde man, Finn, raises his hand. I want to duel with Happy too. My opponent forfeited. An older commander sighs in exhaustion. This evaluation tournament is complete chaos. He blames the host who cursed everyone out and then just left. He blames the bribed judges sweating nervously with their flags. He blames the apprentices who ignore rank and just shout for what they want. He looks at the unfolding scene thinking, has everyone gone completely crazy? He grips the railing, wanting to overturn the whole thing and start with proper education. But he looks at the crowd, at Happy and the new challenger. But everyone here must feel the same way. The eyes of the spectators are all fixated on the arena. The match, one more time, we want to see it. The judge, seeing no other choice, stands between the two fighters and gives the command, proceed. The blonde challenger, Finn, tells Happy, that last guy was just hot air. He was not even good enough to measure your abilities. He looks at Happy with intense focus. So let us have a proper duel, me and you. He readies his wooden sword. Come at me with your full force. An observer is bewildered. Did he always have this side to him? He seems like a different person. The duel begins, and Happy's performance is now becoming an inspiration to everyone in the crowd. Finn grips his sword, his knuckles white with tension as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward with a swift, powerful blow that leaves Happy visibly startled. The duel intensifies, their swords clashing in a blur of motion. Happy grins at the sudden aggression. The blades meet in a sharp, circular arc, the impact echoing through the arena. A close-up shows the immense force being exerted as the two wooden swords collide. They move in a whirlwind of dust and strikes, with Finn pressing a relentless attack. An observer is amazed. Definitely different. His movements are so clean, this is not apprentice level. He continues to watch. Is this what a tower built on solid foundations looks like? The fight becomes a high-speed exchange, Finn spinning to deliver a powerful blow. Finn analyzes his opponent's technique, from defense to attack, really clean skills. A confident smirk plays on his lips. I acknowledge it, this is not an ordinary level. He corners Happy against a wall, but you can tell it was learned hastily. My side is much more solid. He pins Happy, declaring, and I will not go easy on you. Happy's response is a display of perfect swordsmanship with no flaws to be found. Finn is momentarily stunned, a question mark appearing in his mind as he sees it. He has a dark vision. The Night Order is just a crumbling wall hiding shadowy monsters with glowing eyes. Finn is on the ground, dazed, poking his sword with a stick. Someone asks, "Hey, are you okay?" He hallucinates, seeing a severed head on the ground next to a sword. He panics, clutching his neck. His head was cut off. Happy leans over him, smiling cheerfully. Just kidding, he just fainted for a moment. Finn is left terrified and utterly confused, sweating profusely. Happy explains what really happened. You definitely dropped your sword after. In a flashback, Happy drives his sword downward, but not with the blade. He struck Finn's neck with the handle, a completely unexpected move. He tells Finn, you can believe it is perfect. All your movements were flawless. Happy smiles. The only problem was always using the same predictable swordsmanship. All your stances are identical. You only repeat the same moves you all know. But losing your head always comes from unexpected moves you have never experienced. Finn sits dejected. I feel like everything I have built up has been denied and collapsed. A voice tells him it did not collapse, it broke the mold. Look at the bigger picture. Finn looks up, his eyes wide with shock and a dawning realization. He sees a vision of a vast, blood-stained wall littered with skulls and weapons, the brutal reality of knighthood. Later, Happy tells William, sorry, I fought my own way. William reassures him, it is okay, you showed enough. Happy then gestures off screen. Oh, and I found your sparring partners too. William is confused. It is a massive crowd of those weird ghost-like creatures, all eager to train. William is horrified. But the good news arrives on an official scroll. Happy is confirmed to participate in the tournament ceremony. A man in red bows to an armored figure, a cryptic little smirk playing on his lips. The armored man glares down, his expression completely unreadable, radiating pure suspicion. His gaze is fixed, cold, and calculating, like he already knows this whole meeting is a sham. Meanwhile, elsewhere in town, a man decides, I should buy some meat to feed him. As the tournament approaches, a young girl frantically wonders what to wear to cheer for her hero, but her family says, brother is not in the tournament. Not him, she insists. I am talking about brother Happy, I have to go cheer for him. But in a misty graveyard, a man with dark skin inspects a mysterious strip of cloth he just found. The message is crystal clear, the date approaches. Sharpen your blade and prepare for the day of assassination. Then an old man with a shovel wanders in asking, what you got there? Sending our guy into a panic. Oh this, he says, trying to play it cool, just some cloth scraps I dug up while working. Totally believable. He quickly changes the subject, asking the old man, by the way, master, what brings you here? The old man looks down, his voice low. It is nothing much, really. He then pulls out a spider-shaped amulet, offering it to the very curious and very much an assassin young man. When you spend more time with the dead, the old man explains, sometimes they bother you, this will protect you. He hands over the charm, calling it a reward for working so hard in this creepy place. The assassin fastens it around his neck, saying, thank you, master, this seems like exactly what I need. Oh, the irony, the old man chuckles. What you really need is a salary, but you get that by working, so let us go. At the same time, in a foggy forest, a knight in full armor is busy reading a tiny, secret note. His red eyes narrow as a desperate shout echoes through the trees, brother knight. Another armored figure crashes through the woods, screaming, it is an assassin's attack, you have to warn the kingdom. The red-eyed knight just stares back, his glowing eyes hauntingly blank from behind his helmet. The bruised messenger screams in his face, what are you just staring at? Hurry up and go. But the knight only watches as a swift strike slices a tree in half, showering them in wood and blood. A tight close-up on those glowing red eyes reveals absolutely nothing. He's just enjoying the show. A woman stands over a fallen body, her sword dripping. The exile clowns have fallen, she says calmly. Bruised but determined, she walks through the mist, declaring, and now I go alone to behead the king. We flash back 50 days to the leader of those clowns being defeated and captured by a dark figure. He sits in a dark prison cell, chained and reflecting on his spectacular failure. The scene is grim. He is chained high in a torchlit dungeon with a knight standing guard. This knight looms over him, demanding to know who threw a royal into the arena. The prisoner, beaten and bloody, gasps out a single name, Lucastian. In response, the knight delivers a swift, brutal strike with a wooden club, not the answer he wanted, apparently. It was not that noble, the knight says coldly, standing over the prisoner. He explains how the case was officially closed. Some poor sap confessed to fake crimes and was executed. But we, the knight continues, are still after the real culprit. The prisoner looks up, confused. Who is we? The king ended the case. Who are you to keep digging? The knight's grip on his weapon tightens, dark red energy crackling around his hand. The captive grunts in pain, asking, you can tell I am not from the Night Order, cannot you? Leaning in close, the knight reveals the truth. We had a plan to wipe out the royal family, but you touched them first and ruined it. He laments how their actions nearly exposed his secret group, forcing guards to search the kingdom frantically. If we had not found a royal corpse to steer the investigation, an old man says, we would have been finished. The armored knight warns the captive, one more ruckus and our assassination plan collapses too. The prisoner, looking completely wrecked, asks, so? Assassins are hiding all over this place. He sighs, a weary look on his face. Even without me, this kingdom was already rotting from the inside. The knight offers a deal. Tell us the truth and we will give you the glory you wanted. Who hunted the royal? But the captive, chained and battered, remains completely silent. Finally, he breaks. Kalina, she did it. The knight is taken aback. The prisoner explains, she's not really one of us. She was an outsider who just wanted to kill the king. In a flashback, a woman with intense eyes and dark hair demands, let me join, should I call you boss? So they gave her castle intel and she immediately went and snatched a royal family member. She dragged him into the sewers, ripped out all his hair and sold him to the arena like livestock. The poor royal cried, I am royalty. But the arena crowd just laughed, go dig up your pedigree in a pigsty. And there is Kalina, sitting in a crowded room, eating meat with the most sinister smile you have ever seen. Back in the present, the knight is baffled. Why is she targeting the royals? Revenge, a contract, where is she from? The captive just shakes his head. She never told us a thing. Another flashback, Kalina holds a knife to a royal's throat. Why need a reason to slit a pig's throat? You do it when you're hungry. And now we are back to the forest, where the knight finally confronts this chaotic woman. He leans in. We should have tracked you down sooner, and here you are causing trouble again. Kalina just stares at him, her eyes wide with genuine confusion. Who are you? Do I know you? A close-up on her eyes shows pure bewilderment. She has absolutely no idea who this guy is. This mystery warrior carries strange, curved blades tucked into his red sash, definitely not standard issue. He moves with incredible speed, swinging his blades in a deadly blurred arc. But Kalina easily parries his attack, shattering his weapons with a single, powerful blow. She picks up a broken fragment. That is not knight issue gear, she notes, her face smeared with soot. A smirk spreads across her face as her purple eyes gleam. Not a knight, huh? The helmeted warrior suddenly finds himself ensnared in barbed wire chains wrapped tightly around his head. Kalina leaps into action, the chains swirling around her as she strikes, declaring, definitely not. Her expression is cold and focused. Let us see the flesh beneath that armor. The warrior's eye widens in shock, realizing he has been completely and utterly outmatched. The fight is a blur of motion, a high-speed struggle where she easily disarms and overwhelms him. She stands over him, blade at his throat, and asks, what is with that face? He is revealed to have a scarred, mask-like face. He calmly asks, is self-harm your hobby? She keeps the blade steady. You are no knight, are you? He just stares back in silence. I am from a group that shares your goal, she tells him. He is surprised. Another group hunting royals, he tries to warn her. If you keep causing scenes, wiping out the royals becomes impossible. Security will just get tighter. Kalina just smirks, her purple eyes practically glowing, and you think you can pull it off. The king's assassination has been planned for ages, he says, and it is about to happen as long as you do not mess it up. She eyes him warily, still not convinced. Hard to trust you. So she raises her sword and makes a demand. Then let me join the plot, do that and I will stay quiet. My old ship is sinking, she says, so when a new one comes I board it. Simple as that, right? The scarred man tells her, that is for our cult leader to decide. Follow me, she cautiously asks. Cult leader. He drags her into a dark, torchlit cavern where a large hand grabs her face. A man with long hair, the cult leader, looms over her. Fear not, he commands. I acknowledge you and accept you. A close-up on her throat shows her swallowing hard. The vibe here is definitely 100% creepy. The cult leader gestures to the kneeling, bloodied woman. Go, he commands. Go to my son, he continues, and become a true servant. Kalina is utterly bewildered. A speech bubble with just son hangs over her head. And who is this mysterious son? It is Sagar, the gravedigger, just casually drinking from a canteen. He spits out his water in surprise as Kalina asks, you are the son? He is like, I am just a laborer here for a few days' pay. She leans in close, making him super uncomfortable. I will be sticking around until tournament day, she informs him, and that day is fast approaching. Only 3 days are left until the big event. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting room, the shadows of several figures gather. They sit around a table, one demanding, we cannot let this ceremony be defiled. Does anyone have any ideas? A furious noble slams his fist on the table, yelling, slaves and commoners in the tournament, this is an insult to all of us. But another points out, the slave is one thing but William is different. The church has sponsored him for his talent. Plus, another adds, he beat the exile clowns, we are alive thanks to him, his family is practically noble now. Then the tone shifts, a man asks slyly, but what if it is all a fake story? He clenches his fists, proposing a plan to crush William completely at the ceremony. The other men are shocked, sweating nervously. What do you mean all of it is fake? One of them exclaims in disbelief, all the achievements he has made. The angry noble roars, you are saying it was all done by an unqualified arena slave. Another man cautions him, words carry responsibility, are you absolutely certain about this? The noble smirks. My son knows, he knows about William and he knows about that slave. The room goes quiet as he reveals the slave's name. His name is Happy. From there, the truth starts to unravel. A flashback shows Happy being brutally beaten up. He was just a guy dying from beatings. So how did he suddenly behead 3 mercenaries and wipe out a whole gang? It sounds completely impossible. According to guard testimony, William only put his name on the bounty hunt. He did none of the actual work. Another noble chimes in. My son overheard the captain talking. He has some inside information. The bombshell drops. William has never even held a sword. He is a total beginner. What? Another shouts, so that duel was just staged acting between them. The betrayal is real. One by one, the nobles who had been waiting for their chance began to speak up. Turns out, quite a few people knew the slave. He was apparently pretty famous back in the arena, but after he was nearly executed for the royal's death, everyone kept quiet to avoid getting involved. Then it is certain, one concludes, we do not target the slave, we target the fake hero William, the slave will fall with him. But one raises a valid point, how he's a knight apprentice now, this could be seen as insulting the king. The lead conspirator puts a hand on his shoulder. We'll stage a fake kidnapping on tournament day. The fake exile clowns I have hired will demand a duel with William holding nobles hostage. The plan is set, and we'll all cheer for William, he shouts, forcing him to show everyone what he can do. It is a perfect trap. If he does not step up, he is a coward. If he does, he is in big trouble. The nobles are all in. With our lives at stake, the knight order has to comply. Let's do it. But far from these dark plots, Happy and a young girl are cheering. Let us go. Happy leaps into a tree, shaking it with so much force that the ground trembles. A shower of chestnut burrs and green leaves rains down from the sky. The two of them sit in the grass, happily gathering the fallen chestnuts into a basket. They toss the spiky burrs into a crackling fire. The chestnuts begin to roast, glowing brightly in the campfire. Happy crushes the hot shells with his boots, revealing the delicious nuts inside. Steam rises from the freshly roasted chestnuts, ready to be eaten. They sit together, their cheeks full, happily munching away. A woman sitting with them smiles. Thanks for helping me gather herbs, she says. The girl looks up. You are welcome. I really just wanted to play with brother Happy. The woman rests her chin on her hand, thinking, you two find even falling leaves fun. They play under a canopy of falling leaves, laughing and enjoying the simple moment. A man calls for the girl Ellie to come home. She waves goodbye. Bye, Happy. The woman also decides to head back, leaving Happy by the fire. As Ellie leaves, she shouts back, I will dress up pretty and come cheer for you tomorrow. Now alone, Happy and the woman sit by the fire, poking the embers. Tomorrow's the tournament, she says. How are you feeling? He replies, good, I am happy everyone's coming to watch. They share a warm, smiling glance, a moment of pure peace, but she has to ask, is not being in the Knight Order hard? This is not what you wanted. You have lived your whole life fighting unwanted battles, she continues. And the Knight Order is just more of that. Your pain is healed and your reasons to fight are gone, she says, but things just keep flowing this way. But Happy just smiles brightly. It is very different from the arena, he says. He pokes a log with a stick. In the arena, people kept dying even when I did not want them to. Even people who hated me would leave with unknowable expressions as if it was all meaningless. But here, he says, his voice full of hope, everyone stays, we have a future where we can all change. That is why I like it, he finishes, looking up at her. She smiles, relieved. I was worried, but it seems okay. The Knight Order will not have big, deadly fights. Wars ended with our parents' generation, she says. Peace has lasted for 20 years. They stand up on the hill and she shouts, now let us go. Grandma bought meat. Happy cheers. Wow, the next day it is tournament day. Carriages and soldiers gather in a field. A mysterious traveler arrives at their house and knocks on the door. An elderly, cloaked man stands in the doorway. I have come to deliver a letter from the late Lord Lucastian. The man then asks, there is a slave named Happy here, right? The woman is shocked. Lucastian, you mean Happy's master, the arena owner. The man explains he has traveled a long way to find Happy, who was sold from a slave market. Happy is not a slave anymore, she interrupts. He is a knight apprentice. I can deliver it to him. But the man refuses. No, I was ordered to have only Happy read it. I must meet him personally. And with that, the cloaked man simply turns and walks away, leaving them stunned. 1 hour until the tournament. The arena is already packed with people eager to see the hero, William. In the royal box, the king asks where his children are. An attendant assures him they will be there soon. A captain tells a nervous young man, just keep a good posture, you will be fine. That silent, armored knight with the glowing red eyes stands watch over the soldiers. A line of young men in simple tunics, including Happy, stand ready. In the stands, Ellie beams, waving and shouting. Brother Happy. An older couple laughs and waves, yelling, looking good down there. But the conspiring noble and his son look absolutely grim, their expressions dark. Hidden in the trees, Kalina and Sagar watch the grounds. About to start, one asks. The fake kidnappers have their noble hostage, who helpfully informs them the other hostages are at a fake hideout. A hooded figure on horseback confirms. So they are at the tournament, not the Knight Order. The plan is in motion. The massive castle towers loom over the distant arena, a silent witness to the coming chaos. A man looks out a window at the arena, speaking to a sleeping prince. The tournament is about to begin, Tilda. Suddenly, a close-up of an eye widening in absolute horror. A red-cloaked man stands over a gruesome crime scene, his knife bloody, a victim slumped against a sofa. He makes a swift motion, a blur of red, finishing his violent act. The killer stands over the body, holding a ring. The real tournament is about to begin. Elsewhere, Kalina remarks to Sagar, so you have been following me since William was getting beaten by mercenaries. I always wondered why someone like you attacked me at that farm, she says, staring intensely. She glances at their hostage. By the way, that guy became a knight, Sagar explains. He climbed up with fake achievements, that is why the nobles are pulling this stunt. Kalina leans against a tree, completely unfazed. Of course they would, he was not that kind of person. Sagar looks troubled. Honestly, I thought I'd have to kill William back then, but he just left. She gives him a sharp, knowing smile. And why do you think that is? Your past actions were ruthless, he retorts, and William was too involved to be unrelated. Kalina just shrugs, her demeanor cold and dismissive. It is my style. Sagar just stares, completely baffled by her simple, psychopathic answer. She smirks, gesturing toward William in the distance. My preference, a scared puppy. He recoils as she reaches for him, her words making no sense. Preference. She moves past him. Now it is time to work, he protests. Where are you going? We are guarding the escape route. His face is a mask of pure shock as he realizes what she is about to do. In a blur of motion, Kalina ruthlessly tackles one of the fake kidnappers to the ground. Sagar watches in horror, screaming, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" She ignores him, pinning her victim. The mercenaries are about to cause a disturbance. I need to kill them all. He reminds her, our goal is royal assassination. Do not act outside our objectives. She turns her gaze on him, completely unfazed. You are not one to talk since you tried to kill me. Besides, she says, staring him down, you are the one who does not understand the objective. You think your only goal is royal assassination, she asks. Why plant squads all over the territory for that? A montage of locations flashes by, all under her sinister gaze, implying a much wider scope. And why, she asks, standing near the fortress walls. Assassinate in broad daylight where everyone can see. Her expression turns menacing as she delivers the chilling truth. This is not assassination, it is slaughter. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes issues a terrifying command, kill as many as possible. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man is warned by his companion. Do not make wild assumptions. A hooded figure confronts him, mocking. Were you just a naive child who followed daddy's will? They reveal a stolen document explaining, this is an order I snatched from your colleague. As he examines it, they ask the chilling question, did your order also have the words day of slaughter? The man's eyes widen, his face a mask of heavy, unspoken dread. The hooded figure smirks, already knowing the answer. It probably did not. They reveal the devastating truth. I think your daddy is deceiving you, planning to devour this kingdom. His mind made up, the man turns away with grim resolve, stating, I'm going. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, the blade sliding free with a sharp metallic ring. A group of cloaked figures marches onward, one urging, let us hurry, it is about to start. Another, sword drawn, nervously asks their captive, we just need to finish William right. They reassure the man with bound hands. Just deal with William and disappear, we will handle the rest. One of the hooded figures grips a hidden weapon, repeating the name. William, the one leading the captive, smiles darkly, ushering him along with a cheerful, let us hurry and go Tilda. Meanwhile, in the stands, a nobleman suddenly doubles over in agony. My stomach hurts so much, he groans, wondering if the food he ate had gone bad. An armored knight spots the commotion from above and signals. This way. The knight approaches, offering to escort the nobleman to a portable toilet. Sweating and breathing heavily, the nobleman wonders if the cook used spoiled ingredients. The nervous man is led by the knight, remarking, they set it up quite far away. The knight, with a single glowing red eye, replies, would not a place no one can see be more suitable? Suddenly, an iron chain yanks the man backward, a shadowy figure looming right behind him. He is violently jerked to the ground, gasping in shock as the knight simply watches. The poor fool is dragged across the grass and into the bushes without a sound. The knight watches as a loud announcement erupts from the arena. Exile clowns have come for revenge. A dramatic voice echoes across the stands, demanding, William, come down. Cloaked figures hold nobles hostage, shouting for William to duel them or the nobles die. A bruised man kneels, gasping, it is true, all the nobles are trapped in a cave. A man in red robes points, urging, Knight William, please step forward heroically. William and his companion look on, their faces etched with deep concern and suspicion. The hostage beside William starts crying pathetically. Please spare me. One of the kidnappers has to yell at him. You do not be scared, hero. A noble in the stands watches the terrible performance with pure disgust, muttering, the acting. Acting worse than trash, he scoffs as the kidnappers themselves look utterly baffled. William sees right through it. I can tell at a glance it is the noble's scheme. A family in the crowd watches, completely confused. Must be a tournament event, the wife says. William's companion tells him no need to go down, his majesty will handle it. The king, a shadowy figure on his throne, demands, who dared to scheme such a prank? The guilty nobles in the stands begin to sweat, staring at their laps in terrified silence. A hooded figure sighs in frustration, thinking, I came following William. She raises a blade over the bound man, shouting, stupid bastards, as he wonders what went wrong. In a flash of steel, the man's fingers are cleanly severed, hanging in the air for a moment. He can only stare in absolute horror and confusion, question marks popping over his head. The arena is filled with a blood-curdling scream as the man pleads. Release this. The woman, her blade dripping, sneers. Does this still look like a joke, you pigs? A young man with dark hair watches the scene unfold, his expression stoic and alert. Three hooded figures stand silently, the one in the center wearing a chilling, tiny smirk. The woman's eyes glow with malice as she declares, the slaughter feast will begin soon anyway. The true plan is revealed, kill the royals first, then begin the day of slaughter. A flashback shows the young man tormented by nightmares every single night. In his dreams, the heads the woman cut off belonged to his own family. He saw himself sitting on the floor, surrounded by their bloody, decapitated heads. Her cold words echoed in his mind. When we take revenge, we kill the entire bloodline. Every day he was filled with anxiety, knowing she was still out there. He'd wake up every night to check on his sleeping family, terrified for their safety. Sweat dripping from his face, he decided to focus on what he could actually do. He trained relentlessly, pushing himself past exhaustion, asking, can we do it one more time? Now facing his enemy, he thinks, I'm glad you came to me first instead of my family. An armed man stares him down, delivering a simple, brutal threat, Your Majesty, you will die. The king gazes down musing, as always I must make a choice. His face is tense and burdened as he thinks, hoping this choice is right. A man with intense green eyes watches the arena lost in deep contemplation. He wonders, did William perhaps train expecting this exact moment? He recalls William's stubbornness which he once dismissed as a child's tantrum, but that unbroken stubbornness, he thinks, now seems like the right answer. In the arena, one of the fake clowns grins menacingly at the real hostage, who looks utterly confused. A woman's sharp gaze cuts through the tension, a question mark floating above her head. In a blur of motion, she delivers a swift, powerful strike to a man's face. Her eyes glowing, she warns, "One hand signal and all the kidnapped nobles' heads will fly off." The bound man, now truly terrified, panics. "I'll release this quickly, cancel all the plans." For his troubles, a fist connects squarely with his face with a loud pow. Bloodied and dazed, the man sits on the ground, completely baffled by the situation. A hooded figure looms over him, commanding coldly, "Shut up, do not you see the situation?" Gripping his tunic, they declare with wide, intense eyes. The fake play became real. The figure's voice cracks with panic. "Our lives are on the line now, so you have really been kidnapped." The other hired clowns can only sit there, their faces a mask of utter shock. One thinks, "Things seem to be going more and more wrong," he whispers to his friend. "Hey, why did you bring real exile clowns?" Who replies, "I do not know." A man clutches his mouth in despair, wondering, what the hell is going on? A man in a uniform commands two guards, "You are coming with me to rescue the nobles." He leads them away while a smaller person follows, thinking, is this right? A blonde man puts a hand on a youth named Happy, advising, "Not stepping forward is the right choice." He warns, "If all the nobles die because of you, the responsibility will not end with just you." But Happy grips his sword, his face set with fierce determination, declaring, "I will definitely win." He glances to the side with a sharp, unsettling smirk, his thoughts hidden. An observer notes that while William's skills have improved, here you will not be able to show even half your ability. A flashback shows a brutal past defeat, revealing, "You are already crushed by fear." The woman with the blade smirks, taunting, "I missed the puppy that tucked its tail and trembled." "Are not you too drunk on playing hero?" she asks. Happy retorts, "I will finish you off here." She dismisses him with a laugh, surprised the Night Order could train a mutt so well. Raising her sword with a mocking smile, she asks, "Then shall I play with you a little?" She darts across the arena floor, a blur of motion as she engages him with swift strikes. He narrowly leans back, dodging a powerful high-speed slash from her sword. She leaps through the air, bringing her sword down in a graceful, deadly arc. A blow connects and he grunts in pain, reeling back from the sheer impact. She lunges forward with incredible speed, forcing him into a desperate defensive stance. He panics internally, screaming at himself. Quickly think of the next move and respond. Her cold eyes narrow as she presses her attack. You will not have time to think, though. Their blades clash in a chaotic flurry of sparks and steel, a high-speed dance of death. She whispers a single word, "Below," and he looks down, utterly confused. She immediately follows with a swift strike, the force of the blow sending him stumbling back. "You would have died if I had not told you," she says coldly as he spits blood on the ground. He gasps, his face bloodied and his spirit shaken, utterly disoriented by her power. They face each other on the arena platform, caught in a tense standoff before the massive crowd. Their swords lock again, her gaze piercing and composed while he appears strained. She launches another strike, his face splattered with blood as the fight turns against him. He grips his sword, despair setting in. "None of my moves are working, I am going to die." She tucks her hair back, looking down on him with a mocking smile. Cute, a scared puppy again. Their feet shuffle across the dusty arena floor, the sound of their steps echoing in the silence. She raises her sword high, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "Do not worry, I will not kill you." But as she moves, an onlooker sees the shift, remarking, "Counterattack." Her eyes fix on her target, her mind set on a single action, stab. Suddenly, the man's face twists into a manic, wide-eyed grin, a terrifying surprise. He launches his own counterattack, blood flying as he turns the tide of the battle. His blade drives forward with a forceful thrust, her eyes widening in pure shock. The sword connects, sending her flying backward as blood sprays from the impact. He stands panting, realizing his plan worked. Even the fear was a calculated move. The arena erupts into a wild frenzy, the crowd chanting his name. "William, William." A jagged speech bubble hangs in an empty panel, a cry cut short. The woman looks down in shock, clutching her wound, wondering, how did this happen? William reflects on his strategy, knowing how to exploit an opponent's arrogance. "I know exactly what kind of openings appear in those fights," he had thought. Now he simply stares at his opponent, a silent ellipsis hanging between them. The woman clutches her bleeding hand, muttering dizzily, "Ha, I am dizzy." One of the fake hostages finally cracks, screaming, "Let us go, we just did what the nobles told us." A man in a red robe shouts, "Your Majesty, we must kill them, they broke their promise." The captive screams back, "You said to just mess him up, how the hell were we supposed to do that?" The red-robed noble points accusatorily, shouting, "It is all a frame-up, lies and bullshit." The captive breaks down, confessing through tears, "We did hire them, it was all an act." A royal official watches from a balcony as the crowd's murmuring grows into a chaotic roar. The king, looking utterly puzzled, turns to his side and asks, "What is this?" A knight leans in, warning grimly, "Your Majesty, something's wrong." The king looks out and realizes the royal seating area is completely empty. He jerks up from his throne in alarm, shouting, "When did they all? Where did all the troops in the back go? Where's the commander?" he demands. A knight replies, "He gathered troops and went to find the kidnapped nobles." Go find him immediately, the king orders, a bad feeling washing over him. A single white bird flutters away, leaving the chaotic scene behind. The dove soars high above a fog-drenched forest, a hidden castle visible in the distance. Its golden-brown eye reflects the sky, its gaze sharp and focused on the ground below. From the bird's perspective, a lone armored figure stands at the mouth of a dark, ominous cave. The armored knight, the commander, looks up towards the sky, spear in hand. A soldier calls out to him as he stands at the threshold of the cavernous opening. The soldier reacts with shock, for inside the cave are the bodies of their fallen comrades. The commander, his face wounded and dirty, stares blankly, muttering, "What is this?" His face splattered with blood, he realizes. This is not exile clown's doing, another force is hiding. His subordinate asks, "Where did those bastards go?" "They ran away," the commander replies urgently. "We need to return and warn of the danger." But it is too late. Shadowy figures descend from the trees, ambushing the knights. Back in the arena, the wounded woman looks at the bloodied commander and speaks his name, William. She warns him with a grim expression. "The real danger is closer than you think. Everyone here will soon die." William, scarred and bleeding, can only look at her in utter confusion. "I only tried to get you out of here," she explains, sweating in pain, "because I liked you." He listens intently, his brow furrowed as he asks, "There are more remnants?" She replies with a cold, unsettling smile. "No, the exile clowns have fallen for sure." A sliver of cloudy sky above a dark horizon signals a terrifying shift in the story. A shadow so massive has been cast that all this commotion seems trivial by comparison. A lone, empty speech bubble hangs in the air, filled with unspoken dread. Someone in the arena asks, "What does that mean?" A soldier grips their sword as a voice proclaims, "The day of slaughter has begun." A knight in white armor confronts the commander, questioning his orders. Without warning, the commander strikes him down with his polearm. The knight's armor is pierced in a brutal, fatal blow. A somber realization dawns on someone's face: the king will die. The commander's polearm strikes the king, whose face contorts in shock. The king collapses, his crown tilting as his body hits the ground. The faces of onlookers flash by, all realizing the truth, and then everyone else will die. Total chaos erupts as spectators turn on each other, the stands becoming a bloodbath. A man in red armor screams, "Bring weapons." As he realizes all the guards are gone, a man is stabbed from behind while someone screams for help nearby. Another person is brutally killed in the stands as an onlooker watches in frozen shock. A man's eyes go wide with horror as he screams a name, "Finn." A voice commands, "Stay alert and watch everyone, traitors are mixed in." A knight tries to help an old man and a young woman evacuate the chaos, but the young woman suddenly lunges forward, stabbing the knight who tried to save her. Holding a bloodied knife, she looks on with a cold, hollow expression. A new world has arrived. Two men stand on a platform, watching the carnage unfold below them. The stands are a scene of despair as a young boy witnesses the massacre with wide, terrified eyes. A figure in brown robes lunges with incredible speed across the arena floor. A fallen figure looks up at him, urging, "You should hurry and go too." A hooded assailant raises a dagger, pinning a smaller person to the ground. The figure from before intervenes, launching a powerful punch at the attacker. He blocks the attacker's blade with his bare hand, saving the person on the ground. In the ensuing chaos, the hooded attacker is struck down by a blade to the chest. An intense battle rages on, soldiers and traitors clashing all around. A soldier rushes to a fallen royal, pleading, "Your Majesty, you must not lose consciousness." A man with gray hair grunts as he is suddenly jerked back by a chain. A spiked chain violently ensnares his arm, pulling him completely off balance. His eye widens in confusion, a single question mark filling his thoughts. He is now fully bound by chains, surrounded by hooded figures and a red-armored warrior. The scarred warrior looms over him, declaring, "The kingdom has already been conquered, except the end." The captured man can only glare back, his jaw set in pure defiance. He looks to the horizon, where dark plumes of smoke rise from a distant castle. He lunges forward again, desperately trying to fight back as more soldiers rush in. He engages in a fierce melee, parrying a sword strike amidst the chaos. Surrounded, he wonders, how could so many traitors have infiltrated without being detected? The scarred warrior responds coldly to his unspoken thought, "Because we are bound by faith." He stands over his fallen foe, explaining, "We always serve him," as the man growls in frustration. A wounded cultist crawls, vowing to stain the land with blood for their master's return. The bearded man collapses, a knight standing over him as the horrifying truth dawns. He reveals he knows their identity, a religious group from the old age of war. They worship a terrifying demon who they believed would end all wars and create a new world order. This being was so powerful, his followers saw his might as the literal will of God. But as empires fell, the demon simply vanished, leaving the world in fear and confusion. Even the exiled knight, our protagonist, believes he was defeated by this very same demon. The bearded man admits he was certain it was the demon the moment he heard an entire knight order was annihilated. Fearing the demon would return, he advised the lone surviving knight to go into exile. But the knight wanted to keep fighting, so the king had to brand him a liar to force him away. It was an easy lie to sell, since the demon's existence was a top-secret truth known only to rulers. The king knew it was a terrible thing to do, but he had to make a choice to save his kingdom. He fortified his castle and purged anyone tied to the demon, creating the safest kingdom in the world. And that, ironically, made his kingdom the perfect sacrifice to summon the demon back. The seeds of chaos that the demon planted had been quietly growing all through the Age of Peace. A man listens, his eyes wide with the sheer weight of this unbelievable revelation. The bearded man clarifies that the so-called Mad King was just a man desperate for peace. The man in the red robe finally understands, they the demon's worshippers were the true evil all along. All the salvation and righteous punishment he carried out was nothing but a lie. He questions if it was all just a grand ritual to summon a demon who might truly rival God. A younger man turns to the bearded figure, his voice cracking. "And father, you hid this from me." A scarred man gives an order to Sagar. "You must go to the castle, the cult leader is waiting." He explains their master wanted Sagar to witness everything, hoping he would finally accept their cause. "Go," the scarred man commands, holding the chains. "We will kill the rest and follow you." Sagar stands in the field, his expression pained, burdened by the terrible weight of the truth. He remains completely still, his head bowed in sorrow as a chaotic battle rages on behind him. Two people approach him, one saying, "I brought Sagar's too," handing him an object. An old man offers him a charm, a reward for enduring, it will protect you from the dead. Suddenly, Sagar is surrounded by the moaning dead in a hellish landscape, all whispering his name. He clutches the skeletal spider charm, his hand trembling as he holds the relic for dear life. The old man gives him a cold ultimatum. "This mission is your initiation, accept everything." Sagar arrives at a massive, foreboding stone castle, the heart of the cult's dark power. He walks alone down a grand, dimly lit hall, his shadow stretching long before him. The cult leader sits on a throne at the top of the stairs, greeting him coldly. "I have been waiting, Sagar." Sagar stands before a heavy door, hesitating, his hand shaking as he prepares to face what is inside. Holding the charm, he asks the leader, "Was this the plan for a true world you always spoke of?" The leader rises, confirming, "That is right, even you coming to me was all part of the plan." Sagar's face twists in absolute shock as he murmurs a single horrified word. "We." He looks up, his expression a mask of betrayal. "We're beings who worship a demon." The cult leader looks down on him with a chilling sneer. "That is right, how does the truth feel?" Sagar, with his eyes closed in pain, admits, "I could not bear to watch the slaughter." "But as always, you will achieve your will," he concedes, shocked by the believer's true power. He tells the leader, "There will be even more from now on, we must prepare for a new world." The leader places a hand on his shoulder, asking, "It is all over, so why are you so afraid?" Sagar grips his amulet tightly. "The dead, they are pounding on that door, trying to break it down." Behind the door, a terrifying horde of shadowy ghouls beats against the wood relentlessly. The leader just watches Sagar, who is hunched over in fear, a tense silence hanging between them. Sagar holds up the amulet, insisting, "This is the only thing blocking the dead." The leader's gaze hardens. "There are no dead, Sagar," he says dismissively. "Destroy it." Sagar trembles, refusing. "I cannot. The dead will drag us away if I do." "You are still so weak," the leader scoffs. "It is just an illusion created by your own fear." With a sudden move, he rips the protective amulet right out of Sagar's trembling hand. "Look at the door again," the leader commands. "All that remains for the dead is silence." A tight shot on Sagar's wide, terrified eye shows he's not so sure about that. He turns to look, and indeed the ornate door stands perfectly still and utterly silent. And then it bursts open with explosive force, a swarm of demonic creatures pouring into the room. Sagar's eyes fill with pure terror as he gasps the two words he dreaded were true, the dead. The monstrous creatures swarm them, their shadowy forms overwhelming the entire hallway in an instant. Sagar throws his arm up to shield his face, bracing for the onslaught of the living nightmare. His eye reflects the unfolding horror, the shocking realization that the leader was dead wrong. In the hall, a scarred chained man stands before Sagar and the leader, who can only question his presence. A close-up reveals the man's face, twisted into a deeply unsettling and almost joyful grin. Sagar and the leader can only react with confusion and alarm, their minds failing to process what they see. The chained man speaks, a haunting smile on his lips. "I did not want to see people dying anymore." He clenches his fists around the chains. "That is why I only fought without killing." Sagar's eyes widen, a shocking realization beginning to dawn on him in that very moment. He flashes back to the arena, to the countless traces of bare-handed fights amidst the bodies. He remembers thinking how none of it made sense, so many were defeated yet so few were actually killed. The same thing happened in the battle where the exile clowns were supposedly wiped out, but there were no deaths in that incident either. It was as if he calculated it, leaving everyone alive. Sagar's mind reels. In a fight where lives are on the line, why on earth would he do that? The chained man's manic smile answers the unspoken question. "I did not want to become a monster." The full weight of his words finally settles upon Sagar, his eyes fixed and unblinking. The chained man confronts them directly, his voice dripping with accusation. "But you killed all of them." His eyes glow with a malicious red light. "Because you are not people, you are monsters." Sagar looks back in horror, his voice barely a whisper. "You killed them all." He realizes now that the cult's believers mixed in at the tournament were the ones who did the killing. And the armed believers on the forest path must have done the same to the soldiers there. He remembers walking right after the commotion started, the path strangely clear of enemies, and the chained man arrived shortly after, meaning he had dealt with everyone on that path alone. "You followed at the same pace as me," Sagar thinks. "How is that even possible?" The man in the red cloak scoffs. "You boast too much. Do you think I will fall for such lies?" The chained man just grins, his wild eyes glowing as he grips his chains, ready for a fight. He winds up his weapon, the links blurring into a whirlwind of deadly motion. With ferocious momentum, he swings the heavy spiked chain straight at his opponent. The cloaked man narrows his eyes, rebuking him. "How insolent of you to steal our weapon." The chain man continues his aggressive assault, his weapon a blur of dark, deadly metal. The weapon we are most trained in, the cloaked man boasts, completely unfazed by the attack. He stands ready with his sword, mocking his opponent's choice. What a foolish child. He expertly parries the chain with his sword, knocking the attacker off balance. The cloaked man strikes back, his blade slicing through the air to disarm his foe. But the attacker, still grinning, snags the man's sword midair with his own chains. He lunges forward, pulling the chains tight and yanking the shocked man off his feet. The attacker weaves his chains around his opponent, creating a deadly web of steel. He completely dominates the space, his chains encircling and trapping his target. The cloaked man struggles to find an opening as the chains whistle through the air, closing in. The attacker swings with wild intensity, maintaining perfect control as he pulls his opponent closer. The cloaked man's eyes widen as he finally realizes the true danger he is in. With a swift, precise motion, the attacker's chains strike true, drawing blood from the man's face. The cloaked man watches in defeat as his own sword clatters uselessly to the ground. The shirtless fighter becomes a whirlwind of motion, spinning the heavy spiked chain with terrifying skill. He plants his feet, stopping the chain's momentum with a savage, confident grin on his face. His opponent's eyes are filled with disbelief. Skilled, he thinks, impossibly skilled. Blood dripping down his cheek, the older warrior asks, "How can you handle our weapon so well? What are you?" The fighter just gives a cold, unsettling smile. "Nothing changes by telling you." His lips curve into a menacing smirk as he utters a single chilling command, "Fight." The older warrior's eyes suddenly turn completely black, gripped by a terrifying religious intensity. He has a vision kneeling on a blood-red battlefield before the fighter's silhouette, vowing to serve him. The fighter's face becomes a grotesque, nightmarish grin, his eyes glowing red with monstrous power. Snapping back to reality, the warrior stares, shaken to his very core by what he just saw. He recognizes the feeling, overwhelming awe, sacred fear. The same feeling he had for his lord. His mind screams in denial. No, that cannot be. His entire faith begins to fracture. He thinks of the long years he has waited, weakened by the lack of a worthy opponent. In a final, desperate act of devotion, he raises his sword and cries, "I shall worship with blood." He strikes, but the fighter easily catches the blade with the spiked chain, stopping him cold. The warrior grips his sword, but the chain holds it fast, the metal straining under the force. He pulls with all his might, gritting his teeth, but he cannot break the fighter's hold. The fighter leans back, effortlessly anchoring himself against the warrior's futile struggle. The warrior pants, confused by his opponent's bizarre tactic. "What are you trying to do?" The fighter stares down at him, his expression cold and unimpressed. "You will be the one getting dragged around." A terrified eye reflects a flash of light, a moment of pure shock and sensory overload. The two fighters clash, the man in red lunging while the chained man twists low to evade. Montage of their duel shows a rapid exchange of blows, culminating in the fighter getting struck. Their blades clash in a chaotic, high-intensity flurry, sparks flying with every desperate strike. Two sword tips emerge from the darkness, pointing directly at the viewer with lethal intent. The man in red stands over the injured fighter, a silent moment of assessment passing between them. "We have gotten closer," he observes, as an onlooker notes the chain wrapped tighter around the fighter's body. He feels something is off. The fighter's very form seems to waver and shift like a ghost. Every time the situation changes, every time their eyes meet, the fighter seems to transform. A massive sword looms and the man asks himself, "Why does it feel like I am fighting a different being?" Breathing, posture, gaze, momentum, killing intent, they are all different. It cannot be just one person. From the sidelines, Sagar screams, "It is the dead, father." The dead are mixed in with him. The man in red shouts back, his voice filled with a terrible irony. "There are no dead, Sagar." He looks at the fighter and has a revelation. Just as God exists for those who believe in God, the dead appear for those who believe in the dead, he finishes, understanding the fighter's power. He stares ahead, the full weight of this truth sinking in, leaving him utterly speechless. The fighter explains, "I remember people through fights. It was the only way I could know them." Those memories of every fight and every person came back to haunt him every single day. Even those he killed would visit him in his dreams for endless, nightmarish battles. "It feels like their fights are writhing all over my body," he thinks, his form glowing with their spirits. The man in the red cloak looms over him. "That is why I have never forgotten them for even a moment." He stares directly at the fighter, his voice grave. "And now you too." In a hellish vision, they are both ensnared by chains linked to shadowy figures, are bound with us. The scene shifts to a battlefield where a man in red carries a wounded comrade to safety. The man's face is battered and bloody, but his eyes remain sharp and vigilant. He looks out over the field of bodies, smoke rising from a distant castle. The narration notes that Happy's fighting style was different now, more focused and deadly. He no longer held back, ensuring every enemy he faced was permanently put down. Yet amidst the chaos, he stands alone for a moment, processing the heavy cost of war. While fighting, Happy would search for allies, kicking away an enemy while tossing a blade to a friend. A fallen sword becomes a lifeline as two allies scramble for the weapon he provided. His eyes are cold and focused as he gives a simple command, "Just keep them from approaching." He systematically reduced the enemy's blind spots, gradually turning the tide of the entire battle. With a powerful strike, he clears a path through the enemy lines, his ferocity overwhelming. Then, without a moment's delay, he would run to save the next person in need of help. A battle-hardened ally watches, his expression one of grim, resolute determination. Happy launches a devastating punch against an armored soldier, his raw strength on full display. Surrounded by fallen foes, he asks his allies, "The cult leader is in that castle, right?" He glares at the hooded figures blocking his path. "That is why you are guarding this path, is not it?" With a terrifying feral grin, Happy lunges forward, a blur of motion ready to tear them apart. The chained fighter makes a sudden, unexpected move toward an armored soldier. The soldier can only look down at the fighter, the air thick with the aftermath of violence. From a nearby doorway, a shadowed figure with a single glowing eye watches the scene unfold. The armored soldier pauses amidst the slaughter, wounded and surrounded by chaos. A comrade demands, "Why are you so late? Where are the other troops?" The weary soldier replies with grim news, "They were all taken out by the believers." Just then a shout rings out, "Reinforcements have arrived." It is the castle gate guards. A captain, his face contorted in agony, screams the order for everyone to assemble. A young, bruised soldier grips his sword, ready for what comes next. And now, the counterattack begins. Following their captain, the regrouped soldiers advance toward the castle where Happy is fighting. The tournament grounds are a desolate scene of death with rows of bodies under a stormy sky. A lone survivor tends to the wounded, trying to find anyone still alive amidst the carnage. The long-haired cultist tells Happy it is too late, that the kingdom is already lost and stained with blood. Happy just smiles, bloodied but defiant. Even so, there are people alive, so we keep fighting. He looks his opponent dead in the eye, his grin turning chilling. "You started this fight, so you will finish it. And even if that lord of yours comes," he declares, "I will kill that god just the same." The cultist stands his ground, a tense silence hanging between them as Happy approaches. He notes Happy has no weapon and no armor, stealing his resolve. "I have no reason to retreat." Sparks fly as their weapons clash, the powerful impact echoing through the hall. The man in red draws his blade back, preparing for another strike in their desperate struggle. The two fighters stand poised for combat, the tension in the grand hall about to break. A heavy metal chain is suddenly pulled taut, signaling a violent shift in the fight. The long-haired man is caught, the chain coiling around him. "It got shorter," he gasps. Happy delivers a brutal, crushing blow, sending his opponent flying backward through the air. The bloodied cultist looks on, dazed and confused. "What is this?" he whispers, snarling like an animal. Happy lunges forward with a blade, pressing his relentless assault. The cultist struggles in agony, entangled in the heavy chains that seem to sap his very strength. Happy drives a powerful blow straight into his opponent's face, the impact visceral and bloody. The cultist is sent spinning through the air, completely vulnerable and at Happy's mercy. He hangs limply, defeated and dazed, as his assailant looms over him, the fight all but over. A massive shockwave erupts, sending debris flying and leaving the opponent crumpled on the floor. The victim looks up, eyes wide with trauma, the physical fight now a tense confrontation. In a blur, Happy brandishes a blade, ready to end the engagement with lethal precision. He stands firm, holding dual blades with practiced grace, his expression cold and focused. "Winnie, grandfather, grandmother," Happy begins, "they all liked you, said you were a good neighbor." The victim smiles a chilling, broken smile. "Were you just sizing us up to kill us after all?" Happy looks pained. "No, I protected the farm people when the exile clowns came. I did not want them to die like this," he insists, his face a mask of deep sorrow. He gestures to his opponent. "The farm people are alive. I saved everyone I could. And those people are trying to save others," he concludes, "because they learned to save lives unlike us." The bloodied cult leader scoffs. "That is a lie. Everyone died." He accuses Happy of disrupting Sagar's sacred moment with his pathetic stories. "At first," he admits, his voice raspy, "your strength confused me. I thought a chosen one had arrived. But listening to you talk," he sneers with utter contempt, "you are just a pathetically weak human after all." He turns his gaze to his chained son, calling out his name with finality. "Sagar," the man bows his head dramatically. "Our cult is bound by faith. Even if I die, you will live." Sagar just looks back, completely bewildered by this sudden and unwanted promotion. With a final, desperate roar, the cult leader pulls violently at his chains. Happy's eyes fly wide open in shock as he realizes what is happening. A cloud of green, toxic gas explodes between them with a deafening blast. Surrounded by the fog, Happy clutches his chest, struggling to take a single breath. But then a manic, guttural laugh escapes his lips, a truly unhinged sound. The cult leader sits chained and dying. "You are a talented fighter," he coughs. "But we are both just humans who fall to poison. Let us die together." Both men collapse to the floor, the deadly poison taking its toll on their bodies. Happy gasps from the ground. "The chains you used to bind me have become your poison." The cult leader smashes the ground with a final, powerful strike. His eyes glow as the chains around him shatter into pieces. How is this possible? In a flash of light, the supposedly dying man lunges forward and grabs Happy. He moves with impossible speed, carrying Happy through the thick, green poison. As he drags him away, Happy's voice whispers through the haze. "I told you I saved them." His words trail off, strained and final, saving them. But the memory twists into a haunted vision of his true actions, killing them. The cult leader is surrounded by the ghosts of his victims, realizing, in the end, it all comes back. And so, the cult leader who followed a demon self-destructed with his own poison. With their leader gone, all the believers in the kingdom vanished without a trace. This left a horrifying mess, making it impossible to tell who was a cultist and who was a victim. No one could trust each other, and suspicion poisoned the very air they breathed. And just when a leader was needed most, the king could not withstand his injuries and died. The remaining royal family and even the nobles were mercilessly slaughtered in the chaos. Military, administration, politics, the entire foundation of the kingdom collapsed into nothing. Thus the kingdom fell into its greatest, most terrible dark age. That night, a lone knight directs the sick and the dead towards a safe haven. This is a temporary treatment center, he announces. Please go inside. Inside, a young woman with blonde hair asks the survivors, how much were you exposed to the poison? A man with a bandaged head explains, I held my breath, quickly grabbed only happy and came out. Another man scoffs. You did not even inhale it for long. Is it really that dangerous? The woman stares him down. It is a lethal poison that killed the cult leader. Even a tiny amount is fatal. A survivor looks at her stunned. How do you know so much about it? She simply explains. Grandmother and grandfather know even better than me. You see, Winnie's parents were victims of a religious group from the last war. They accidentally drank from a poison well left behind by those fanatics and suffered terribly. The tragedy left an indelible mark on their family, a grief that never truly faded. That is why we are sensitive to poison, the old man explains, and why we still hate that religious group. The bandaged man looks troubled. Then Happy, who is completely exposed to that poison, is somehow completely fine, happily grinding up medicine in a mortar. How is that possible? He even forces medicine down a patient's throat, cheerfully commanding, take your medicine. But when Happy arrived, it was not just about the medicine's effects. It seemed his body was already fighting the poison as if he'd experienced it before. The captain confronts him directly. Happy, were you poisoned like this back in the arena? Happy just gives him a wide, vacant smile. I do not know, it just hurt so much. The captain and his subordinate exchange a tense, suspicious glance. Something is not right here. The subordinate pulls his captain aside, whispering, Captain, a moment please. The two men walk away from the others for a private, urgent conversation. What is it? The captain asks, his face grim and serious. The subordinate holds up a scroll found on a corpse. These are the belongings from that body. The captain takes the scroll, his expression darkening. So what is this? It is a will, the subordinate reveals. That Lucastion left for Happy. The captain is stunned. As he examines the document, his subordinate confirms his worst fears. Your hunch was right, Captain. The will speaks of a knight who survived a massacre and became an exile clown, and a fanatical religious group that stained the kingdom with blood. And the monster, the demon, the god they all saw and spoke of. The king informed us before dying, the letter reads, that the demon actually exists. The subordinate continues explaining, and if you look at Lucastion's letter that followed, you can see that Happy was a child abandoned by that very same demon. The letter was written by a man named Lucastion, though he called himself Happy. My sick desire, he wrote, was to see the strongest thing. His unhinged eyes stare from the page. And your parents were my ideal. This man, adorned with rings, looked up into the rain with a twisted purpose. So I decided to find your parents again, the ones who sold you and left. Search this area, he had commanded. And I finally found them, the letter continues, a look of epiphany on his face. Or rather, I found out where they are certain to be, but everyone I sent there went missing. Even so, I did not give up. I spent years gathering information about that place. And I learned it is a place all kings try to hide. Why hide this region? The truth dawned on him in an eerie blue shadow, the place where the demon sleeps. That is what the kings of old had called it, a secret pact to contain a nightmare. I do not know why your demon parents abandoned you, he wrote, but it was fate you came to me. I who only forced you to fight will be a painful memory, but this fighting will make you strong. Young Happy could only stare in terror at the scarred man who controlled his life. A large hand cups his face. I do not want you to die at the hands of the demon. The letter concludes with a chilling declaration. Now you are my ideal, Happy. The captain sits alone, reading the final lines. I enclose the location of your parents. May fate be with you. His face grave, the captain turns to his subordinate. Who knows about this? The subordinate looks troubled. If the messenger did not tell anyone else, then it is only you and I, Captain. The secret was safe for now. The captain presses a hand to his face, burdened. I knew he was extraordinary, but this. He recalls Happy's simple smile, offering medicine. I do not know if he will bring disaster or salvation, but holding the letter, his resolve hardens. What is certain is that Happy is on our side. And the cult is still out there, he warns, trying to summon that demon. His mind is made up. We need to inform the allied kings and plan for the future. The subordinate is doubtful. The kings hid the demon. Will they help a demon's child or make us enemies? Then we hide Happy's existence, the captain decides. We will request help to eliminate the cult. They will not want the demon back either. As the sun sets on a lonely house, he knows one thing for sure. It will be a long journey. Sometime later, a man laughs, congratulating a friend. Congratulations on joining the knights. It is Happy, smiling warmly by a bonfire. I am still just an apprentice, Tilda, he says modestly. A friendly farm owner joins them. Congratulations to you too, let us get along, Tilda. Happy rallies the group, laughing. When I say to Happy, you shout cheers. Wooden mugs are raised to the sky in a triumphant toast. To Happy, Tilda. Happy's face is a picture of pure, unadulterated joy, his eyes bright with excitement. But the celebration fades, replaced by a sun-scorched cemetery filled with countless graves. Happy stands with an old man, shovel in hand, surprised. Has it already been 2 weeks? The narrator observes the grim reality. You have been digging without a single day's rest. The graveyard stretches on endlessly, a testament to the sheer scale of the tragedy. The old man sighs, because too many people died, we should have buried them communally. He looks at Happy with a strange respect. But you buried every single person. Happy looks down, his expression heavy. Because I remember them all. He turns to Winnie, his voice soft. They are people who remain as memories, not fights. His words hit Winnie with the force of a physical blow, her eyes wide with realization. Her expression twists in sudden internal tension as if confronting a shocking truth. Tears well up in her eyes, her mouth parted in profound heartbreak and disbelief. The old man walks away, leaving Winnie standing in the doorway watching him go. Inside, she buries her head in her hands. The old man approaches. Are you okay? She looks up, distraught. I cannot believe Mr. Sagar was a cult member. Tell me about it, the old man replies. I never imagined he was the cult leader's son. Still, he muses. Happy said he tried to save you. Maybe he did not have a choice. Winnie's face hardens. Even so, he is just a fanatic who ended up killing everyone. The old man falls silent, looking down at a large wooden tub covered by a sheet, but from a crack in the floorboards an eye is watching and a voice whispers, I will be going now. In the dark crawlspace below, a figure listens to the heavy thumping from above. An eye peers out from the shadows, waiting, listening in tense silence. Something shifts in the darkness, a slow, eerie sliding sound from the pitch-black space. Dark hair-like tendrils drift across the gloom. What in the world is that? A shadowy figure looms over Sagar. The cult is now yours. Their assassination orders are yours to command. But Sagar just sits there, defeated. The figure taunts him. Why are you doing nothing? I do not have the confidence, Sagar whispers, to live with this kind of heart. The shadow is unimpressed by his crisis of conscience. You are still weak. Suddenly, a floorboard is slammed open from below with a loud crash. A woman emerges coughing. Damn, what were you storing down there? The stench almost killed me. The old man shushes her. Be quiet, you fool. She just rolls her eyes. They are gone. What is the problem? He shakes his head. Tusk, I saved you because I believe Sagar is not a bad person. The woman cuts him off, still in her hidey hole. And what about me? The old man glares. Who the hell are you? If not for Sagar, you'd be in a grave. Now that you are healed, get out of here, he urges. If you stay, you will get caught, she scoffs. Caught? The whole kingdom's screwed. Who's got time to chase one criminal? Her expression darkens. This kingdom is finished. Labeled fanatics land, you will be hanged wherever you go. The old man panics. Hey, if you stay here, I will die. We are all gonna die. The woman ignores him, turning to Sagar. You are part of the cult. What is their plan? Are not you the leader now? Sagar shakes his head. I am not interested. The cult moves on its own according to its faith. She stares at him, suspicious. What faith? His face is shadowed as he delivers the cult's grim prophecy, God will save us. But then his resolve shatters and he whispers a single despairing word, no, the demon will return and annihilate the profane, he reveals. This was the truth my father hid from me. The woman's eyes gleam with a chilling, tactical idea. If a demon can kill everyone, should not we get on its side? We have worshipped it for 20 years, she reasons. And if we are on its side, we can decide who to save. The old man is outraged, grabbing her head. What nonsense is this? She calmly replies. This is my survival method. Through it all, Sagar remains silent, his pale eyes staring forward, lost in heavy thought. Elsewhere, a family frantically packs their belongings, preparing to abandon their home and flee the doomed land. The bandaged man from the farm tries to convince his father. We must leave before it is too late. This kingdom is doomed. But something has shifted within him. A deep internal struggle is written on his face. He looks at his father, his voice firm. Father, I will stay. His father can only ask. What? I saw people trying to rise from the ruins, he explains. I will not leave them. I have decided to join the expedition as a knight. His father's face is a mask of worry and profound sadness, his heart breaking for his son. He closes his eyes in silent, painful acceptance of his son's noble and likely fatal choice. Meanwhile, Happy is chopping wood when the captain approaches. Expedition. Happy asks, surprised. The captain explains gravely. It is an expedition to inform allied nations of our situation and request help. The plan is to split into two groups, taking different routes to cover more ground. Only the most trusted and combat-proven will go, he declares. We cannot risk taking too many. A heavy rain begins to fall, washing over an abandoned axe, a symbol of the peaceful life left behind. Inside, the leaders debate. If it is the knight's decision, we should send Happy. Winnie's family is worried. The journey will take a month. Why take Happy, who's not even a knight yet? 2 days later, the kingdom is quiet, a picturesque village under a grand castle, unaware of the journey to come. A single spear stands tall, flying a red banner. The kingdom's blood is not dry, but they must go. The captain addresses the small group. His Majesty has departed, but his will remains with us. Among us, he says, his eyes scanning the faces, are those who lost family and seek revenge. He gestures to another, and those who want to walk a new path. His gaze lands on Happy, who is just smiling warmly, completely oblivious, and those who must leave loved ones behind. The captain's face is grim. Each has their own reasons, but remember this, he points to the castle. We are the kingdom's last flag of hope. In a quiet room, Winnie rests her head on a table, overcome with sadness. Her grandmother approaches. Winnie, you go too. Winnie looks up, confused. William's family asked you to stay with them, she explains. Go and protect Happy, he is still a child. Winnie looks at her grandmother, a silent, difficult decision weighing on her mind. A small bag of lavender flowers is tossed through the air against a bright blue sky. It lands in the expedition's cart right in front of a surprised Happy. A moment later, a figure leaps into the moving cart with a heavy thud. It is Winnie, and she lands right on top of him. Get used to it, a knight laughs. Horses take time. Winnie leans in close, a finger to her lips. SHH, she whispers to Happy, I am going too, and so the small party rides out across the vast, rolling green landscape. Happy remembers his past. When I first came out of the arena, the world was so big. Now, watching the horizon from the cart, he muses. But that huge world becomes a dot and disappears. He stares at his own hand in wonder, asking the universe, how big is the world? Winnie, resting nearby, answers thoughtfully, well, you probably cannot see it all in one lifetime. Happy stares at the endless forest, completely amazed. Woo, there is no end to it. Winnie just looks back at him with a small knowing smirk. As twilight falls, the captain calls a halt. Let us prepare to camp here before the sun sets, he gives his orders. Hermod, you have first watch, so rest now. Then he turns to the rest of the group. Anyone confident in cooking? A hand shoots into the air. I will do it, Winnie declares enthusiastically. I am confident. The captain gives her a long, hard stare before grudgingly agreeing. All right, then you can. But a moment later, the entire group is just staring at her, completely bewildered. Winnie just smiles brightly, totally pleased with herself for volunteering. The captain looks like he is about to have an aneurysm. Why? He asks through gritted teeth. Are you here? She taps her temple smartly. It is better to have at least one healer on an expedition, Tilda. The captain closes his eyes, trying to maintain his composure. No, you cannot. Winnie feigns shock. Oh my, do not you remember I saved you and William? Without me there would not even be an expedition. He is still trying to shut it down. Still, you cannot to go back. But he realizes the tactical nightmare. It would take 2 full days to go back and return. We cannot send her alone. Another knight steps in. I think it is fine for her to join us, Captain. She led the way during the tournament incident, he argues. She has the qualifications and ability to join. The captain falls silent, defeated, as Winnie just smiles and gets to work. The group settles into the clearing, setting up a fire and preparing for the night. Winnie is already directing Happy on how to assemble a cooking structure. This one's right, she points. The knights get to work, one asking if he's gathered enough water for the camp. Another diligently sharpens a piece of wood against a rock, preparing for the night. The knights are impressed, thinking how quickly their new companions are adapting to the wild. As darkness falls completely, the crescent moon hangs in the starry sky. Over the crackling fire, a pot of delicious stew begins to bubble and boil. Winnie watches the pot with satisfaction, humming a tune while thinking it is cooking perfectly. He recalls that the captain and William are still out scouting the surrounding area. He makes a mental note to save a portion for Knight Hermod, who is resting nearby. With everyone else occupied, Winnie thinks it is just him and Happy left by the fire. When do we eat? Happy asks. Winnie pats his head gently, suggesting they all eat together when the others return. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoes through the otherwise quiet night. Winnie and Happy look up, startled, as the sound grows closer. A lone rider emerges from the darkness, a bearded man with a stoic expression. He steadily approaches their camp, his horse trotting across the grassy clearing. Winnie watches the man approach, assuming he is just a simple traveler passing by. The rider gives a polite, subtle nod, tilting his hat as he rides past. He continues on his way, the sound of his horse's hooves fading into the distance. Happy watches him go, thinking it is not unusual for people to travel off the main road. The crescent moon continues its silent watch over the forest. In another part of the woods, a bandit leader showers his men with jewels and gold. I found more things to rob, he declares, telling them to gather the loot while he rides ahead. One of his men eagerly agrees, holding up a bag of treasure. Got it, boss. The bandits whisper among themselves about how much prey there is lately, eager to finish their work. Meanwhile, 2 knights finish their scouting, believing the area to be safe for the night. As they plan to return to camp, they stumble upon the grim sight of 2 bloodied bodies. Back at a different camp, several figures are sound asleep around a dying fire. The man on watch slurps loudly from a wooden bowl, enjoying his meal. Phew, this is incredibly delicious, he sighs, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Hidden in the nearby bushes, a group of hooded men watch him, waiting for the perfect moment. Only one person on watch, their leader sneers. If we strike at once, it is over. Suddenly, one of the sleeping figures gets up, startling the man on watch. Why did you get up? The hidden bandits freeze. What, did he spot us? Their leader whispers in alarm, but the young man just smiles innocently and announces, I am going to pee. All right, go ahead, the watchman says, and the young man wanders off into the darkness. His footsteps echo softly as he walks away from the fire's light. At the same time, the bandits begin to creep stealthily toward the now distracted camp. Hiding behind a rock, they see the young man heading their way. He must have caught us, one hisses. The young man stops right by their hiding spot, thinking this big rock is the perfect place. The bandits decide to take out this troublesome one first since he is alone and unarmed. I will strike first, their leader commands, readying his axe for a swift, silent kill. The hooded figure walks calmly into the darkness, directly toward the hidden ambushers. The bald bandit lunges out, swinging his axe in a deadly arc aimed at the young man's head. But with blinding speed, the young man intercepts the attack with a powerful kick, sending the axe flying. The other bandits swarm in with their clubs, only to be met by a completely unfazed opponent. He moves like a blur, unleashing a flurry of strikes that take them down one by one. Their clumsy swings are useless as he effortlessly dodges every single attack. One terrified bandit drops his weapon and runs for his life, with the protagonist watching in confusion. The sound of his frantic footsteps is the only thing breaking the sudden silence. He glances back over his shoulder, his face a mask of pure terror and disbelief. Another powerful kick sends the last standing bandit flying through the air with a sickening crunch. In mere seconds, the fight is over. Who are you guys? The bald bandit whimpers. He cowers on the ground, begging for his life. Please spare me, I am sorry. The young man steps closer, looking down at him with a curious expression. Are you guys believers? The bandit is utterly bewildered. What? We are just bandits. Please just let me live. The young man's face turns serious as he processes this new information. He pulls out a familiar patterned yellow bag, holding it up for the bandit to see. This is the bag of the person we saw earlier, he thinks. Was that person also attacked? He recalls the stoic rider from before, his mind racing to connect the dots. Looking closer at the bag, his eyes widen as he spots a dark, ominous stain. Blood stain, a sinister aura surrounds him, his eyes glowing. Was that person targeting us? Back at camp, the captain stands up abruptly. What happened? Was someone there? Happy appears, dragging two terrified men behind him. I thought we should hear what they have to say. The group interrogates the captured bandits, demanding to know what is going on. The men confess that several bandit gangs have gathered and taken over the entire road ahead. A map reveals the terrifying truth. The area is carved into territories, a free-for-all for loot. Their boss, the strongest of them all, claimed the front spot, controlling the main path. The captain covers his face in despair. So the entire road has become a bandit's den. A knight explains that the increasing number of refugees has likely caused this surge in banditry. Another worries, does that mean rumors about our kingdom's chaos have already spread? The captain realizes the 2 weeks they spent reorganizing was more than enough time for news to travel. Their options are grim, a detour would also have bandits, and a direct fight is impossible. When he looks distressed, then what do we do? There is no way through. Happy, ever the strategist, proposes a wild idea. How about we disguise ourselves as bandits? He suggests they can use the power balance between the gangs to their advantage. The plan is to pretend they are a looting party returning from the front. By moving along the territorial boundaries, other gangs would assume they are rivals and leave them alone. And since they'd be coming from the strongest gang's territory, others would be too scared to challenge them. But the captain sees a fatal flaw. They know nothing about the bandits. One conversation could expose them. The captive confirms his fears. That is right, only real bandits know information between gangs. A heavy silence falls over the group as they contemplate their incredibly risky, perhaps suicidal plan. The two captive bandits, now their reluctant guides, look utterly lost and confused. They point out the territories of the Black Pine Gang, the Swamp Monsters, and the Ashenland Bandits. Happy and Winnie, now masked, seem a bit too excited. How about it, scared? Winnie teases. One of the captives pleads with his bald captor. You will spare us when this is over, right? The knight stares back coldly. We are knights, we keep our promises. The captive falls silent, seemingly reassured by the knight's honor. He then whispers to his friend, do not worry, the boss will come rescue us any minute now. Elsewhere, that very same boss examines the loot his men left behind. They did not run off with it. He muses that the campers who took them out seemed like nobodies. Something felt off. One of his underlings asks if they should investigate further. Do not waste time, the boss scoffs. Grab the loot. If they are not back by noon, they are dead. He smiles cruelly, thinking they were worthless trash anyway. He was looking for a way to get rid of them. With no intention of saving anyone, he simply orders his men to pack up and head back to the kingdom. Back with our heroes, the bound captives sit by the fire, exhausted but still hopeful. Today is the day, one insists. The boss will come, you guys get ready. A guard approaches, offering them a bowl of food. First, eat. The two captives stare at the meal, their eyes wide with hunger and amazement. They are so captivated by the food that drool begins to escape their lips. One of them reaches out, gratefully accepting the bowl. Thanks, the guard watches them eat. It is our last meal, he says ominously, so eat well. As they prepare to move out, William stands beside Happy, a smirk on his face. Happy sighs, looking at their captives. They look kind of pitiful. They do not seem like bad guys. William cuts him off. These are the guys who tried to smash your head with an axe. Do not trust them. Happy flushes with embarrassment. Oh, right, he stammers, remembering the attack, and so their bizarre procession begins its journey into bandit territory. On the third day, the two captives, still bound, walk nervously behind the wagon. The boss must have taken a different path, one whispers to the other, trying to keep hope alive. A knight reminds them of their deal. Get us there quickly and we let you live. He places a hand on the captive's head. We want to live too, we will show each other through actions. 3 hours later, the group continues down the winding path deeper into the forest. Happy strikes up a conversation. Why does not your boss travel with you? The captive explains they do not have citizenship, but the boss promised to get it for them if they looted hard. Happy just hums thoughtfully, a suspicious glint in his eye. This story stinks. Suddenly, the sound of rustling in the underbrush catches their attention. Happy's eyes dart to the side, his senses instantly on high alert. The frantic sound of running grows louder, coming from the dense woods. The lead knights stop, confused by the sudden commotion. The ground itself seems to vibrate as multiple figures charge toward them at high speed. 2 men burst from the trees, screaming as they swing their axes at the guards. A horse rears in panic, its terrified neigh echoing as the ambush begins. The lead knight's face is a mask of pure shock, completely caught off guard. They are completely surrounded, the path blocked by a new gang of armed bandits. An axe thuds into the ground. Ah geez, what is this? A gruff voice asks. A muscular man in a horned helmet steps forward. More colleagues, huh? Which gang are you from? The captain remains silent, his face grim as he assesses the new, deadly threat. He remembers their planning session, who would be their spokesperson if they ran into bandits. The captive had volunteered. "Leave it to me," he'd said. "There is a way bandits talk to each other." The captain had placed a firm hand on his shoulder, putting their lives in this man's hands. The captive had looked back, confused for a moment by the sudden responsibility. Then a smile of understanding had crossed his face. He knew exactly what to do. Raising his bound hands, he gives the new bandits the middle finger and screams, "Go suck dick and get lost, you vermin." He truly believed this was the secret code. The boss always said this, he thought. They will tremble and move aside. As the bandit leader swings his axe, Happy just grins. "Draw your sword, William." The battlefield erupts into chaos as the two groups instantly clash. The bandit leader looms over the captive. "You know who we are, I should rip out your entrails." A shield slams into the axe with a deafening clang, stopping the blow just in time. The captain steps in, his eyes cold as ice. "Do you know who we are to be picking a fight?" The bandit leader is taken aback. "And who the hell are you supposed to be, you bastard?" "I know all the big-name crews around here," he shouts, "and I do not recognize a single one of you." The captain, cool as ever, replies with a deadpan expression, "We are a newly formed bandit gang." The boar-hatted bandit just stares, utterly baffled by their audacity. The captive, sweating bullets, tries to de-escalate. "You do not seriously want a gang war, do you?" But the bandit scoffs. "It makes no sense that some newbie gang is swaggering around at the front." The captain stands his ground. "We just want to pass through quietly. This is not your territory, is it?" The bandit's eyes widen. What, are these bastards actually new? He cannot believe their ignorance. He gestures behind him with his thumb. "Our camp is right in front of here, you know." The knights' faces fall as they realize they have walked directly into the enemy's main base. The bandit leader smiles, a cruel, predatory grin. "Fine, let us say you did not know. Leave the wagon, the horses, and the clothes on your backs, then we will let you live." The captain and his men exchange a look. They are trapped with no easy way out. The captain's expression hardens into cold resolve. "All right then, duck," he roars, swinging his club with all his might at the bandit leader's head. The club connects with a sickening bang, sending the bandit reeling from the surprise attack. The captain grits his teeth, putting every ounce of his strength into the blow. He follows through, pressing the attack before the bandit can recover. But the bandit leader just sneers, barely fazed. "Figures you'd have at least this much skill." His eyes glow with malice, barking away without even realizing who the prey is. "You idiots." The captain begins to sweat. These are no ordinary thugs. This could get dangerous. In the wagon, the captives are panicking. "That crew is one of the top 3. We cannot win." When he whirls on them, furious. "Then why did you provoke them, you idiots?" An attacker charges, swinging his axe, but a cloaked figure blocks the blow with a shield. The battle descends into a chaotic brawl as a knight kicks the attacker away. The heroes fight with shocking efficiency, quickly clearing a path through the enemy ranks. They move with practiced coordination, using their shields and weapons in perfect sync. "Form up using the wagons as a wall," the captain commands, shifting to a defensive strategy. A bloodied bandit smirks. He was already angry about the other gangs, now he gets to fight. "Sweep it all up." The bandit leader roars, sending another wave of men at the wagon wall. The knights hold their ground, using their superior position to fend off the attackers. They strike with brutal precision, taking down bandits left and right. William finds himself surrounded, but the bandit leader's order to strike down now is too slow. William moves with incredible speed, narrowly evading a wild axe swing. In a flash, he dispatches all 3 of his attackers, leaving them stunned. A bald knight uses his shield to block a powerful blow from a fur-hooded opponent. The attacker's eyes widen in shock as the knight's counterattack comes faster than he can see. His expression shifts from confidence to pure, unadulterated panic. The knight's sword finds its mark, and the attacker screams as the blade pierces his chest. Another bandit looks on in terror. What is with these guys? Why are they so good at fighting? The attackers begin to fall back in disarray, completely overwhelmed by the knight's skill. One bandit stares at the wagon, a new sense of dread creeping in. What the hell is that now? There is something inside the wagon. Another screams as a figure crawls out from the back. A bandit peers over the side of the cart, trying to see what is hidden in the darkness. He finds the 2 captives huddled inside, holding makeshift weapons and looking utterly confused. Before he can react, a club smashes into his head and he cries out in agony. "Kill the unarmed one first," a bandit shouts, pointing at Happy. "He is the weakest." A weapon swings toward Happy's head in a violent blur of motion. Happy's eyes widen not in fear, but in sheer bewilderment at their terrible strategy. The blow never lands. Instead, a brutal counterattack sends the bandit flying. Happy presses his advantage, his movements a whirlwind of relentless, overwhelming force. Another bandit is sent reeling, a question mark appearing as he fails to comprehend what just happened. A devastating kick connects, shattering the enemy's defense and his confidence. From above, the scene is one of total domination as the heroes dismantle their attackers. A soldier shouts to his captain, "The enemies on Happy's side are wiped out, we should switch to defense." The enemy commander is enraged. "What are you doing?" He bellows at his incompetent men, but the heroes are not stopping. "Hurry and straighten the line," Winnie yells as they push forward. They form up again, but not to defend. "Good, we will hold them here," the captain declares. The group suddenly moves with cheerful urgency, leaving the bandits staring in utter confusion. The realization finally dawns on the enemy commander. Those guys were running away. A veteran bandit tries to rally his men. "Ignore it and focus. Victory is right in front of us." But the commander is furious. "Victory? Did not you hear this is our camp?" he loses his composure completely, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get out here!" And out of the woods steps another problem, a brute in a boar helmet taunting. Now then, which side's life ends today? Behind the captives, a sinister grin spreads across a man's face, his dark aura terrifying the prisoners. The captives scramble away in fear, one whispering, "They are alive, let us hurry and go to the boss." A bald, bearded man gasps for air, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated panic as he flees for his life. But then he stops, his face blank, as the grim reality of his situation finally crashes down on him. They were nothing but property, restrained and moved by their captors, given only a bowl of thin soup. The bald captive looks down, lost in a moment of utter dejection, contemplating his hopeless existence. Holding their wooden bowls, the men look hollow and defeated, their spirits completely crushed by their ordeal. A guard smacks the man across the face, growling with contempt, "If you want to eat, then earn your meal." A rough hand shoves his head down, a brutal display of force to remind him of his place. The captor keeps a firm grip on the man's head, asserting his absolute and cruel dominance over him. An extreme close-up of his eyes shows a vacant, traumatized stare, reflecting the horror he has endured. Standing in the sun, he looks so small and vulnerable, a broken man with nowhere left to turn. He trips hard over a branch, his body crashing violently onto the unforgiving ground. A fellow captive rushes to help him up, urging, "You okay? Let us hurry or we are dead." In a flash of clarity, he hears a voice in his head, "We want to live too, we just have to show it." The captives regroup, their faces a mixture of confusion and a newfound, desperate uncertainty. Bald man looks forward, his expression now firm as he declares, "We have at least got to earn our keep." His companions stare at him in silence, the weight of his words sinking in. What did he have in mind? With grim determination, the captives arm themselves with rocks and branches, ready to fight for their survival. And so this brave, cartoonish mob of men charges forward with sticks and stones, screaming their lungs out. Their eyes are wide with manic energy as one shouts, "There it is, we are here." Thinking they found their target. But their charge is met with a powerful axe to the face, stunning the man into utter confusion. A dark-haired warrior grins with predatory delight, his axe a blur as he effortlessly prepares for the next fool. He follows up with a devastating kick to the gut, leaving his victim bewildered by the sheer speed of the attack. The warrior's axe swings in a lethal arc, tearing through another enemy's torso with brutal efficiency. He showcases his mastery, striking two men at once and sending them flying backward in agony. In a flash, he delivers a high-speed punch, the force of the blow distorting his opponent's face. The impact is explosive, a massive burst of light sending multiple enemies reeling across a blood-red backdrop. Two of the men can only stand frozen in terror, their minds unable to process the devastation they just witnessed. The warrior's face is a mask of intense focus, his hand reaching forward as if grasping victory itself. A final, decisive axe blow cracks against an opponent's face, a brutal end to a one-sided fight. The defeated enemy growls, "As if I'd go down from something like this. My toughness, delusional much." The warrior looms over the last survivors, his intimidating presence making them look small and pathetic. Completely broken, one of the men throws his hands up, screaming through a bruised face, "I surrender." The road is now littered with the bodies of the defeated, a graveyard of their failed ambition. The two men who led the charge can only stare with hollow eyes, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. An armored soldier watches his men tie up the survivors, remarking, "While we take down one, he takes down 10. Two allies observe from a distance, admitting, "We had no choice but to trust Happy's words." And there is Happy, the dark-haired warrior, grinning as he declares, "I will take them all down," the group's unstoppable ace. The now-bound captives stare in disbelief as a blonde woman asks them, "How did you win?" She clenches her fists, yelling, "Were not you running away?" A captive replies, "We came to help, but we did not think you'd win." The blonde protagonist explodes, "This all happened because of you guys." The captive admits they lied about knowing the way. A figure in green rushes forward with an axe, terrifying the captive into begging, "Please spare us, I will answer anything." A captain surveys the scene, reporting grimly, "The wagon is completely wrecked, all the horses ran off too." The leader closes his eyes, thinking to himself with stoic calm, "That is troublesome." Understatement of the year, a voice announces, "This is a bandit camp, we can just loot it, there is plenty of supplies." The stoic, gray-haired leader exchanges a silent, heavy look with his companions, a critical decision hanging in the air. The abandoned campsite is quiet, with sacks of loot piled on a wagon, the spoils of their unexpected victory. The leader stands by a fire, commanding, "Let the horses go and break the remaining weapons." Two companions look at each other with distressed expressions, one clutching a bag of loot, realizing something. This really feels like we have become actual bandits, does not it? The irony is thick enough to cut with a knife. The leader justifies their actions, stating sternly, "The loot is the kingdom's property anyway, so we will put it to good use." A man reflects on their situation, noting Happy's unbelievable combat record made their new path seem possible. The group rallies around their leader, all declaring, "We will all follow Captain Hermode." A new identity is forged, a bold header appears, the strongest Hermode bandit gang departs, so they are just rolling with it now. The newly formed bandit gang travels down the path, wagons and bound captives trailing behind them. The next day arrives under a bright blue sky, marking a new chapter in their bizarre journey. A stern, bearded man confronts one of the original bandits, demanding, "Who did you get stripped by?" The terrified captive stammers out the truth, his face a mask of shock. "We were wiped out by a new bandit gang." The bearded man's eyes narrow with suspicion. "New, what is the name of this bandit gang?" A close-up on another man's scarred eye shows him lost in silent, intense thought. The leader, clad in fur, aggressively grabs the bald man, lifting him into the air. His eyes are wide with disbelief. "Just who are you guys? I have never heard of monsters like that." The bald man declares, "We are the Hermod Bandit Gang," while Hermod himself thinks, "Using my name however they want." "Helmer Bandit Gang, does that mean demons from hell?" one asks. The bald man leans in. "That is right, we are demons." The bearded leader is completely unimpressed, thinking to himself, "Demons my ass, PFF." He leans into his companion, annoyed. "More importantly, those brats took all of our loot." The scarred man confirms it. "Yeah, they might actually be the strongest. We got completely wrecked." With a swift slice, the captives' ropes are cut, freeing them from their bonds. The bearded man smirks, a sinister plan forming. "I will take their heads and claim every last bit of that loot." 7 days later, the so-called Hermod gang approaches the kingdom gates, their long journey nearly at an end. From a watchtower, armored members of the Kingdom Defense Force keep a vigilant watch over the lands. A guard spots the approaching group, yelling down to his captain, "It looks like a bandit group is approaching." The captain climbs the tower, fuming. "Are bandits insane enough to come all the way here, you pathetic lot?" But as he looks out, his face contorts into a bewildered expression, his mind struggling to understand what he sees. The bandit gang emerges from an ominous forest, their leader noting, "Finally, the kingdom." A panicked guard aims his crossbow, shouting, "At a glance they are bandits, just shoot them on sight." The captain slams his hand down, stopping the crossbow. "Enno, wait," he shouts, his voice filled with urgency. "There is another group coming behind them," the guard warns. The captain stares intently, muttering, "Wait, that guy." The Iron Fang bandit boss appears, terrifying his own men. "Why has that monster come all the way here?" The boss and his gang stop before the fortress, creating a tense standoff as the guards watch in confusion. A wounded man explains their failure to the boss. "We were defeated by the Helmer bandit gang." The defeated subordinate cries out in terror. "We were completely wiped out by just one person." Another man screams the name of their supposed defeaters. "Hell," but the boss strikes him down, cutting him off. "Shut up, I already know everything." He observes their direction, noting, "They're heading straight to the kingdom, but that absolutely cannot happen." The Iron Fang gang arrives at the gate, trapping our heroes between two hostile forces. The boss grips his weapon with a smirk. "I almost missed them." The hunt was officially on. A man with a scarred eye explains, "Even though we hurried, there were bandits who followed us after all." The bald man calls out to the boss, who stares back, utterly confused by the scene before him. The boss interrogates them, completely bewildered. "Wait, what? Weren't you guys the couple that was camping?" He squints, trying to piece it together. "You guys were the Helmer bandit gang, and those dwarf brats were supposed to attack us but joined you instead." The situation was getting weirder. The two captives, still bound, desperately try to explain. "No, boss, we were kidnapped." The boss issues a cold warning. "You're not thinking of fighting in front of the guard post, are you?" A close-up on the boss's intense, calculating eyes reveals he is weighing all his deadly options. A man calls up to the tower. "We're the Knight Order from an allied kingdom. We demand passage." The group waits, staring up at the silent guards, their fate hanging in the balance. The dark-haired man grows anxious, whispering to his companion, "Why aren't they saying anything?" A stern-faced knight appears on the rampart, his voice dripping with contempt. "Why are knights carrying plunder like bandits?" He narrows his eyes in suspicion. "And you broke through the bandits' forest with just that many people." An armored man shouts back, "It's a disguise. We have items to prove it and information to explain." But the knight just waves his hand lazily, mocking them. "Too far away, Tilda cannot see or hear you." He leans over the edge with a sneer, taunting, "If you are really knights, you can easily defeat some bandits, right?" With a final mocking wave, he gives a chilling command, "Kill them all first, then we will talk." A worried soldier questions the captain. "If they're really from an allied nation, won't this be a big problem?" Enraged, the captain grabs the soldier, screaming, "Are you questioning this captain's orders right now?" The man in the boar pelt realizes the truth. This is an outpost for incompetent fools who will not listen to reason. He looks up at the wall and shouts, "What did you say, you bastard?" Then thinks, "Can you hear me now?" The boar-clad warrior, the Iron Fang boss, glares up, gripping his axe. "I need to take back my property." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he mutters a single cold word, "First." He points his axe at the heroes, demanding, "Hand over those dwarf brats." A bald dwarf looks back at his kin, warning them, "You guys run away, our boss is a monster, you can never win." But the warrior bellows, "Form ranks," startling a nearby dwarf with his sudden command. A close-up on the warrior's intense, green eyes shows his fierce focus as he repeats the order, "Form ranks." A flashback begins, showing the group moving through a dark, hazy forest surrounded by enemies. The narration explains their ordeal, unreasonable battles fought with insufficient numbers. They move cautiously through the woods, the text continuing, repeated watches and movements. The warrior stands alone in a fog-choked forest, facing endless standoffs with shadowy figures. An exhausted fighter lies face down, the text explaining the final toll and lack of sleep. The expedition team had already hit rock bottom, completely drained of stamina before they even reached the gate. Especially Happy, who had fought the most, was on the absolute verge of collapsing from exhaustion. One of the captives panics, seeing a hero stand his ground. "Why are not you running away?" The warrior draws his sword, his voice steady. "Because we have nowhere left to retreat to." He holds his ground, declaring a knight's oath. "Our knights do not fight with treasures or land at our backs. Only the people we must protect." The words hit the bald man with the force of a physical blow. The warrior proposes a solution. "Let us settle this with a leader's duel." The boss would not back down, would he? But the boss just sneers. "Leader's duel, my ass, you seem to be greatly mistaken about something." He reveals his true intentions with a wicked grin. "From the start, I planned to kill all of you by myself." He swings his massive axe, cutting down one of the dwarves as the bald man watches in paralyzed terror. The boss continues his brutal assault, shouting, "Including all those useless idiots, too." A hand raises in a futile attempt to block the blow, the impact echoing with a sickening thud. He rages about the loot he almost lost, his fury fueling his relentless, bloody rampage. The warrior finally intercepts the axe with his shield, the force of the blow crashing through the air. The bald man lies on the ground, bound and helpless, staring up in shock as the violence unfolds. The warrior rushes to his fallen comrade, asking, "Are you okay? You are bleeding a lot." The bald man panics, trying desperately to stop the bleeding, his hands shaking as he cries out. The wounded man's eyes are wide with shock and pain, his body trembling from the severity of his injury. Looking at his dying brother, the bald man whispers, "I think we are being punished for doing so many bad things." He tries to lift his brother, commanding, "What are you talking about? I got you, now get up." A caption reveals the truth: brother always fought to protect us. The thought continues, a silent, powerful declaration: brother isn't a bandit. The bald man looks up, his expression startled as he realizes a profound truth: brother is our knight. The injured man's face becomes a ghostly mask, his eyes wide and colorless as life fades from him. A sudden, violent spray of blood erupts, signaling a brutal turn in the ongoing struggle. The bandit boss bellows with glee, "This is it. This is what makes a fight worth fighting." His axe crashes against a shield with a resounding clang, his face lost in the pure thrill of combat. But then he pauses, confused by a blur of motion as both fighters exchange wary glances. The boss leaps through the air, axe held high, only to be skillfully blocked in a tense, frozen moment. Suddenly, the bald man clings to the boss's neck, teeth bared, biting down in a feral, desperate attack. The boss strains, glaring at his assailant, shouting, "This insect-like bastard." He slams the handle of his axe into the bald man's face with a sickening crash. Blood sprays as the axe finds its mark, a brutal and decisive strike. The main fight erupts again as axe slams against shield, creating a blinding flash of force. The warrior continues his assault, swinging with all his might, the injured man still clinging to his back. The bald man lies discarded in the grass, his face battered and bloodied, his eyes staring blankly. The boss stands over him, shouting in rage as the injured man on the ground lets out one final distorted scream. From a distance, the hero's companions can only watch the tragic scene, their expressions weary and tense. The man with the scarred face stares from his post, his eyes wide with shock at the horror unfolding below. On the fortress wall, the soldiers look down, their faces grim as they witness the brutal battle. A close-up shows a man's intense eyes peering through a blood-stained mask, taking in every detail. He confronts the boss. "Were not they your comrades? Even if you're a bandit, you should not do that." The leader just scoffs. "Nonsense, those things are just livestock that escaped from a slave market." He grins cruelly, adding, "Livestock that I use roughly and then slaughter, that's what." A large, beast-like figure slowly draws his sword, his patience finally at its end. The beast-like fighter clashes with the leader, their weapons meeting in a bright burst of violent impact. The leader taunts him, suddenly going berserk. "Do you feel some kinship because you are the same livestock?" A tense moment of grinding metal hangs in the air as they prepare for the next exchange. The beast fighter, Happy, lunges forward, shouting, "Not a chance, keep resisting until you die." The dark-haired man watches the fight, his mind racing, analyzing the situation unfolding before him. He observes the battlefield, noting, everyone except the leader has not moved a single step. His blue eyes narrow as he wonders, absolute obedience or confidence in victory. A realization dawns on him, if so, this fight could end by taking down the leader. He questions his own commander's strategy. Did Sir Hermod aim for that from the start? But he worries, everyone's at their limit. Does he have a chance of winning? In a flashback, Sir Hermod instructs a bald man, "Be a shield, William." The scene shifts to the night before, the group resting around a quiet campfire. Hermod advises William, "You learned how to fight from Happy, but that offensive style does not suit your body yet." He warns him, "You lack stamina. If the opponent is stronger, even if you land a fatal wound, you will lose your life. You cannot always fight with life-or-death gambling moves." The lesson continues over a scene of brutal combat. Hermod's voice echoes, "So be a shield, William. Create a strategy board where you can win for certain. Let the shield handle the next attack, and you look one step ahead," he instructs. A hulking adversary crashes against the shield, the impact immense. "Protect your body and stamina." William grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes sharp with strategic focus. He locks his opponent in a tense confrontation, the enemy hesitating, confused by this new tactic. The command rings out, and execute your moves with certainty. The moment had come. William uses his shield to create an opening, his counterattack landing with a decisive spray of blood. Knights on the wall shout in disbelief. It landed properly. What is happening? Their faces are pale with apprehension, one whispering to the captain, his voice trembling with fear. As William stands behind his shield, bathed in a golden light, they realize that person is definitely a knight. The knight looks on, his blue eyes calm and calculating, observing the fear he has instilled in his enemies. The remaining bandits stand near the gate, their body language hesitant, cautious, and deeply intimidated. The knight looks to his blonde companion, a silent, shared understanding passing between them. The truth is revealed. While chasing us, they must have heard stories about Happy's overwhelming fights. An ominous projection of Happy looms behind the men. The reason they are still is not obedience or confidence. As the men cower, the narrative concludes. Fear of us has been planted in them. This was never a fair fight. It was a board that Happy created, designed to end by catching only the leader. The fallen leader lies face down in the grass, defeated, as a voice remarks. Someday your world will come back again. The victor's boots walk past the motionless body, marking the final, absolute end of the battle. A new story unfolds. A dark-haired man stands over his foe, musing on the rules of this game, a board that can be finished by catching only the leader. The defeated man looks up, his face a canvas of dirt and blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. While the leader stands victorious, his soldiers continue their clash in the background, a chaotic dance of steel. He'd planned to go easy, but his patience has worn thin. I was going to fight lightly, but you keep scratching at me, he growls. His eyes ignite with a menacing red glow. If you want to die that quickly, I will kill you right now. From the castle walls, two soldiers watch the scene unfold. Tusk, that monster's true form has finally appeared, one says grimly. The battlefield is littered with bodies as the red-eyed warrior stands alone. This is the monster who swallowed an entire bandit gang with his madness. A soldier looks down, his face etched with despair. Now no one can stop him. He lunges forward, a blur of blue energy shattering the very ground beneath his feet with raw speed. His axe finds its mark, and the impact sends a gruesome spray of blood and debris into the air. A close-up on his face reveals the madness within, eyes wide, crazed, and splattered with the evidence of his carnage. A massive shockwave of blood and power erupts from the fight, a violent crimson storm overwhelming the castle walls. A fist, slick with blood, trembles with the sheer force of the battle's aftermath. In one final, brutal move, his arm pierces through a man's chest, a horrifying spectacle for a terrified witness. The victim collapses lifeless as a cloud of dust and blood settles over the gruesome scene. With his last breath, the man can only whisper a confused, what? As his eyes roll back. Silence falls upon the dark field, now a graveyard scattered with the bodies of the fallen. A trio watches the carnage from a distance, their expressions a mixture of horror and utter disbelief. On the castle wall, the soldiers who had been so confident are now pale with pure, unadulterated fear. An eye wide with terror reflects the absolute dread of witnessing such a one-sided slaughter. Up on the wall, a panicked guard stammers to his companion. Shoot him. The crossbow-wielding soldier just looks confused. Losing his nerve entirely, the bearded guard screams, "Shoot, they are bandits," trying to force his partner's hand. Shoot. He bellows, while the younger soldier sweats, staring down the sight of his weapon, frozen in place. His eye trembles with an overwhelming fear, unable to process the scene below or the order he was given. The crossbow bolt sits ready, its slight tremor mirroring the soldier's own shaking hands. He cannot do it. Paralyzed by terror, the young soldier lets out a pathetic little eek. Clutching his crossbow like a safety blanket, the bearded guard has had enough. Thwack, he smacks the kid's arm, yelling, "You idiot." With narrowed eyes, he forces the crossbow into position, aiming it himself at the figure below. And down on the misty field, the dark-haired man looks up, his eyes glowing gold with a terrifyingly wide grin. The guard freezes, sweat pouring down his face. He is smiling. If I shoot, he might die instantly. Or the guard thinks, his mind racing. Is he telling me to try asterisk shooting? What will happen if I shoot? He stares at the man who seems to be daring him, a silent challenge from the blood-soaked grass. The pressure is too much. The guard winces, letting out a groan, completely and utterly shaken. Defeated, he gives a new order. Send them to the guard post first. We can interrogate them there. With a heavy grinding creak, the stone portcullis gate begins to rise, opening the way into the fortress. The dark-haired man and his blonde companion watch it open. Finally, the man sighs with relief. Their group walks through the gate towards waiting guards, the narrator noting all the bandits had already fled. From his perch atop the tower, the bearded guard watches them enter, his face still a mask of anxiety. He looks down, sweat still glistening on his brow, the fear of that golden-eyed smile still fresh in his mind. The scene shifts to a quiet, rustic village far from the kingdom under a gray, overcast sky. A wooden sign hangs outside a building, a frothing beer mug carved into it. This is a tavern. Inside, a dark-haired woman rests her head on her hand, complaining, "I followed you to find the demon." Her male companion replies, "But what can we find in a shabby bar like this?" His eyes completely unimpressed. "I am bored to death," she states flatly as he begins to speak. Bang, the tavern door flies open, interrupting them. The woman looks over, merely puzzled by the noise. A group of thugs storms in, their scarred leader shouting that the old gang is finished and they are taking everything. He warns everyone that if the Helmer bandit gang shows up again, it is all over for this village. The bandits rush in, yelling, "Move quickly," and shoving a poor woman to the ground in their haste. The terrified woman trembles on the floor as a dark figure stands over her menacingly. Please spare me," she begs. The bored woman from the table just looks down at her, completely unmoved. The fallen woman is knocked aside as the figure moves past, showing no mercy. The dark-haired woman speaks, her voice laced with ice. "Just crawl on the floor, it is your only way to survive," she adds with a smirk. "I am busy trying to survive myself," as her male companion watches on. While her companion helps the fallen woman up, the dark-haired woman remains seated, utterly detached from the chaos. The bandit leader finally notices them. "Are you travelers? Drop your stuff and get out of here." She completely ignores him, turning back to her friend. "So the story I was trying to tell earlier," the leader is furious. "Ignoring me, cannot you read the situation?" He snarls, his threat hanging in the air. Her companion calmly states their purpose. "We came here to meet believers." The woman's expression finally shifts. She tosses her hair, her eyes narrowing as she senses a change in the room. And just like that, shadowy figures with glowing eyes begin to emerge from the corners of the tavern. The believers have arrived. The bandit leader looks back in alarm as the doors are sealed. "What are you trying to do?" he yells. A woman's eyes widen in shock as blood spatters across her face. The slaughter has begun. The tavern descends into a bloodbath. A robed woman swings a weapon, turning the room into a canvas of red. A figure sprints forward with a knife, a blur of motion as the frantic sounds of death fill the air. It is a massacre. Cries for mercy are met with relentless, brutal violence. The aftermath is a grim tableau. The wooden floor is covered in thick, dark pools of blood. A woman calmly wipes the blood from the floorboards, unaware of the terrified man hiding in a barrel, witnessing her cleanup. Outside the now boarded-up building, the dark-haired woman turns away in frustration. "Damn it." Confronts her companion. "If all those bastards inside were believers, you should have told me," he simply replies. "I was. Your cult's duplicitous nature is truly chilling," she says with disgust, reminded of a past day of slaughter. "Living quietly for decades, then turning into butchers. I think these guys are just crazy," she muses. Her companion corrects her, his expression serious. "They are not insane, they are following their faith," she scoffs at the notion. "Faith, do not give me that crap. That kind of thing fades with time." She explains her true goal, finding the reason they broke decades of peace to commit this slaughter. He looks down, admitting, "I do not know exactly, since the cult existed before I was born." He recalls how even his own father hid the cult's identity, leaving him with authority but no real answers. With a look of resignation, he closes his eyes. In the end, there is only one way to get answers. He stares at the silhouette of a demon in a blood-stained landscape. Confronting the demon, the origin of the cult. The woman lays out their plan: seek out believers who know about the demon one by one. The two of them trek through a blinding blizzard toward a dark figure waiting in the distance, closer to the demon's true form. The woman makes her position clear. "If you meet that demon, what will you do? I am on its side, and you." Her companion, a man with braided hair, simply stares back in silence, his thoughts his own. "I do not care which side," he finally says. "I just want to minimize casualties." She scoffs at his idealism. She thinks to herself that hope is useless. The only way to survive is to stick with the stronger side. So, she asks, moving on, "Where's the next destination on our little pilgrimage?" He reveals their next target, the king of an allied nation. He is the next believer we need to meet. Elsewhere, a guard informs a king that an expedition from an allied kingdom has arrived and is being interrogated. The king, wearing a crown and fur robes, looks up with hollow, disturbingly dark eyes. The woman is floored by the revelation. "Wait, a king, a cult member, actually occupies a throne." The man confirms her shock. "That is not all. I only learned the cult's true scale after my father passed away." At the same time, another expedition is halted as they witness the cult's slaughter spreading, with buildings burning in the distance. A soldier, seeing the devastation, asks his commander what they are seeing. The commander, covered in grime, gives a grim order. "The cult's slaughter was only the beginning. We join the captain." The scene shifts back to a stone castle at twilight, the setting of our first story. Inside an interrogation room, the soldiers we first met sit across from their captors. The camera focuses on a single detail, a metal buckle on a boot shaking with nervousness. Then a close-up of a sweating, anxious eye betraying the fear held within. The captive soldiers sit under guard, their fate hanging on the words of their interrogator. The interrogator clears his throat, a small sound that carries immense weight in the silent room. He closes his book with a snap. "That concludes the interrogation. Now it is clear." The captain knight, his face a mask of authority, declares, "This matter was clearly a misunderstanding on our part." He offers a gesture of peace. "First, before the audience, let me prepare a bath and new clothes for you. But there is a catch. According to castle regulations, your weapons will be kept by the guard." A pile of their surrendered arms sits nearby. Men are then escorted across the courtyard, walking into what could be a diplomatic meeting or a trap. From a high balcony, the king and a companion watch the groups approach, silent and observing. The king wears a mask, but his eyes, like the woman's beside him, are empty, dark voids. A guard leads them up a staircase. "As soon as you finish bathing, you can proceed to the audience immediately." A steaming wooden bathtub awaits, but the hospitality is tainted by a quiet order: "Check the weapons again." In the hallway, guards whisper their true instructions. "If you see any suspicious scars or marks, report immediately." A guard places new clothes for them, offering a polite farewell as he leaves them to bathe. But his eyes dart sideways, a sharp, intense glance as he observes them from behind the screen. The guard thinks to himself that from the captain down, no one has any suspicious marks, but then he sees it. The apprentice knight's back is a roadmap of battle scars. and the guard's face contorts in pure terror. He stumbles away, stammering in panic. There, SC scars, it is here. The Captain Knight, arms crossed, demands a clear report. Do not stutter, speak clearly. The guard finally gets the words out. The Knight Apprentice has scars all over his body like a battlefield. The Captain Knight can only react with a single, skeptical word. What? Another man explains. That is the one who caught the Iron Fang bandit gang's leader. The captain begins to wonder. I thought it was nonsense, but is he really someone special? But his companion scoffs with a smug smile. If he had skill, his body would not be in that state. It is nothing. Meanwhile, the blonde member of the group is guided through a lavish hallway, looking a bit lost. The blonde thinks to themselves, a bit flustered. Where am I going? The attendant explains. Since there is no place for women in the Night Order building, I am guiding you to the VIP quarters. She arrives at a luxurious bathroom filled with steam and flowers and can only whisper. Oh my. The attendant prepares towels, saying she will leave the clothes here and be on her way. Behind a screen, the blonde woman disrobes and slips into the steaming bath. Sinking into the water, she smiles, thinking to herself, I feel like I have become a princess. She continues to relax, humming a little tune and repeating the thought, a princess. She playfully imagines ordering people around. Hey there, Tilda, bring me some tea. Oh ho ho ho, Tilda. The attendant suddenly reappears, asking, what kind of tea would you like? Causing the woman to yelp in surprise. Startled and embarrassed, she covers herself in the water. Why you were here? The attendant just smiles gently, saying she will bring new clothes when she is finished. Still a bit flushed, the woman offers a quiet, thank you. Suddenly, her stomach lets out a loud growl and her face twists in mortification. So embarrassing. Later, the attendant guides her and a dark-haired man into elegant guest quarters for their stay. The room is impressive, with a fireplace and a plush bed, a welcome sight after their journey. The blonde woman looks around, impressed. This room is nice too, Tilda, they are really taking care of us. She then notices their companion, Happy, is already fast asleep in the bed. The man looks on with a soft expression. Yeah, he completely passed out, he really pushed himself too hard. Standing by the fire, she agrees, that makes sense, he had the hardest time. Their bond has clearly grown stronger, the man adds with a slight smile. Actually, he passed out as soon as he got in the bath. In a quick flashback, Happy is seen in the tub, looking joyful and wide-eyed, completely unaware of his own exhaustion. The man recalls hearing a rumbling sound, then looking down to see Happy completely submerged in the water. He remembers the panic, seeing Happy struggling underwater, bubbles escaping his mouth as he nearly drowned. The blonde woman remarks, he always worries about us before himself, as a memory of a younger manic Happy flashes by. The man nods. Once he falls asleep like this, he absolutely will not wake up. The woman sighs, relieved. Still, I am glad it is all over. The captain just went to have an audience with His Majesty. She smiles hopefully, trying to believe the best. Seems like everything's working out well, right? But the peaceful mood is broken. The room falls into a tense, expectant silence. The bearded man, the former bandit leader they captured, sits silently, his face bruised and his expression exhausted. He finally rises to leave. Thanks for everything, I will be going now. He pauses at the door, his voice heavy with grief. I need to go bury my younger brother. But the blonde warrior Hermod stops him cold. No, wait until the audience is over. The bearded man pleads, his desperation palpable. Please let me go. Without warning, the warrior strikes him, sending the grieving man crashing violently to the floor. The dark-haired man is outraged, shouting at the warrior. What do you think you're doing? Hermod's face is a grim mask as he begins to draw his sword, the sound of steel slicing through the tense air. The others can only stare in horror, their eyes wide with shock as the situation spirals out of control. The warrior stands over the fallen man, his sword extended. We will show courtesy to allied nations, but not to bandits. His gaze is cold and unyielding. Allowing a bandit in here was already an unreasonable request. Demanding more is unacceptable. The blonde warrior commands the kneeling man, we will wrap up the body properly, so take it when the time comes. He looks away, his expression troubled as he whispers to himself. Even so, the bald man, utterly defeated, bows his head. I was wrong, I am sorry. He slumps into a chair, his posture radiating submission. I will stay still. The warrior lets out a quiet, weary sigh, clearly annoyed by the entire situation. He turns his back and walks towards the large wooden doors, leaving the tense atmosphere behind him. Standing alone in the ornate hallway, he rests his hands on his hips, lost in thought. The night deepens over the castle, its dark courtyards holding silent, ominous secrets. In the guest room, the remaining group sits in a heavy, suffocating silence. The dark-haired man finds the warrior in the hall. Is the audience with His Majesty finishing up? That will probably be difficult today, the warrior replies, sparking confusion. He explains the discussion is taking longer than expected and tells them to rest until tomorrow. The man's face is heavy with exhaustion, his silence speaking volumes as he processes the delay. 3 hours later, the castle is quiet under the dark night sky. Suddenly, the man who was just told to rest wakes up, his eyes flying open with shock. He bolts upright in bed, clutching his head as if pulled from a nightmare. He looks around the dark room, his expression frantic and on high alert. Standing in the middle of the empty room, he seems confused, as if the world has shifted around him. His eyes begin to glow with a pale, ethereal light, his breath heavy with a newfound terror. Appears in the doorway, a wide, unsettling smile on his face, asking the puzzled warrior, where did everyone go? The blonde knight stands stoically in the hall, confronted by the youth's bewildered expression. As they walk, the youth follows with a tilted head and a subtle, unnerving smile. The knight's hand shoots out, grabbing the boy's arm with a sharp asterisk thwack, stopping him dead in his tracks. He looms over him, ordering, "Go back." The youth just keeps smiling, a cheerful mask in the tense hallway. The dark-haired boy stares forward, his mouth slightly open, a picture of silent, unnerving innocence. He presses on, his curiosity a weapon. "Have not you been standing guard this whole time? Did something happen?" The knight's patience snaps. "You ask too many questions for a mere apprentice. Go back," he growls. They continue their tense walk down the dimly lit hall, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The youth leans in, ignoring the sword now pointed at him. "This is the final warning," the knight threatens. And then the mask shatters. The youth's face twists into a manic, predatory grin, his eyes glowing with wild intensity. The knight is completely stunned, his eyes wide, reflecting the golden light of the boy's terrifying gaze. He jerks his sword back, alarmed. "What the hell, this crazy bastard?" Just then another man appears in a doorway. "Happy, you're awake. We were all in the next room." The group emerges, explaining the audience is over and they were just about to leave for the burial. Happy turns his head slightly, a small knowing smile on his lips as he thinks, "Was that guy testing me?" His demeanor flips back instantly. "Sorry," he says cheerfully, "I thought something had happened." The knight, now alone and deeply troubled, can only think one word: "Go." Happy laughs brightly, asking the other man if anything happened, all while the knight watches from a distance. The knight's mind races. "Damn it, I was just trying to scare him. Is that apprentice stupid or just gutsy?" He closes his eyes, a scowl on his face, letting out a frustrated, unable to shake the disturbing encounter. "So are we leaving right after the audience?" one man asks, walking down a stone hall. "Nope," his friend replies coolly. "Looks like we are crashing here for a few days." The scene cuts to the king on his throne, his voice echoing, "If what you say is true, your kingdom has no ruler." The two men kneel, having explained everything: the cult, their king's death, and their desperate plans for the future. The king leans forward, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Even as allies, we must be cautious. Stay here and rest while we confirm your story." The bearded man bows his head in acceptance, simply saying, "Understood," but the bald man speaks up, his voice firm. "Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but I have one more request. Some died helping us on our way here," he explains. "Please let us give them a proper burial." The king considers it. They were bandits. But leaving their bodies to rot would not be right. His eyes are dark and empty, a silent, calculating ruler on a cold throne. "Fine," he declares, his voice final. "Use a section of the outer cemetery. I will send workers immediately." Under a dark night sky, the survivors stand before fresh graves, shovels resting on the grass. The bald, bearded man looks out at the distant kingdom lights. "We finally made it. But I realize now, coming here was not the prize. The real happiness was just being together." A memory flashes by, a time of laughter and shared meals. "I just wanted that to last a little longer," a voice laments. The two men stand in heavy silence, mourning their lost friends in the darkness. The shaved-headed man breaks the quiet. "I recently lost my family too. The pain is unspeakable." He gestures toward the kingdom. "This place is now filled with people who share that very same pain. If you want," he offers, "you can join us. I will teach you how to rise again, even when your world collapses." The bearded man looks up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, considering the unexpected offer. A voice from the past echoes, "You always protect us, but I wish someone could protect you. It would be nice if you had an older brother." The memory continues as a man clutches a robe, tears streaming down his face. A young man with messy dark hair just smiles blankly, completely lost in his own thoughts. A vision of a chained man in prison as an old woman whispers, "Happy, you are not alone. That allied land will soon be ours." Suddenly, the heavy iron chains shatter as someone embraces the prisoner, breaking him free. A blonde figure gently places a hand on the dark-haired young man's back, a moment of quiet support. The scene shifts back to the group standing somberly before the graves, paying their respects in the cold night. In a lavish, candlelit room, a crowned figure tells a woman, "And you will rule over that kingdom." He looks down, his expression grim. "That will be the moment your faith is truly tested." His face becomes a mask of horror, his eyes transforming into completely black, terrifying voids. A long-haired woman listens, her face etched with worry as someone ominously mentions her father. Unable to sleep, the princess decides to take a walk through the dark, echoing palace corridors. A close-up reveals her eyes wide, dark, and incredibly intense, holding a deep loneliness. She turns a corner and freezes, finding three people kneeling before her, chanting her name in fear. One of them bows low, trembling and pleading, "Forgive me," leaving the princess utterly confused. "What are you apologizing for?" she asks, her voice calm but clearly questioning their strange behavior. The man continues to grovel on the floor. "I looked at you rudely. I have committed a grave sin." The princess just stares, her eyes as empty as the thought bubble appearing beside her head. The cold, empty stone architecture of the palace seems to mock the bizarre, fearful interaction. She continues her lonely walk down the long hall, the sound of her footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. Her father's chilling words echo in her mind. "It is only natural for subjects to look at you with fear." Someday, he had promised, his ambition a looming shadow. "Everyone in the world will look at you that way." The weight of his twisted influence follows her down the dim, quiet corridor. Suddenly, she runs into a group of men who stop dead in their tracks. "Princess." One stammers, completely shocked. Their faces are a mess of anxiety and defeat, clearly not happy to see royalty on a late-night stroll. She stares at them, her mind cold and calculating. "So these are the people who will soon be my subjects." A single question mark appears in her thoughts. Something is off, terribly, horribly off. Because among the anxious, fearful faces, one man stands out wearing a joyful, ridiculously wide grin. The princess is completely baffled. What is this bizarre, out-of-place emotion doing here? Close-up on the man's face reveals a pure, unfiltered, almost idiotic joy that she has never seen before. Someone hisses, "Happy, bow down," but his cheerful command only adds to the strangeness of the scene. The princess turns and walks away, her calm composure hiding a mind racing with a million questions. She glances back over her shoulder, her expression a perfect blend of bewilderment and deep curiosity. Her eye, dark and piercing, reflects her intense focus on this strange, smiling man. And he looks back at her, his bright, joyful smile never wavering for a single second. He turns to leave, calling out, "Let us go, Happy." As the princess watches, a small figure struck by his oddity. She stands alone in the dark hall, her mind completely blank, stunned into a rare silence. Back in the darkness of her room, her inner turmoil is visible. She whispers his name, Ha-P-P-Y. She tosses and turns in her grand, lonely bed, unable to sleep, haunted by the memory of his face. In my whole life, she thinks, her world shaken. I have never seen such an expression. No one has ever looked at me that way. Her thoughts spiral into obsession. I thought everyone was the same, but you are not. You're different. Her mind screams with questions aimed at him. What kind of person are you? What do you think of me? She curls up under her blankets, completely fixated. I am curious about everything. I want to see you once more. Her hand clenches the bedsheets tightly, a physical sign of her intense, newfound obsession. The next day, the night order training grounds are bustling with the usual sounds of practice. Two golden-haired knights watch the newcomers with disdain. What are those guys doing? One sneers. The young men from the allied kingdom are preparing. They gave us permission to train. It is a good opportunity to grow. The golden-haired knight smirks. They are trying to do everything they can while they are here. His companion adds with a smug laugh, even though they will just end up as our vassal state anyway. He turns to his friend for a reaction but gets only silence. How boring, so he approaches the newcomers himself. Hey knight, why do not we spar? It'll be good training for both of us. The young man looks nervous. Our bodies have not recovered yet. Sparring might be difficult. But before he can refuse, an officer bellows, everyone to your positions. Chaos erupts as knights scramble to kneel. Her Highness the Princess will be observing today's training. And there she is, looking down from an elevated position as the entire courtyard of knights kneels before her. One of the young men yanks his friend forward. Happy, quickly. From her high perch, the princess's eyes scan the yard and immediately lock onto the two newcomers. An extreme close-up reveals her wide, hollow, and utterly fixated eyes. A chilling, possessive whisper escapes her lips. Found you. Down in the courtyard, the two friends stand startled amidst the sea of kneeling knights, caught in the royal gaze. The young man sweats nervously, the tension palpable. The training ground atmosphere completely changed. An officer roars, everyone equip yourselves, approach this training like real combat. The young man looks even more worried. Even the allied kingdom's captain appeared, and their captain looks incredibly stressed. Why today of all days? I just came here to rest a bit. He approaches his men. You guys get armed too, he orders, much to their silent dismay. The bald soldier rushes over. I came down as soon as I heard the news. What news? His friend asks. Her Highness wants to confirm our military strength, he explains. A real combat-style sparring match will be held. The soldier lays out the sudden, demanding rules. Choose your weapons, fight in your own style. He sighs heavily. It seems they will not let us rest. But we came asking for help, so we have no choice. Be difficult, he admits, but we must show them our true abilities. The threat of the fanatics, the need for this alliance, we have to prove it all right here, right now. A blonde knight smirks to his friend. This should be interesting, a formal spar with these guys. I was just curious about that apprentice's skills, he preens, but to have a formal setting arranged like this is perfect. He glances at the princess under her parasol. Does Her Highness also have an interest in the allied kingdom? But someone far more sinister is watching. A crowned royal figure stands on a balcony observing the grounds. A close-up reveals his eyes, the same hollow, unsettling black voids from the earlier vision. He points a single finger toward the field. That apprentice is the one who killed the cult leader. He speaks to a dark-haired man beside him. Because of him, our conquest failed. We must decide, kill him or use him. The dark-haired man steps forward. Brother, then I will disguise myself as an apprentice and assess his capabilities first. The royal's eyes widen, fixed on the field below. I will watch. The princess sits under her parasol, her thoughts consumed by one person. I am not interested in the match. I will only watch you. She imagines Happy smiling at her as her inner voice asks him, I want to know everything about what kind of person you are. She touches her chest, confused by the feeling. I want to know what this strange trembling is that I feel from you. The blonde knight sees her staring their way and grins. This is our chance. Her Highness is looking right at us. He then spots the king watching from a window. And His Majesty too, my brilliant observational skills. He clenches his fist, practically drooling at the thought. This is a perfect opportunity. I could secure a promotion in one shot. The schedule for the day is announced. First up, a commander duel between two heavily armored warriors. Next, the senior knight duel featuring that arrogant blonde knight and a seasoned bald warrior. Then the night duel. A dark-haired knight named William psyches himself up. I can do this. I can do this. Finally, the informal apprentice matches are announced. Happy beams. Am I doing it too? His friend nods. Looks like it. You're fighting that person. The princess looks toward the arena, a single question mark popping into her head. A stoic, dark-haired man with heavy bags under his yellow eyes stands waiting for his match. The princess is shocked. Why is my secret escort knight disguised as an apprentice? An official raises a flag, his voice booming. Now then, we will begin the sparring matches. He closes his eyes, swearing to God to conduct fair judging. Sure he will. Then both captains please come forward, he announces to the arena. A hand grips a wooden practice sword, knuckles white with tension and anticipation. One captain declares, his voice full of resolve. Since Her Highness is watching this sparring match, I will give it my all. A wooden sword slams into the dirt with force, signaling the start of the brutal contest. His opponent responds in kind. I know I must prove myself for aid. I will approach this match sincerely. In the background, Happy's group watches. The bald man is serious, Happy is smiling, and William is focused. The local knights watch as well, their expressions a mix of arrogance and newfound curiosity. The command echoes across the arena. Begin, as a fighter lunges forward with his weapon. A massive halberd slices through the air with a menacing whistle, the first blow of a vicious exchange. The halberd swings in a wide, deadly arc, forcing the opponent to brace for impact behind his shield. The defender's eyes narrow. The halberd definitely has tremendous range, he thinks, stating the painfully obvious. He circles, desperately looking for an opening. My priority is somehow getting within my attack range. I will exploit an opening in this attack, he strategizes, hunkering down behind his shield for the perfect moment. But the halberd comes down with blurring speed, catching him completely off guard. His eyes widen in pure shock as his hand tightens on his shield, bracing for the inevitable collision. The blade crashes into his shield with a deafening clang. Damn it, he grunts through gritted teeth. The attacker pulls back his weapon, relentless, already preparing his next devastating strike. The defender struggles to parry, grunting with effort as another heavy blow lands squarely on his shield. The head of the halberd thrusts forward like a spear, a blur of motion keeping the defender on his heels. He can only watch from behind his shield, silently calculating his next desperate defensive move. The attacker's green eyes glow with intensity as he puts his entire weight into another powerful swing. The defender's face is a mask of shock and concentration, locked in a brutal battle for survival. Another heavy blow lands, the sheer force of it pushing the defender back across the arena floor. His face is twisted in a fierce grimace, sword held ready for a counterattack that may never come. The halberd clashes against the shield again and again, sending a shower of sparks flying with every impact. The weapon seems to glow with a blue energy, each strike throwing the shield wielder further off balance. He is forced into a defensive crouch, taking a relentless beating from the heavy, forceful blows. A massive, resounding impact drives him backward, his guard nearly shattering under the furious assault. Dust kicks up from the ground as he is pushed back yet again, the entire arena trembling from the force. A hand grips a weapon hilt tightly, bracing for the next attack as the dust begins to settle. Suddenly, a referee waves a blue flag, shouting at the top of his lungs, "That is enough." The fighters stand breathless and stunned, the abrupt end to their high-stakes match leaving them in shock. The crowd whispers smugly, "They will end up as our vassals. They fell because they lacked skill. They are weak." But the brutal display on the arena floor told a very different story of strength and raw desperation. The princess watches the outcome, her hand on her chin, her eyes wide with contemplative shock. The announcer calls the next fighter to the field. Next up is Sir Hermod. Begin, the command is given, and Hermod explodes into action, shield raised, charging forward like a bull. His blonde opponent's eyes widen, clearly not expecting such immediate, raw aggression. Hermod's shield becomes a battering ram, striking rapidly and forcing his opponent back with relentless pressure. The blonde warrior thinks, this is not the defensive stance he showed before. No kidding, buddy, Hermod drives his shield forward again. He is launching a fierce assault with his shield, the warrior narrates internally. A powerful shield bash sends his opponent stumbling, forced into a desperate, last-ditch defensive block. Hermod stays on him, closing the distance, giving him absolutely no room to breathe or recover. From behind his shield, his eyes are locked on his target, a picture of relentless, calculated offense. The blonde warrior is forced to clash swords, the sharp, frantic tang of steel echoing through the arena. He blocks a heavy overhead strike, but Hermod is already driving in, the brutal exchange happening at point-blank range. That is enough, the ref shouts as the blonde warrior is knocked clean off his feet, utterly and completely defeated. William watches from the sidelines, sweat beading on his cheek. Now it is my turn, the matches are moving so fast. His bald mentor gives him a sharp, questioning look, sensing his apprentice's hesitation. Do not be nervous, William, he says firmly. Just show them what you are capable of. We are going to win every single one of these duels. The mentor explains their secret weapon. We have something they do not, something they have forgotten in this long age of peace. He stares at William, his eyes burning with intensity as he reveals it, real battle experience. A memory flashes, William, bleeding and desperate, fighting for his very life. You have already grown without even realizing it. The chaos of past battles floods his mind, a brutal life-or-death melee that he somehow managed to survive. So do not doubt yourself, his mentor encourages, fight with confidence. But William's eyes widen, a flicker of that old uncertainty still haunting him from within. A comrade offers him a heavy shield, but William just stares at it, his expression somber and conflicted. The shield, William, his mentor says, gesturing to the essential piece of defensive gear. Or still lacking in stamina and strength, he advises, use your shield, build the ground that keeps you safe. William looks down, his voice quiet. Happy told me the same thing once, but for me, every time I hold a shield, he admits. Instinct kicks in, not courage, but the urge to hide. It feels like the shield keeps holding me back instead, he says, frustrated with his own deep-seated fear. He remembers a cheerful, smiling boy standing in a graveyard holding a simple stick. Do you want to learn how to fight sword to sword first? Back in the present, William whispers the question to himself, his expression pensive. Sword to sword. The memory continues. Happy smiles broadly in the graveyard. My foster father from the arena, I will show you his sword technique. He glances at William, his expression confident. I think you might be able to follow it. My foster father was the best swordsman I have ever seen, Happy recalls, remembering the powerful man practicing in a stone room. He stands in that same desolate graveyard, his voice certain. At least in a one-on-one duel he never lost. Then came the bloody memory of the arena massacre. The day of slaughter. William thinks the horror still fresh. He recalls burying the dead for 2 long weeks, an endless, grim, and soul-crushing task. And at night, he remembers, I trained with Happy, practicing relentlessly with wooden swords in a dimly lit storehouse. Then he joined the expedition, standing before a fortress, ready for a new chapter of his life. For a week, we fought through battles against bandits, he narrates. All of that was training with our lives on the line. Now standing in the arena, he faces a new opponent. It is my turn to prove I have become true battle strength. The blonde warrior opposite him thinks, damn, I underestimated them. I need to take this seriously. They are way stronger than I expected. He grips his sword, his confidence returning. And my opponent uses a sword perfect. I have never lost in swordsmanship. But William takes his own firm, calculated stance, mirroring his opponent's form perfectly. The blonde warrior's eyes narrow, a flicker of confusion appearing on his face as he studies his opponent. He stares at William's form, realizing with a jolt of surprise. Same stance. The observers notice it too, whispering amongst themselves. Even their posture matches exactly. What is this sorcery? The blonde warrior's confident smirk is gone, replaced by a focused, intensely serious expression. With all variables gone, the narrator states, this will be a contest purely of sword skill. The blonde warrior narrows his eyes, a new determination setting in. Yeah, let us see who is stronger. They explode into motion instantly, their blades a blur of speed and intensity as the ultimate test of skill begins. They are locked in a brutal clash, their wooden swords straining against each other with immense force. The dark-haired warrior moves like lightning, his sword a complete blur of deadly motion. The blonde parries desperately, the crack of wood echoing as they remain deadlocked in combat. Frustration twists the blonde's face. He is struggling to hold his ground against the relentless pressure. Their blades grind together in a sweeping clash, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. They trade a furious flurry of blows, but the dark-haired fighter is a whirlwind of pure aggression. The blonde warrior gasps for air, realizing, damn, he is fast, one slip-up and I am done for. He narrows his eyes, thinking with false hope. I just need to land one single, precise strike. But his opponent's calm demeanor is completely baffling, leaving him utterly and hopelessly confused. The dark-haired fighter stands there, his expression blank, not a single thought in his head. He looks down, thinking with cold detachment. Boring, this is unbearably dull compared to my past fights. With a single sharp strike, he sends the blonde stumbling back with a pathetic grunt of pain. He follows up with a decisive, sweeping blow, completely dominating his opponent's pathetic stance. The blonde fighter can only look up in utter shock and disbelief. What just happened to him? He lunges forward in one last desperate attack, but it is completely and utterly useless. A close-up on the dark-haired fighter's eyes shows zero concern. The skill gap is just massive. He moves with practiced, deadly efficiency, his sword whistling ominously through the air. With crushing force, his blade smashes through the blonde's guard, pinning him down for good. The dark-haired fighter stands victorious over his collapsed foe, declaring, this duel ends in our complete victory. A man with long, dark hair stares at the victor, his expression unreadable, his thoughts a complete mystery. He thinks to himself, impressed, I see that same heroic quality in William now. The observer sees ghostly figures behind William, wondering in awe. He has already reached this level. William hands a sword to a curly-haired boy, saying, you are next, Happy, it is your turn. The defeated knight hunches over, seething in frustration. Damn it, our knight order lost completely. His eyes are wide with disbelief, and we could not even land a proper hit on them. Sweat drips down his temple, a perfect picture of utter, soul-crushing humiliation. A pale woman on a yellow chair trembles, her dark eyes haunted and wide with distress. The defeated knight looks down, thinking, this is bad, I can feel the princess's shame and anger from here. The woman's face fills the screen, a low, guttural sound escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Happy stands in the arena, shield and sword ready, smiling bright and eager for a fight. The pale woman clutches her hair, cowering in a state of absolute, uncontrollable distress. She forces her face into a grotesque smile. How can someone even make a face like that? One of her knights grabs another, yelling urgently, this is bad, you have to win somehow. The dark-haired companion turns with menacing eyes, growling, I said you got that, you punk. He glares at the losing knight, warning him, if you lost like that, just shut up and stay quiet. The knight trembles in shock, thinking, what did you just say to me? He points at the man walking away as others whisper, did I hear that wrong? Another observer replies, no, it's my first time seeing him too. Nobody knows who this guy is. One of them watches intently, thinking, either way, we'll finally get to see what he can do. And there stands Happy in the arena, gripping his weapons with a wide, innocent grin on his face. His opponent is a legend, a man with countless scars who once beat a bandit boss with his bare hands. His comrades are terrified. "I have got a bad feeling. What if we lose again?" One whispers. A bearded man tries to be brave. "It's just a duel," while whispering to himself. "I'm so scared." The blue flag is raised. A voice shouts, "Begin," and the match is finally on. The dark-haired knight steps forward slowly, his cold, intense gaze fixed on his opponent. They lock eyes. Happy just holds his shield with a smug, knowing little smile. A close-up on Happy's eye shows him tracking the knight's every single move with precision. The knight unleashes a powerful, swift strike aimed directly at the smiling, curly-haired boy. A spectator watches in shock, asking the obvious question. Did he fail to dodge that? The knight holds his stance, but the spectator wonders, or did he know it would not hit? An extreme close-up on Happy's eye reveals he has not even flinched, not a single muscle moved. The knight's sword smashes into the shield, the powerful impact kicking up a cloud of dust. The knight's knuckles are white, his hands gripping the sword with immense, straining effort. But Happy remains completely calm, his eyes wide and fixed, showing no signs of panic at all. The knight lunges again with a fierce, sweeping strike, forcing Happy to maneuver defensively. Happy pauses, looking stunned. What was not that a good block, he thinks to himself. An observer is impressed, noting to himself, for an apprentice his skill is pretty impressive. But with a precise, calculated move, the knight sends Happy's shield flying out of his hand. Happy is left defenseless, his shield lying uselessly on the ground. The momentum has shifted. Yet he still stands there smiling. This is no apprentice. The power in his sword is different. Who is he? The opponent, the dark-haired knight, now has a wild, manic grin plastered on his face. He leans forward, his expression twisted into an unsettling smile as he begins a sweeping attack. Their blades scrape together in a whirlwind of force, metal grinding hard on wood. Though locked in combat, the manic fighter keeps his wide grin, even while on the defensive. His opponent, however, moves with calculated precision, his intense golden eyes fixed on his target. The two blades collide with a violent, sharp clack that vibrates through the entire arena. The assault is relentless, a wide, powerful arc of the sword forcing a desperate, flailing parry. The pressure is too much. The manic fighter is sent sprawling to the floor, his sword arm buckled. Crouched on the ground, he clutches his sword, eyes wide and unreadable, ready to spring back up. Suddenly, a referee raises a flag, shouting, "Pause for a moment." The duel is halted. The referee looks concerned, asking the downed fighter, "Can you continue?" But despite the blood dripping from his forehead, the fighter looks up with a beaming smile. "I'm fine." In the stands, the onlookers are uneasy. A man asks, "Happy?" While a blonde woman looks deeply unsettled. Two observers comment, He is fighting worse than I expected." One continues his thought, concluding, "So he was just a reckless idiot after all." But the other observer is not convinced, his expression grim. "No," he thinks with dawning horror. A flashback shows Happy smiling while injured, and the observer realizes he did that in the arena too. He is fooling everyone, both his opponent and the spectators, just like in a high-stakes arena match. The observer furrows his brow, wondering with growing dread. But why is he faking it? He concludes with a sinking feeling. He is sizing me up, gradually turning up the intensity. The long-haired man in blue armor stands ready, his opponent watching him with a sharp gaze. He definitely has a plan. As their swords clash in a flurry of blows, the younger man thinks, "I need to figure out his reason first." He pushes back with a manic grin, but the older man is weary yet completely unfazed by the act. Their feet skid across the dirt, kicking up a massive wave of earth. This is no longer practice. Long-haired man swings in a huge arc, but the younger man counters with a powerful mid-air kick. He lands, bellowing with relentless determination to continue the fight. "I can keep going." His boots slam into the ground with bone-jarring force, splintering the very earth beneath him. He strikes a defiant pose, declaring with pure loyalty, "Our kingdom will not fall." A knight watches with growing respect, exclaiming, "His skills are so-so, but his heart is real. No wonder he is covered in scars." A bearded man is completely bewildered. Then what beat the bandits?" The long-haired man stares forward, his expression cold. A caption confirms, "It was not this guy." He continues his thought, "It is not this apprentice, it is those knights over there who are way stronger." He watches the three knights by the wall, an ominous, heavy atmosphere surrounding them. His intense, golden eyes zoom in on a single, dangerous target, especially William. He analyzes William's technique. That is not swordsmanship he learned from the Knight Order. A crowned figure looks on, shocked. Was the intel wrong? The king is reeling from the revelation. He rests his face on his hand, recalling. The cult said William single-handedly wiped out a rebel group. He continues to process the information. We also had intel that he and the captain killed the cult leader. Back on the training ground, the long-haired man tightens his grip. Still, I should make sure. Two observers look on, disturbed. Should not we stop this now? This has gone far beyond a light match. The apprentice parries a powerful downward strike, the movement a blur of incredible speed and intensity. He looks up, thinking he's going to try to break his arm. Does he really want to push it this far? Under a parasol, a pale-haired princess watches as her knight flinches at the sheer violence. The crowd screams in horror. "Jaya, stop the match," as the apprentice collapses to the ground. He is curled in a fetal position on the ground, his body shaking violently from the supposed blow. The princess's eyes are wide and hollow. "So father assigned an escort to punish him. It's always been like that." A flashback shows a servant offering her flowers, asking innocently, "Shall I offer you a flower too, princess?" The same knight stands over that servant, now bruised and beaten, as the man pleads, "I am sorry." In the past, she walked past corridors lined with broken, bloodied servants. Anyone who got close was scolded. Just last night, a servant was caned for being rude. Is this apprentice being punished for the same reason? She looks at his manic grin. Then this is the last time I'll see that face. The princess walks away, her expression crestfallen and hopeless, her hair hiding her face. But suddenly the apprentice snaps his own arm back into place with a sickening crack, laughing, "I am fine." The text announces, "Arena Secret Art, pretend the fracture is real." What a magnificent performance. A dark-haired man helps the injured apprentice, asking with genuine concern, "Happy, are you okay?" Happy leans in and whispers urgently, "William, I think you were right about them." William looks troubled, thinking, the Allied kingdom does not want to help us, they want to see us fall. Bandits have surrounded their kingdom. There is no way the Allied nation did not know about this. The princess's face is shown, her eyes dark voids. So why did they just sit back and watch? They welcomed them with open arms but offered no aid, instead watching their every move like hawks. In a dark room a voice says, "I do not have proof but I cannot shake the doubt." William leans in close. Now that doubt is certainty. They use this duel to gauge my full strength. Happy looks at him with a serious expression, asking, "You sure about that?" William confirms, "Yeah, like you said, they seem to already know a lot about me." An ominous figure looms over the castle. "I think we walk straight into the jaws of death." A man looks uneasy, remarking to his companion, "Something feels really off here." A woman with long white hair appears out of nowhere, causing the man to gasp in shock. It is the princess. "Our apprentice knight will be punished," she commands. "Our royal apothecary will care for him." An armored man bows low. "Understood, your highness." They are separating Happy from the group. Happy tells William, "I will be fine. Tell the captain what we discussed. Stay on guard." The guards escort the injured man away as the princess walks in the opposite direction. William approaches his captain with grave news. "Captain, I have something to report." The crowned king stares forward, thinking with satisfaction, just knowing their main battle strength is enough. "You survived slaughter," he muses, "but now you have sunk into a swamp. I will break your wings and swallow you." The scene abruptly shifts to a bustling market filled with everyday shoppers and merchants. A blonde character asks a bearded man carrying heavy bags, "How much more are you buying?" The blonde character just pats him on the head, encouraging him, "Just hang in there a little more." The bearded man holds up a star-shaped brooch, completely confused. "What is the point of all this stuff?" The blonde pleads. "We came all the way here, we should buy things like this too." The bearded man just stares back in complete and utter unimpressed silence. The blonde character says excitedly, "We got a fat reward, we need to buy gifts for grandma and grandpa." The burly bearded man just grunts, clearly annoyed. "You talk a lot, got it." The blonde character pats his hat playfully, announcing, "I got something for you too." The bearded man freezes, his eyes wide, completely speechless at the sudden gesture. The market is pure chaos. The blonde exclaims, "I can carry it all," as people shout around them. But they suddenly stop, their expression shifting from excitement to confusion and disbelief. In the crowd, two serious-looking figures walk by, a man with his hair tied back and a woman with long, dark hair. The blonde character stares from a distance, completely bewildered by what they are seeing. A close-up on their face shows pure distress. "I must have seen that wrong, right?" They walk away, telling their companion, "Let's head back," as two guards watch from a corridor. On a castle balcony, a crowned king stares upward with a vacant, intense gaze. A messenger bows low before him, announcing, "Your Majesty, you have a visitor." The two mysterious figures from the market have arrived at the palace, standing before the king. The king looks down at them, identifying the man aloud with a chilling tone, the cult leader's son. The dark-haired woman thinks with pure disdain, "Wow, so it was true, a cult sitting on the throne." The dark-haired man steps forward, stating his purpose. "We are here to learn about the origins of the cult." The king's eyes blow wide open, a look of pure fanatical intensity taking over his face. He stares blankly, delivering a chilling rebuke. "If you are asking that, you have not gained faith yet." The woman looks weary and unimpressed, thinking, "There he goes again with the faith talk." Dark-haired man stands in profile, his face completely unreadable, offering only silence in response. The king points to a chained, bruised man. "You are trying to hinder Sagar's moment of gaining faith with lies." He looks up, confessing, "The cult leader and I both failed to lead our children onto the path of belief. He failed to cover the kingdom in despair," the king says, "and I failed by showing my daughter despair too early." The dark-haired woman reacts internally, her thoughts racing. Despair. The king explains their twisted initiation. "Witness endless despair, stain your hands with blood, and welcome him." From that moment, he continues. You start to hear his whispers, giving you perfect, unwavering faith. "I wanted to gift her that faith, so I showed her her mother's death, but she erased the memory." A young girl's face is shown, eyes glowing white with tears, utterly broken by the unimaginable trauma. The king laments. "By forgetting despair itself, she lost the path. That is why I failed." The dark-haired woman is horrified. "That is disgusting, I do not want to hear any more." She questions him. "So you plant demons into people through slaughter, is that why the cult is so unified?" Her eyes narrow with deep skepticism as she thinks. "I find that very hard to believe." The king looms over her, retorting, "Yet your hands are stained with blood, but you still have not felt despair." He gestures to the kingdom below them. "You are still trying to find hope in this land. But each time you uncover a trace of him," he warns, "your hope will disappear one by one." The king smiles cruelly. "For you, that will be the quickest path to true despair." He turns to walk away, gesturing for them to follow. "Come with me, I will give you information." The narration explains, "The cult, they were the ones who sold their souls to a demon in the age of war." The dark-haired woman replies dryly, "I am not really the type to fall into despair, though." The group stands silently on the rooftop, looking out over the massive kingdom below them. The stone palace looks cold and formidable, a truly imposing and unwelcoming royal residence. A voice calls out from just outside the palace tower. Your Highness, inside a lavish room, a servant reports to a woman in purple. I've finished the treatment. The woman dismisses her coolly. Good work, you may go now. She then turns to her guards, ordering, guards, wait outside the door. One of them hesitates. A dark purple aura surrounds the woman's face, reflecting her intense, ominous thoughts. The heavy double doors close with a loud thud, sealing the room and everyone inside. An intense close-up on the woman's face shows her eyes wide and piercing as she stares down her target. It is Happy, arm in a sling, looking up with a wide, unsettling grin. What is she plotting now? The woman looms over him, getting closer as he looks up with a questioning expression. She moves extremely close, trapping him in her intense gaze. His confusion only grows. He wonders, why is she getting closer? Is this some interrogation trick? Does she still think I'm hiding something? An extreme close-up of her intense, wide-eyed stare. The silence is heavy and suffocating. Inches from his face, she reveals, that apprentice was my escort knight. It was natural you could not beat him. Happy's eyes widen in realization. His internal thoughts confirm it. I knew it. There was something going on. The woman stands over him, a clear imbalance of power between them in the opulent room. I think father was trying to punish you, she explains softly. I'm sorry I could not stop him. The man looks up with an unnervingly bright, wide-mouthed smile, replying, It's okay, your highness. The woman's eyes go completely blank and hollow, a deep, unsettling shock washing over her. Her arm presses firmly on his shoulder, keeping him in place as she looms over him, sealing their tense interaction. A chair leg scrapes harshly across the floor, the sound echoing the tension in the room. The princess leans over the man, whose arm is in a sling, yet he just stares up at her with a crazed, manic grin. His face is a mask of disturbing cheerfulness, a wide, toothy smile that seems completely out of place. Her own face is cast in shadow, heavy breathing and soft sobs escaping her lips as she completely breaks down. Through her tears, she forces out more words, trying to make him understand her guilt. I am sorry for hurting you, she cries, but his only response is a silent, smiling question mark. He just closes his eyes, that impossibly wide smile never leaving his face, and chirps, That is okay too. Her expression goes completely blank, her eyes hollow as she stares down at this thing before her. She desperately holds his face in her hands, pleading, Are you really okay with everything? With his cheeks squished, he somehow grins even wider and replies with a cheerful, Yep. Her voice drops to a shocked whisper, pushing the absolute limit. Even if I killed you. His eyes pop open in pure ecstasy, his squished face beaming as he practically shouts, Yep. A sudden realization dawns on her face. I think I understand now, she murmurs. Why I am so drawn to you, she continues, her voice trembling. When I look at you, I remember someone I'd forgotten my whole life. Her hand gently cups his chin, that face that stayed bright even in the middle of horrible pain. The scene violently shifts to a memory, a hand covering the mouth of a silver-haired figure spattered in blood. A young girl, the princess as a child, stands with bloodied hands, her eyes wide with traumatic shock. A silver-haired woman, her mother, lies on the floor, smiling peacefully even as blood stains her clothes. The little girl kneels beside her, a spilled teapot nearby, asking, Why did you collapse after drinking the tea I made? From above, the small child is framed over the body, a horrifying question echoing in her mind. Did I kill Mom? In the darkness of her memory, the terrified girl sits alone, holding clumps of what looks like burnt herbs in her palms. A shadowy, grinning monster looms behind her, its voice a poison in her ear. You killed her. A monstrous claw reaches for her as words of despair swirl around her, telling her she is a monster with no hope. The massive, shadowy hand grips her head, forcing her to bow in sorrow as a single tear falls. But then a gentle, pale hand reaches for her, a stark contrast to the dark claw still clutching her hair. The darkness wins for a moment, forcing her head down, trapping her under its oppressive, inky grip. The memory flashes to a distressed young man, possibly Happy, hunched over in a swirl of dark energy, sharing a similar pain. Back in the memory, a comforting hand rests on the girl's head, but her expression is still one of deep vulnerability. She embraces her dying, bloodied mother, who offers a faint, chilling smile and says, It is okay, my daughter. The mother strokes her face gently, looking into her eyes with reassurance. It is not your fault. The girl can only weep, burying her face in her mother's shoulder, crying out, Mom, Mom. The memory dissolves, and in the present she is on her knees, clutching the smiling man's leg, sobbing, Mom. He simply rests a hand on her head, his own smile just as wide and unnatural as ever. She looks up, tears streaming, a new horrific realization striking her. Father killed mother. The man's eyes are wide, unblinking, and utterly vacant, his silent stare a chilling response to her revelation. The princess is pulled into a dark embrace, a moment of intimacy shrouded in gloom and desolation. She remembers it all now, a crowned figure, her father dripping poison from a vial into a teapot. And that is not all, she explains as a vision of dark, armored soldiers appears behind her. He started slaughtering citizens. She leans her head against the man's side, her voice low. He is quietly soaking this kingdom in blood. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the heavy doors to the room are violently thrown open, shattering the quiet moment. Two armored soldiers storm in, grabbing the man by his hair. You bastard, what did you do to her? But he just keeps smiling, denying everything while the terrified princess clutches her head, lost in her trauma. Her eyes are wide with a terror that goes beyond the soldiers, a deep psychological fear taking hold. For a horrifying moment, the soldiers' faces are consumed by a swirling, dark void against a blood-red background. The princess grips the man's tunic, whispering, "Please, do not let them take me to father," as he reveals they are also his murderers. The soldiers, appearing normal again, raise their weapons, demanding, "Get away from the princess." They try to usher her away. "Your Highness, this way." But she clings to the man, unable to let go. Her hand trembles as she reaches for him, the very air crackling with some unseen hypnotic power. The man thinks to himself, realizing if he acts rashly in the royal castle, everyone could be in danger. The princess screams, "Help me," as her mind projects a shadowy, monstrous figure looming right behind her. His own memories flood back, a young boy falling through a dark abyss, a man reaching up to catch him. The man catches the boy, cradling him as a warm light emanates from their embrace, a beacon in the darkness. With tears in his eyes, the man looks at the boy, a voice echoing, "Even in despair, someone will save you." Inside a prison cell, the mentor strokes the boy's head. "Happy when you grow up, you'll be able to save people too." He hands the boy a wooden sword. "No, you'll be someone who saves this whole world," he says, a kingly figure watching from the shadows. The scene shifts to a dusty floor, a single human skull resting there. "In the arena, many heroes pass their skills on to me." An elderly warrior sits with the young boy. "I will teach you how to beat me," he says, a grim promise of what is to come. A skull lies next to two swords, a symbol of a legacy passed on through death in this brutal arena. The boy, now a man, stands alone in a spotlight, surrounded by a sea of skulls and discarded weapons. In a final grim memory, he stands over the corpses of his fallen mentors, the price of his strength laid bare. The word monster echoes in his mind, a brand seared into his soul by his agonizing past. A memory of a blood-spattered hand gripping his clothes, a desperate plea, "Do not become a monster." The hand reaches out, a final command from those he lost, "Bring salvation." Back in the present, a shadowy figure stands over a fallen soldier, a spectral entity looming between them. A helmet goes flying as a violent clash erupts, the sound of battle filling the ornate room. Amidst the chaos, Happy holds the princess close, protecting her as a forgotten memory returns to him. He cradles her face, a gentle smile on his lips. "Just as I was saved, I too will bring salvation. That is the promise I made." Kneeling before a fallen soldier, he looks back at the princess. "Are you sure these are the ones who massacred the citizens?" Her eyes are wide and certain. "Ever since I was a child, I could see it, the horrible shape of a monster beneath their skin." His eyes widen in shock, a new connection forming between them. "You could see monsters." She looks down, her eyes dark and hollow, and gives a single solemn nod. A memory, a guard with a blackened demonic face kneels before her, asking if she is all right. The young princess's eyes are pitch-black voids, her shock so profound she cannot even speak. She was surrounded by them, every guard assigned to protect her wearing the same horrifying face. But now the memories are coming back, she thinks, staring at her small, trembling hands. She saw them all for what they were, slaughtering demons wearing the masks of human soldiers. They spread like a plague through the kingdom, killing people or turning them into demons just like themselves. And she remembers what they said, a dying man's last words: "We will wait for the day he arrives." A weeping figure with a twisted, manic grin clutches a bloody dagger, heralding the arrival of a new world. In a grand hall, a man holds a dagger to the sky in a ritual of sacrifice. The cult's decree is simple: we will worship in blood. The scene shifts to chaos in a manor room, a knight shrieking about offering up every drop of life. With a loud quang, a knight is smashed through an upper-floor window, sent flying out of the building. Happy, grinning like a predator, vaults out of that same window, landing gracefully on the outer ledge. He drops to the ground with a thunderous kung, landing perfectly between two stunned armored knights. The two guards can only tilt their heads up in shock, the swoo of his descent still echoing in the air. He gives them a wide-eyed, crazed look, a silent question mark hanging over his head as if he is the normal one here. The two knights look up, their faces masks of pure shock and terror, realizing what they are truly up against. Happy casts a sly side glance, delivering his verdict with a cold smirk: "They are cult scum." He looks out over the city, bathed in an ominous, blood-red glow. So this kingdom was being eaten away by the cult too. Elsewhere, a different group of soldiers marches, an order ringing out: "Arrest every last one of the allied kingdom dogs." A group of men in tunics find themselves surrounded, swords pointed at them, their shock palpable. A scarred man points accusingly: "Your vile schemes end here, throw them all into the dungeon." A gray-haired man realizes their mistake. "The moment we started talking about how suspicious the allied kingdom was, they burst in." He turns to his captain, his face filled with anxiety. "Captain, what do we do?" Leaning out a high window, he sees the grim reality. A massive battalion of soldiers has surrounded the entire building. His eyes close in frustration, teeth gritted as he mutters, "Damn it, their fate is sealed." The three men now sit in a stone dungeon, the shadows of the iron bars stretching over them in defeat. A red-haired man grips the bars, interrogating one of them. "Where's the apprentice knight who kidnapped the princess?" The dark-haired prisoner's face is obscured, his mind reeling. "Happy. Kidnap the princess, why?" His intense blue eyes narrow in suspicion. Something must have happened on Happy's side too. A man with a scarred forehead glares, questioning the prisoner. "So you're going to pretend you don't know anything?" The scarred man then turns to his guards. "Report this to His Majesty. The rest of you come with me to catch that apprentice." A crowned king in a fur-trimmed cloak leads a procession down a stone corridor heading toward a confrontation. The king suddenly looks shocked, shouting, "Let me go." As he sees something off-panel, he watches as his own guards restrain a blonde captive who shouts in distress, "Why are you doing this?" The king and his dark-haired companion both look completely stunned, the king asking, "What's going on?" An armored guard explains the official story. The allied kingdom bastards kidnapped the princess and were in pursuit. The king reacts with absolute over-the-top shock, his eyes bulging as he blurts out, "What?" His expression shifts to one of deep, feigned confusion. "That's unexpected. Why would they do something like that?" The guard continues his report. "Right now we've caught everyone except one apprentice knight." The blonde captive stares forward, his eyes wide, a storm of fury brewing within him. The dark-haired man watching from the side wears a grim, serious expression, taking in every detail. The captive narrows his eyes in anger, his voice laced with accusation. "So it was all you're doing?" The king points at the dark-haired man, asking his companion, "Do you know them?" The blonde captive explodes with the truth. "You turned the kingdom into a ring of bandits. It was all a plan to make us your vassal state." A guard brutally strikes the captive across the face to silence him. "Silence," he bellows. The dark-haired man watches the scene unfold in the rain, his eyes glowing with an intense, unreadable light. An extreme close-up of the king's wide, unblinking eyes reveals a flicker of genuine shock or realization. A wrapped fist is shown, clenched so tightly it shakes with repressed, visible fury. The king watches the dark-haired figure, noting grimly, "That's more than knowing, there's real hatred there." The king's internal thoughts are revealed, a sinister ambition in his eyes, "So I can complete what the cult leader failed to do." He leads the hooded newcomers through a stone archway, commanding, "If you want information, follow me first." They arrive at an execution site, a large cage at its center. "Let us watch the execution," the king says casually. The dark-haired man's eyes go wide with shock and recognition as he sees who is inside the cage. Captive with a bandage over his eye sits inside, one of his allies, as he looks on with a pensive expression. The king asks about the missing apprentice knight, happy, planning to begin the executions once he is caught too. The narrative confirms the grim truth. The king is allied with the cult leader's son, and the allied kingdom is in the cult's hands. Suddenly, a woman with dark hair and striking pink eyes appears, looking over with surprise. "Huh," she walks past the king, glancing back with a knowing smile. "What is this? You see someone you know too?" The dark-haired man stares at her, his mind racing. "That woman is." She waves at him casually, a warm smile on her face. "Honey, what are you doing here?" He looks completely blindsided, sweat beading on his face, his confusion represented by a single, massive question mark. The king and the cult leader's son are both stunned into silence, staring at this bizarre reunion. The woman stands right in front of the dark-haired man, a playful smirk on her face as she asks, "Why are you here?" "I wanted to see you," she continues, her voice a low purr. "And look, here we are again." Visibly rattled, he asks, "I thought you were with the exile clowns, you were a cult member." She raises a finger, explaining her simple philosophy, "I am the type who always sticks to the stronger side and puts survival first." She rests a finger against her lips thoughtfully. "But the cult has stricter entry requirements than I expected." With a devious smile, she gestures upward, announcing her grand decision. "So I have been thinking about switching sides." Leans in close, touching his lip with her finger as she completes her thought. "To yours." He is left utterly speechless. She continues, "And now a perfect chance to jump over to your side just dropped in my lap." The king, recovering from his shock, demands, "What are you talking about? Step away." The woman ignores him, whispering her plan. "Most of the troops are gone. There are not many guards here right now. So if I get you out of here," she says, her eyes gleaming with mischief, "I think you can escape." She leans in even closer, her voice a seductive whisper. "Well, will you take me in?" The startled king finally loses his patience, ordering a nearby guard, "Get her off them." The woman and the man share a silent, knowing look, a plan forming between them in an instant. As the guard reaches for her arm, she speaks with unnerving calm, "Step back." The man watches, focused, as she simply says, "Great." In a flash, she pulls a hidden blade from her clothing, her body coiled to strike. She delivers a single, decisive, and brutal strike to the unprepared guard. The impact is shown again, emphasizing the sheer force that sends the armored man flying. A close-up shows her hand gripping the hilt of her sword, steady and sure. She completes the motion with a powerful, sweeping strike that knocks the guard off his feet. The king can only stand there, a series of question marks and exclamation points appearing over his head in utter disbelief. The woman stands confidently, sword in hand, a smirk playing on her lips. "Sorry, I switched sides." The stunned king can only mutter, his royal composure completely shattered. "What is this?" The man in the cage looks anxious. "Hold on, when you said right now, you meant literally right now." She just jingles a set of keys. "It's not like I could sneak you out quietly. I have got to get my husband out first." The wide-eyed, shaken king can only ask in disbelief, "When did you steal the keys?" The woman smirks, holding up a finger. "It is my life motto." A flashback shows her mapping an escape route. "Wherever I go, I look for an exit first," she explains. She stands before the cage, key ring in hand, "And if I see a key, I steal it, no questions asked." With a sharp exhale, she focuses, her expression turning intense as she prepares for the fight. The stolen key slides into the lock, a satisfying click signaling their freedom is at hand. With a grinding sound, the cage door opens, and she leads the way with a confident smirk. The panicked king gestures frantically, his voice cracking as he shouts the only order he can think of, "Kill them all." Armored guards rush forward, a thundering sound effect emphasizing their charge. A dramatic close-up on her glowing pink eyes signals the beginning of the slaughter. She clashes with the guards, a forceful blow sending debris flying as she easily holds her own. She moves like a phantom, her blade a blur as it strikes one guard and pierces the armor of another. With swift, fluid motion, she delivers a wide, sweeping strike cutting through their ranks. In the aftermath, she stands unharmed amidst a pile of defeated, bloodied guards. She gestures to the discarded weapons on the floor. "Help yourselves," she tells her newly freed companions. She thunders forward again, lunging directly at the king and his last line of defense. Sparks fly as her blade clashes with her true opponent right in front of the terrified king. A tense standoff begins. She looks calm and composed while her opponent looks grim and weary. The man with glowing amber eyes stares her down. "Why did you make such a stupid choice? You've seen how powerful our cult is." He presses his blade against hers, trying to intimidate her. "The natural order is to bow your head in despair." She just gives him a slight, mocking smile. "That is exactly the problem. I, for one, am just not built to feel despair, damn it." Her opponent's golden eyes narrow into a menacing stare, his silence radiating a cold, focused hostility. The warrior smirks back, defiant. "I wanted to stand on equal footing with a demon, not become its little slave." With a loud clang, their swords meet in a violent clash, a bright spark marking the raw power of the impact. He leans into the struggle, his voice a low growl. "Then use this chance to truly feel it." He grips his sword hilt with such immense force that a crack echoes, his knuckles turning white with strain. The woman's eyes widen in shock, her confidence wavering for the first time against his overwhelming power. He unleashes a devastating sword strike, the air itself seeming to part as his blade slices toward her. His golden eyes burn with cold resolve as he delivers an ominous declaration. "I will grant you despair." But she looks on calmly, her retort dismissive and cool. "Yeah, keep talking." Their blades clash again with another brilliant clang, the force of the blow creating an arc of light. He lunges forward, his sword a blur, and she barely parries the blow with an explosive bang. She winces, muttering in frustration. "He really does have monstrous strength." She realizes her predicament. Even if you deflect the blows, the impact keeps stacking up. Suddenly, a new figure appears behind her, her honey, his presence looming like a protective shadow. He immediately steps into the fray, his blade crossing the enemies with a sharp clang, shifting the fight's momentum. He moves with expert form, his sweeping strike fluid and fast as he steps in to defend her. His powerful blow forces the opponent back, catching him completely off guard by their sudden coordination. A dramatic close-up on the newcomer's eye shows him identifying a critical opening, his focus absolute. Their blades lock once more in a massive, blinding flash of sparks, a stalemate of pure power. The woman smiles, teasing him. "You're here to help me fight, not our friends," he just replies. "I am touched, honey." The two warriors stand side by side, swords ready. He warns her. "Focus, that guy's hiding his real strength." She just glances over. Yeah, his eyes narrow, analyzing the opponent's power. He remembers Happy's warning, he could clearly feel it. A rugged warrior with tired eyes watches them, blade at the ready. He notes how experts can size each other up instantly. The rugged warrior locks eyes with his adversary, sensing the danger. "I felt it too," he says, an ancient legendary sword technique. The woman, however, remains completely unimpressed by this so-called legendary aura. To her, it is nothing special. He reminds her of their mission. "Either way, we have to finish this fast. If we are late, we are in trouble." She nods. "Got it." Meanwhile, a pale king in a spiked crown stares on, his face contorted in a silent, panicked scream. The king finally loses it, his composure shattering as he shrieks at the chaos. "I will not allow this." His eyes dart wildly to the side, a new unexpected development sending him into a fresh wave of frantic alarm. Elsewhere, a brutal skirmish erupts. One fighter drives his sword straight through an enemy's helmet in a shower of blood. A close-up on the king's face shows his eyes stretched wide in pure, unadulterated terror at the violence. The battle rages inside a caged arena, a warrior striking down a soldier with a thunderous impact. The king is completely paralyzed by the scene, his massive eyes twitching in disbelief at the absolute carnage. A somber, dark-skinned man with light eyes looks down, his expression heavy, caught in a difficult moral dilemma. The king turns to him, demanding his allegiance. "You are not planning on taking their side too, are you?" Looming over the man, the king's eyes narrow with a cold, threatening command. "If not, then just stay quiet and watch." The king's eyes widen with fanatical madness as he asks what happens to those who have no faith. A seasoned fighter lunges forward, his sword glowing with power as he slashes through a heavily armored opponent. Pausing for a breath, his face grim and drenched in sweat, he glares at the relentless enemies, growling, "These bastards." He watches a group of hollow-eyed, bloodied soldiers charge mindlessly, realizing the terrifying truth: they do not fear death. The scene shifts to a tense duel, training blades clashing with a resounding clang, as two warriors spar. The warrior in blue executes a sweeping overhead strike, forcing his opponent to desperately deflect the powerful blow. He lunges forward, his expression hardened with determination, while his dark-haired partner tracks his every move. The dark-haired warrior blocks a heavy strike, the immense power of the blow creating a brilliant flash of light. He analyzes his opponent's formidable skill, noting that even after parrying two attacks, the blade's path never wavers. The warrior in blue stands ready, but his opponent knows the gap in strength is huge. A head-on fight is too dangerous. The blue-clad warrior calmly challenges him. Let us stop playing around, you should show your true power too. The dark-haired warrior's eyes narrow with cold intensity. He accepts the challenge, ready to reveal his hidden skills. He crouches low, his movements becoming fluid and predatory as he prepares for a much more aggressive style of combat. The two adversaries face off, their bodies coiled like springs, the silence before the storm stretching between them. The warrior in blue initiates with a lightning-fast strike, his eyes narrowed with lethal precision. But he is caught off guard by a sudden change in trajectory, grunting in surprise as he moves to parry. The situation turns critical. He senses a new threat from behind as his opponent launches a second, unseen attack. In a blur of motion, the dark-haired warrior strikes, forcing his opponent into a desperate, awkward defense. The dark-haired fighter winces in pain, the force of the collision greater than he anticipated. Refusing to yield, he grips his hilt with both hands, channeling his energy to keep the pressure on. Their blades lock in a brutal stalemate, grinding against each other in a shower of sparks. The warrior in blue stares intensely at his opponent, their swords still crossed in an unbreakable deadlock. The dark-haired fighter pushes forward, his movements accelerating as he cries inwardly, "Faster!" Their swords meet in a final, deafening clash, a massive burst of light erupting from the impact. Back in the present, the dark-haired protagonist engages a powerful, long-haired opponent, their swords colliding with intense force. The long-haired warrior is shocked, thinking, "What is this? I was sure I would not lose in raw strength." The protagonist is focused, breathing heavily, sweat trailing down his face in this grueling battle of attrition. Though exhausted, his gaze remains sharp, readying himself for the next exchange in the dim arena. A young man named William appears, grinning. He reveals the secret. This sword style shines brighter the stronger your opponent is. William explains the technique. You read the incoming strike and lay their power onto your own blade's path. Power that surpasses even a stronger opponent's strength, he says. Ordinary swordsmen could not even dream of copying it. William looks directly at the long-haired warrior, acknowledging his unique position. "But you happy?" He then turns to the protagonist, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. "And you, William," confirming his identity, William declares. "You too can handle this sword style," as a glowing silhouette of both appears behind the fighter. The long-haired warrior, happy, lunges forward again, executing a swift, powerful strike. An extreme close-up of William's eye reflects a brilliant flash of light, the moment of realization. It is time for a devastating countermaneuver. He will not just deflect or parry, he will spin that power right back. The two collide in a shower of sparks, William perfectly angling his blade to shift the momentum. He grips his sword with both hands, muscles tensed, his face a ferocious grimace as he redirects the blow. The technique succeeds. William delivers a brutal strike, drawing blood from Happy's side. Happy's face is spattered with his own blood, his eyes wide with the shock of being utterly outplayed. A woman watching the scene is bewildered, her eyes wide with alarm at the sudden turn of events. She stares intensely, her mind reeling. When did he get this strong? She thinks in shock. Happy stumbles back, clutching his bleeding side, defeated by the masterful technique. The fight continues as the dark-haired combatant narrowly parries a heavy blade with a small dagger. He stares intensely, his expression grim. Was my strike too shallow? He wonders, reassessing the damage. His opponent lunges forward again, determined to land another blow, shouting inwardly, "One more time." The blades lock once more. The dark-haired combatant looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him. His opponent glares down, finally understanding the trick. "So you were using my strength against me." They blur into motion, their swords clashing repeatedly in a high-speed exchange where neither yields an inch. Swords grind against each other, sparks flying as the dark-haired fighter struggles to hold the line. He grits his teeth, knowing he cannot win by trading brute force. He has to change his strategy. The long-haired warrior lunges forward with renewed vigor, aggressively advancing for another strike. The clash reaches a violent crescendo. The impact is so sudden that a blade is knocked flying into the air. A commander yells, "Hermod, I am leaving the rear to you," as a soldier is struck down in the chaos. A heavy impact sends a character crashing to the ground with a resounding "Koon." The bald and battle-scarred Hermod leaps through the air with acrobatic grace, descending on his target. The fight devolves into a desperate struggle, Hermod sneering as he forces his blade against his opponent's. A split-screen panel shows both Hermod's furious face and the dark-haired combatants, mirroring their shared intensity. A close-up on their hands shows them gripping their hilts with immense, trembling strength. A shockwave ripples through the room, centered on the two clashing warriors, a vortex of air and debris. Locked in a cross-blade struggle, the two fighters slide across the ground, perfectly matched. Hermod lunges once more, his blade meeting his opponent's in a flurry of movement and a bright flash of light. The clash continues without mercy, the friction of steel on steel echoing as they push and parry. An older man with gray-streaked hair holds his sword defensively against a younger man's relentless attack. The younger man executes a rapid, powerful spin with his sword, the motion lines conveying his incredible speed. The two lock blades again, sparks flying as they engage in a high-speed trade of violent strikes. A newcomer rushes in, grabbing a woman by the arm to help her up. "Are you okay?" he asks. The woman, pained and weary, looks at him urgently. "We cannot keep going. The troops will be back soon." In the middle of the chaos, the older warrior watches them, the room littered with fallen bodies. He focuses, issuing a command. "The exit is open, get out of here now, I will follow behind you." The woman challenges him, skeptical. You do not even know the escape route. How are you going to follow us? The older warrior shouts with desperate determination. At least one of you must survive and warn the kingdom. He turns abruptly, charging back into the fray with a powerful strike, fully committed to his sacrifice. A massive blinding clash erupts as the older warrior powers through the younger man's defense. He swings his blade with ferocious intensity, driving his opponent back while yelling to the others. Hurry! The young man in blue looks down, his expression twisted in self-loathing. Damn it, I am running away like a coward again. The woman yanks him by the hair, forcing him to face her. You are still as pathetic as ever, she sneers. Move. A stern-looking man and the king watch the unfolding drama, their faces masks of disbelief and shock. Duel reaches a frantic pace, the two warriors trading strikes in a blur of brutal motion, their swords locked together in a tight angled cross, highlighting the perfect stalemate between them. The younger warrior looks at his opponent, his expression dark. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? The older warrior's jaw clenches in deep internal conflict. What the hell am I? He thinks to himself. He recovers, his expression hardening into one of cold, dangerous pride. Has my blade grown that dull? That trash like you dares to speak of my death? His eyes narrow in a menacing glare. I am the commander, he declares with absolute authority. He holds his sword high, forcing his opponent back. You're not even worthy of speaking of me, he sneers. The commander's sword strikes his opponents with a loud clang, his yellow eyes burning with focus. He stands battle-ready, silent and stony, the tension in the corridor thick enough to cut. In a dark, red-lit hall, the commander clutches two swords, surrounded by an ominous, glowing energy. He rushes through a grand hall, a group of armored soldiers racing behind him with spears leveled. He finds himself surrounded, spears pointed directly at him, forcing him into a tight defensive position. The king, his face contorted in rage, points and bellows. Why did you arrive so late? Kill him immediately. A close-up on the commander's face reveals a calm, almost mocking smile. He is completely unbothered. He stares ahead with unwavering defiance, declaring, "Pierce me with spears if you must. The kingdom will stand firm." He erupts into action, swinging his sword in a wide arc and scattering multiple soldiers in a display of overwhelming strength. Elsewhere, a man with messy hair kneels before a pale woman. Hide here, he says urgently. I'll go save the others. The woman looks distressed, warning him about the powerful royal guards outside. Inside a stone stairwell, guards in golden armor search aggressively on a completely different level from regular soldiers. The woman gazes ahead, her expression full of fear, whispering a grim warning, "You cannot defeat them." The man suddenly jumps up, his face determined, startling the woman with his abrupt movement. He grabs her arm, pulling her along. She resists, shouting, "No, where are you going? You'll die." A close-up shows his hand looming over her head, and she looks up, bewildered. With a quick motion, he strikes her. She cries out, dazed by the sudden, unexpected blow. The man flees through an archway as a golden-armored guard shouts, "Found him, capture that bastard." Someone peeks through a heavy wooden door, their eyes wide with shock. Those are two attackers in armor stand ready, the voice cries out. The fourth royal guard and the executioner know. The messy-haired man holds a spear, bracing himself for a high-speed confrontation. In a dynamic blur, he strikes, driving his spear through a golden-armored guard's helmet as the executioner looks on, stunned. The man lunges forward again, his face twisted into a fierce, predatory grin. Executes a powerful sweeping attack with his spear, forcing multiple armored opponents back with a thunderous impact. Several armored soldiers rush toward him, a large speech bubble screaming, "Capture him!" He stands in a low, agile combat stance, smiling confidently amidst the chaos. He strikes multiple guards with blinding speed, forcing one to shout, "Call for reinforcements." He faces a group of bewildered soldiers. One guard yells, What is this guy? Who are you?" But the man, the princess's companion, speaks to them. "Wait, they are not my father's subordinates." A guard, confused, asks the woman behind him, "Princess, were not you kidnapped?" The princess, hair covering part of her face, silently grips the man's cloak as he stands protectively before her. Standing among the fallen guards, she declares, "No, I walked out on my own." The princess looks down, her expression grim. "Our kingdom has been completely deceived all this time." She reveals a dark, terrible truth. "My father killed my mother, and I have lived as a puppet." A soldier can only stare back at the princess in pure disbelief, whispering, "What?" A close-up of the princess's pale, troubled face reflects the weight of her traumatic revelation. She explains the carnage. "The royal guards and castle knights my father brought in, they are all spies." The princess looks forward with intense, resolute eyes, declaring, "That is why we must now draw the sword of rebellion." Three armored figures stand in a tense, silent corridor, bracing for what is to come. The silver-haired woman, the princess, commands them, "Those who will become my blade, follow me. Those who will not, leave now." She recalls her father's philosophy that people only obey through fear, a stark contrast to her own approach. Her head bowed, she admits her weakness, how she lived her life controlled like a puppet. She sheds a single, poignant tear, her voice breaking as she whispers, "Someone like me." Her eyes are wide with self-doubt as she asks the most vulnerable question, "Who would follow me?" In response, the soldiers kneel as one, their swords held out in absolute loyalty. "I will follow you with my life." An armored man recalls the queen's words that the day to choose would eventually come. He remembers her final order. When that day came, he was to become that child's sword, not choose the throne. The princess's eyes widen in shock and confusion, the truth hitting her like a physical blow. "My mother." The man looks at her with a firm, supportive expression. "Let us go, princess," he says, initiating their new path. He grins, energized, leading the charge. "From now on, we move forward, gathering allies." But his face fills with frantic intensity as he bellows, "Everyone regroup." The situation has suddenly turned chaotic. A man stands confidently in a town square, a sinister smile on his face. "You have captured the kidnapper," he shouts. The princess is trapped, her eyes wide with fear and realization as the smiling man stands beside her. The man's face transforms, half consumed by a dark, shadowy corruption. He and his soldiers reveal their true monstrous nature. The hero and princess whisper to each other, quickly coordinating their next move amidst the encroaching danger. Combat erupts. The man leaps into the air, driving his weapon through an opponent's defense in a flash of kinetic energy. The enemy soldiers stare forward with wide, shocked eyes, completely confused by the sudden turn of events. The hero, his armor dented and expression a snarl, charges forward screaming, "More blood." A chaotic skirmish unfolds, soldiers in blue and yellow uniforms clashing in a confusing high-speed fray. A dark-haired man bound in wire asks, "How are these guys telling us apart?" He is completely bewildered, his eyes narrow in intense focus, a question mark hanging in the air as his suspicion grows. The princess points out a soldier, declaring, "This soldier is not one of them," revealing the truth to the shocked group. A suspicious man processes this revelation, his expression cold and calculating as his hidden agenda is threatened. The leader commands his subordinate to explain the situation and have the loyal soldiers join them. The suspicious man's thoughts turn lethal. "Do not tell me the princess knows everything." His eyes widen with hostile realization. Consumed by malice, he decides, "She must be killed," his face distorting with dark energy as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward with a sharp blade, his face contorted in an aggressive, desperate attack. But the dark-haired hero swiftly intercepts him, driving a jagged blade into the attacker as the princess watches. The attacker's weapon is forcefully deflected, the sudden, violent turn of the fight neutralizing the immediate threat. The traitor is struck down in a blur of motion, his body dissolving into dark shadows. A man smiles at the princess, remarking, "The princess is identifying the fanatics perfectly. Her ability is their key. I can see a way to end this fight against the cult," he says, confident in their new strategy. The man sprints through the castle, moving with intense speed and urgency toward a grand set of doors. He continues his frantic pace, dashing up a dimly lit interior staircase propelled by a desperate need. He arrives at a massive, ornate door ready to burst through with incredible force and speed. Inside, a large group of soldiers in blue and white armor stand in confusion, wondering what is happening. The dark-skinned man and the crowned king look on, both with bewildered expressions, utterly confused. The princess and her allies arrive, standing together in a determined formation, ready for the next phase of their rebellion. Someone's eyes are wide with shock, a dawning realization filling their face. The commander, blood-stained and wounded, is pinned against a pillar by enemy soldiers. A curly-haired observer stares in horror at the scene, shouting, "Commander!" The wounded commander cries out in pain as he desperately fights back against the soldiers surrounding him. Battered and bleeding, he looks up and glares, taunting his friend, "Happy, did you get captured?" The king looks on coldly, truly monstrous vitality, but now that the soldiers have returned, this is the end for you. The king's face contorts in a frantic rage as he screams, "Kill them all, including the one you brought." Suddenly, a figure leaps from above, thrusting a weapon toward the soldiers, causing immediate panic. A massive collision sparks as a sword deflects a spear. A fierce, dark-haired warrior holds his ground. The king's eyes are blown wide with absolute confusion and fear, unable to process this sudden turn of events. The wounded commander looks up, exhausted, his eyes fixed on the newcomer. The curly-haired boy, Happy, reappears, beaming with a sinister, wide grin. "I came to rescue you." The king stares ahead in absolute terror, his eyes wide and trembling. "What are you all doing?" he shrieks. He looks around the chamber, realization dawning as he sees his own soldiers pointing their weapons at him. The princess, her eyes wide, stares at Happy and declares with grim certainty, "Everyone here is an enemy." The dark-skinned man watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden betrayal. A tight close-up of the man's intense gaze shows him processing the incredible danger of the situation. Happy's eyes are wide and unblinking, his expression vacant as he watches the chaos unfold. He stands behind the dark-skinned man, grinning maniacally, drenched in a strange, pale aura. The king, dejected and weary, speaks to the man. "We have lost this battle. I will take care of the information about the demon and leave." Suddenly, a figure in a red tunic is sent flying, smashing violently into a nearby stone wall. The impact is so immense, the man bounces off, his body a blur of motion against the cracked surface. The king points a trembling finger at the swordsman, his face a mask of utter confusion and betrayal. The princess watches, realizing the man who just attacked was not some soulless demon puppet. Completely losing his composure, the king screams at the top of his lungs. "What in the world is going on here?" Sweat drips from his chin as he mutters in disbelief, his mind desperately trying to catch up. He roars at his own daughter, his eyes wide with panic. "Why are you standing on their side?" The princess stares back, her expression cold as ice. "Because I know you sold your soul to a demon, father." The king's jaw drops, his brain short-circuiting at her impossible accusation. He sputters, a sheen of cold sweat on his face. "What could a little girl like you possibly know?" She continues, her voice unwavering. I remember everything now, the day you murdered Mother and stained this kingdom with blood. Mother told me all of it, she reveals, a memory of her smiling, bloodied mother flashing in her mind. The king stares at her, bewildered and horrified. That woman, he whispers, his confidence shattering. On the battlefield, the royal soldiers in blue armor finally get their orders and begin their charge. The king, desperate to regain control, points to the chaos, shouting, "Form your ranks and advance immediately." The field erupts into a symphony of destruction as swords clash and spears slice through the air. But the king just stands there, his mind completely blank, unable to process his world falling apart. A grinning fighter leaps into the fray, his sword a blur of motion as he carves through enemy lines. Meanwhile, a dark-haired warrior with intense eyes advances with purpose, his blade ready for battle. Their swords clash in a shower of sparks, the grinning man taunting him. Do not tell me. You have been sandbagging this whole time. Their blades remain locked, the wild grin never leaving the attacker's face as he repeats his question. The dark-haired warrior's golden eyes narrow, a single thought echoing in his mind, but still. He analyzes the situation, his opponent's arm is clearly broken, limiting him to his left hand. The grinning man tightens his grip on his sword, his one good hand pulsing with power. I will finish you right here. They clash again, the pressure immense, yet the one-armed man's sinister confidence does not waver for a second. The warrior's focus is broken by confusion, a single question mark popping into his thoughts. He watches his opponent's hand, gripping the hilt with an impossible amount of strength and stability. The warrior is genuinely stumped. How is he holding on with just one hand? He wonders. His eyes suddenly widen in a flash of dawning horror as a terrible thought occurs to him. Wait a minute. He finally realizes the truth as his opponent switches his stance. Was not his broken arm the other one? The grinning fighter flashes a predatory smile, knowing his deception has been a complete success. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his blade slicing deep into the warrior's shoulder and chest. The impact sends a shockwave of pain through the warrior's body as blood erupts from the wound. A close-up shows the warrior's bruised and bleeding face, the shock of the attack written all over it. The trickster looms behind him, that sinister grin still plastered on his face, sword poised for another strike. He lunges forward again, his expression manic as he goes in for the finishing blow. His blade swings with explosive energy, a trail of sparks following its path as he overwhelms his opponent. The wounded warrior, however, is not going down that easily. He is using the exact same technique. He parries the strike with a loud clang, shouting, "You really think I will fall for that again?" Their blades lock once more, sparks flying as both men strain against the incredible force of the stalemate. The dark-haired fighter lets out a furious roar, pushing with all his might against his scarred opponent. He suddenly leaps into the air, using the wall to slam into his opponent with acrobatic force. With a fluid pivot, his blade carves a deadly arc through the air toward his astonished foe. Steel meets steel with a deafening clang, a voice narrating. People who chase nothing but strength share the same delusion. The dark-haired fighter presses his attack, his voice continuing. They all think they are on top. Locked in a fierce struggle, the narration explains. They believe they will win every single fight. He overpowers his opponent, forcing him down. Even when their own strength is turned against them, he thinks, the duel remains a perfect stalemate, neither side giving an inch. Even when they meet an equal, the thought continues. The scarred fighter grunts with effort, his eyes blazing. They still try to win with brute force alone. Suddenly, the scarred man's eyes go wide. He sees a ghostly silhouette of his opponent shifting position. A translucent afterimage lunges forward, bypassing his defenses and splashing his blood across the ground. The real fighter leaps from above, his body a blur as his opponent looks up in absolute panic. The scarred man's hand grips his sword hilt, knuckles white in a desperate attempt to parry the attack. A powerful sweeping blow slices through the air, narrowly missing the man as he ducks underneath. Despite the chaos, his eyes are sharp and analytical. This is not the same sword style that Guy used. His opponent's movements are completely different now, flowing with an unnatural, predatory grace. They lock swords again in a flurry of motion, the air vibrating with the pressure of their high-speed battle. A strange, shimmering blue aura flowing like water suddenly envelops the dark-haired fighter's hand. The ethereal energy pulses around his grip, signaling a profound transformation in his fighting style. He lunges with a massive strike, his sword creating a wide arc of force that makes his opponent cower. The warrior in blue is baffled, thinking, what is this? He's letting go of all his strength. A ghostly version of the fighter appears, and the warrior's attack is redirected with a sickening crunch. The warrior grimaces, splattered with blood, completely unable to understand this mysterious new technique. His opponent spins through the air like a whirlwind, a blur of motion forcing a desperate defense. He leaps high, descending with an erratic, fluid assault that leaves the warrior staring in alarm. The warrior finally snaps, shouting in frustration. What is this supposed to be, some kind of dance? In a shocking move, his opponent catches the warrior's blade with his bare hands, stopping it instantly. He maintains his grip, easily forcing the weapon aside while the warrior just stares, completely stunned. The opponent counters, turning the warrior's own sword against him in a blur of blue and gray energy. He lands a devastating open palm strike, sending the warrior reeling and completely off balance. The warrior is in disbelief. It feels like I am fighting the wind. No weight, no form. What is this? Surrounded by armored soldiers, the opponent simply shouts, "Kill him," and lets them swarm the warrior. The warrior fights back with lethal precision, his sword piercing through helmets in a spray of blood. He moves like a phantom, cutting down the armored soldiers one by one, leaving a trail of bodies. The dark-haired man watches from a distance, stunned. How can he fight like that? He wonders. He then recalls someone from the arena who left the deepest impression on him. A memory surfaces of a one-armed hunchback, a man who fought without bowing to sheer strength. The flashback shows the hunchback facing a giant with axes, his movements like water against raw power. Back in the present, the fighter prepares a final strike, a massive spectral image looming behind him. He unleashes a decisive blow, creating a massive explosion of force that engulfs his opponent in light. The spectral golden warrior looms, its voice booming, "Greater strength." The grinning man thrusts his sword, backed by the golden phantom, and the skill to control it. His dark-haired opponent grips his own sword, his expression a mask of predatory intensity as he prepares to defend. The voice concludes, "Only appear when you refuse to submit and keep fighting." The dark-haired man can only react with stunned disbelief as the overwhelming force bears down on him. With a sickening sound, the attacker's sword impales the man, lifting him clean off his feet. The man gasps, golden eyes wide with agony as blood splashes across his face. His body collapses to the floor with a heavy thud, his eyes dimming as he lies defeated. A young royal wearing a crown looks down at the fallen warrior, his face etched with shock. The dying man clutches his throat, a strained, wheezing gasp escaping his lips as life fades away. Lying on the cold ground, he thinks with bitter regret, "I thought strength was the only answer." His bloodied hand rests on the floor. "I never once thought about standing up to true despair." A flashback to a brutal war where everyone who stood against a certain man died horribly. The same royal figure from before is seen standing near the carnage, a silent witness to the devastation. Those fallen soldiers fought for a future they could not see, leaving their will behind on the land. The grinning attacker stands over his victim, gloating, believing someone like this would eventually appear. He turns and walks away into the shadows, leaving the corpse of his defeated rival behind. Elsewhere, a golden-haired warrior points his weapon forward, his expression resolute amidst the chaos. A soldier in white armor deflects a powerful strike with his heavy wooden shield, sending sparks flying. A single boot steps firmly on the ground, marking the end of one more bloody struggle. A grim, blood-soaked warrior stands ready, his eyes filled with the weariness of 100 battles. The dark-haired man, Happy, stands before the king on his throne, the air thick with confrontation. A sinister, smiling man covered in blood stands with his soldiers, a looming purple aura behind him. The king's dark past is revealed, a voice accusing, "I knew then you'd chosen the demon's path." A flashback shows the king slaughtering innocents alongside a ghostly figure following the demon's will. The king clutches his head, tormented by whispers echoing in his mind. The day he descends is close. He falls to his knees, his crown clattering to the floor, remembering the demon's promise. "You too will give up everything." In a fit of madness, the king raises two weighted balls, preparing to attack with a desperate lunge. A rugged man shouts a warning. "Happy, get back, that is the same poison the cult leader used." Happy looks over his shoulder with a sinister, wide-eyed grin, completely unfazed by the threat. He expertly blocks the king's weighted weapons, catching the poison-laced attack with his bare hand. In a blur of motion, he stops the king's pathetic assault dead in its tracks. He then drives his fist directly into the king's throat, silencing him with a single brutal strike. The king's face contorts in agony, a hand clamped over his mouth to muffle his gurgling scream. Happy stares him down, declaring, "I refuse to live my life swimming in the blood of the innocent like you." The king collapses to the floor, surrounded by the bodies of his own fallen soldiers. A sword pierces through his discarded crown as his body falls forward, utterly and finally defeated. A close-up shows the king's wide, hollow eye as the last spark of life fades from it. His hands tremble, clasped together not from pain but from a profound, paralyzing dread. In his final moments, the king understands, this is not the simple fear of death. A dark figure looms over him and he feels it. "It feels like I am standing before him." The king kneels, trembling, his metal collar, a symbol of his servitude, lying discarded on the floor. His hands hover over it as he wonders, is this how the cult leader met his end too? The figure standing over him speaks. "Even so, the world will still be drenched in blood. The cult has already sunk its roots deep and the land is soaked in it." But the pale-haired princess steps forward, her voice firm and clear. "No, I will not let that happen." The dying king looks up, completely confused by her sudden, defiant declaration. He challenges her, his voice a terrified rasp. "And how is someone like you going to stop it?" "Mother could see demons for what they are," she explains, "and I inherited that same sight. From the very beginning," she continues, "Mother knew father had sold his soul and planned to kill her." The princess reveals the tragic truth. She knew she could not run and she knew she could not stop him. The cult's faceless soldiers march on, a grim tide of despair spreading across the land. The king's plan was simple, drive either his wife or daughter to despair, creating another believer. A shadowy king pours a liquid into a cup, and so, the princess says, Mother made her choice. In a flashback, a younger princess pours a drink for her calm, accepting Mother. The mother's reflection is visible in the cup as her daughter looks on with heartbreaking understanding. The mother offers the cup, smiling gently. "Then I will be the one to be devoured first." She drank the poison, all to save her daughter and tell her the whole terrible truth. The king stares, his mind reeling with the final, horrifying realization. She knew all of it. A tight close-up shows his eyes, wide with a pure, undiluted horror that transcends death itself. The ghostly figure of his dead wife appears, her hollow eyes staring right through him. You've always been a coward. She watches him, remembering his return from the Great War alongside countless other kings. Her pale, wide eyes shimmer with an ethereal light filled with a profound and lingering sorrow. We will gladly stand against the demon, she once said, blessing the new lives that will bloom after us. The king's death is grotesque, a hand clamped over his face as dark fluid leaks from his eyes and mouth. In the throne room, Happy stands before the princess and her guard, the tense silence deafening. The queen's ghost looms over her husband's dying body, repeating her final judgment. You were always a coward, but I never hated you for it, she says softly. You were just terrified of this world. In a jarring contrast, the princess calmly sips from a teacup, the soft sound echoing in the hall. The king's face is a mask of agony, pinned down in a state of horrific, silent suffering. An armored guard speaks to the princess, his voice urgent. Your Highness, you shouldn't watch this. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and morbid fascination. I will watch, she declares with chilling resolve. She whispers to herself. Maybe I could have ended up the same way, consumed by a demon. Standing before a glowing archway, she makes a harrowing vow. I'll carve this wretched end into my eyes. The next image is a brutal, bloody close-up of a hollow, empty eye socket. Blood continues to trickle down the face, the finality of her self-inflicted wound stark and absolute. Happy, covered in grime, stands over the king's body as a comrade approaches. Happy, are you okay? He looks up, his face and hands stained. You didn't get exposed to the poison, did you? His friend asks. It is the same as last time, Happy replies. Let us hurry and rescue our people before anyone sees me. He turns, a terrifying, unnatural grin stretching across his face. To them, I might look like a demon right now. A battered man with a bloody face stares at the ground, watched by a group of knights. Two men stand anxiously in a stable, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. A knight voices his concern. If our group escape, there's definitely a pursuit squad on them. A woman urges them on. We have to hurry. The captain of that squad is the cruelest man in the kingdom. She recalls how he was the very first soldier her father brought into this cursed kingdom. Her eyes go wide with a dawning, terrible realization about the captain's true nature. A monstrous silhouette appears. From the start, he looked like a demon himself. He has killed more than anyone. A knight in terrifying red and black armor, mounted on a warhorse, sounds a hunting horn. The group of escapees is caught completely off guard, their hopes of a clean getaway shattered. The armored knight raises the horn again, a clear signal that the hunt has begun. From a high angle, the lone horseman stands as a figure of doom in the castle courtyard. What is that huge sound? One man yells. The woman replies grimly. It is the signal that they have found us. She grips her sword, her face set with determination. We have to break through, we are out of time. A lone guard on the castle wall watches the scene unfold, thinking, seriously, what now? I ran off to this outpost to avoid trouble, he complains to himself. And now this is happening. Soldiers in blue armor report in. The escapees have made it all the way to the outer outpost. Their commander roars, pointing toward the chaos. After them, do not let them get away. It is revealed the demon left his own personal henchmen behind to ensure his will was done. These henchmen have been preparing for a day of slaughter alongside the kingdom's believers, and the captain of the pursuit squad is one of them. He is the demon's most loyal henchman. A somber face looks down, a chilling thought hanging in the air. He is the one closest to the demon. A dark-haired man scrambles for cover as the armored knight on horseback charges directly at him. The horse crashes through the wooden pillar, shattering it into splinters as the man barely dives away. He stares at the destruction, completely dazed. That is impossible, he murmurs in disbelief. The knight rides past, swinging his massive blade down at the man cowering on the ground. The man frantically parries the blow as the horse's hooves thunder past, his own sword sent flying. He is thrown hard to the ground by the sheer force of the impact, his sword just out of reach. Lying in the dirt, he gasps for air, the wind completely knocked out of him from the brutal encounter. The massive castle gate begins to lower with a deafening groan, sealing them inside with the monster. A guard on the battlements looks down, utterly bewildered. How did those guys even get outside the castle? Watches the four of them fight the knight. Last time they were fighting to get in, now they are fighting to get out. The guard sighs, completely lost. I have no idea what is going on anymore, he mutters. The dark-haired man reflects on their desperate situation. We followed orders and put survival first to get here, but their captain is missing and they all know their own chances of escaping are practically zero. And even if we do get out, he wonders, can we really make it back home with no supplies? He shakes his head, his face hardening with resolve. Enough thinking, enough grieving over what has not happened. He draws his sword, his eyes burning with determination. That is just fear of an unreal future. The group stands their ground as the knight charges them again, the sound of hooves like thunder. Their leader shouts orders. Fighting cavalry in the open is suicide. Head for the stables and use the walls. The knight swings his long weapon in a devastating arc, forcing the men to retreat toward the stable. A spear slams into the wall right beside the fair-haired guy, who lets out a terrified squeal. But the woman's eyes glow pink as a question mark appears. An idea is taking shape. Meanwhile, high on the castle walls, a completely different kind of chaos is unfolding. A guard screams at his own soldiers. Why are you shooting on your own? What an absolute mess. Suddenly, the woman appears on the wall, declaring with cold authority, I'll take over this post. She drops to the ground to face the charging knight, a lone warrior against a mountain of steel. Their swords meet with a deafening shriek, sparks flying as she's forced into a defensive crouch. But she is impossibly fast, nimbly dodging to land a low strike as the knight thunders past. She sprints across the courtyard, the knight hot on her heels in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Just then, the bald man joins the fray, striking the horse and making the massive knight reel. Together they lunge, their swords striking the knight's armor with a powerful ringing clang. William watches from the side, despair creeping into his heart. What move am I supposed to make here, he thinks. Is there even a move that lets us win? We cannot even reach him with our swords. Another desperate strike rings out, a flash of steel against armor that seems completely impenetrable. As the knight prepares another thunderous charge, they scramble back, realizing this is just us getting hunted. The woman darts through the corridors, her long hair flying as she flees the relentless pursuer. Up on the battlements, a guard reports urgently. Captain, one enemy is coming up. The panicked captain, already at his breaking point, just screams, "I told you to stop shooting, you idiots." He tries to rally his terrified men, stammering, "Gee, get your weapons up, he is coming." But it is not the knight. A pink energy trail sweeps through, shattering the captain's armor and his composure. He finds himself on the ground, a cold, blood-stained blade held inches from his face. The woman stands over the defeated guards, her aura glowing a menacing, powerful purple. She stares him down, her voice like ice. "I'm good at telling fakers from those who are really scared. And you," she says, her eyes boring into his, "you're definitely a coward." A chilling smile plays on her lips as she continues her terrifying assessment. "Which means, you're not a cultist, open the gate." The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. With a loud, grinding groan, the massive castle gates begin to swing open. Waiting outside is another heavily armored knight on a masked horse, spear held at the ready. Just great. From the battlements, the woman takes aim with a crossbow, her expression cold and calculating. She fires, the arrow striking the knight's armored arm with a resounding clang. But the knight does not even move a muscle. He just sits there, completely unfazed. She begins to sweat, thinking, he doesn't even twitch, and I'm supposed to take down that thing. She barks a sharp order to her subordinate, Load, who scrambles to obey her command. Her mind races in pure dread. What kind of monster did they dig this thing up from? The scene shifts to a man in a dark room, poring over two mysterious ancient scrolls. They reveal a map marked with a blood-red corruption, the land where the demon sleeps, a land erased from maps. A lone figure walks a desolate wasteland of corpses. The demon left his followers behind and returned to his own land. But the narration warns ominously, but he did not leave only his followers. This is not good at all. Back in the present, the story notes the enemy is terrifying, but his mount is even worse. The horse does not flinch no matter the chaos. This is a perfectly trained war mount, a true killing machine. The woman on the wall reports desperately into her device. "Damn it, one cavalryman has completely locked us down." She curses under her breath, the sheer hopelessness of their situation crashing down on her. In the distance, more armored cavalry appear on the horizon. It's over, she thinks. William sees them too, his face slick with sweat. "Reinforcements already?" he asks in disbelief, but the blonde woman shouts, "Wait," pointing toward the new arrivals with a confused look. One rider has someone on his back, a cheerful voice shouting, "William tilde, I am here tilde." The camera focuses on the enemy knight's horse, its armored head a symbol of pure terror. But suddenly the perfectly trained war mount completely freaks out, neighing and flailing in pure panic. That cheerful voice rings out again. "William tilde, I am here tilde," apparently the source of the chaos. "Happy?" the blonde woman asks in shock. "Happy," William confirms, a hint of relief in his voice. The cheerful person, Happy, is smiling while the blonde woman looks on, a strange mark on her forehead. A wide, manic grin spreads across a face as someone shouts at the top of their lungs. "Who?" It is Happy, perched on the rider's back, grinning like a madman. "Who hurt our Winnie?" His face darkens inside his helmet as he zeroes in on the knight. "Was it you?" The knight's horse continues to panic, giving our heroes the precious opening they desperately needed. William does not waste a single second, lunging forward with his sword to strike the distracted knight. His eyes are filled with intense focus, channeling all of his strength into this one decisive attack. The bald man leaps through the air toward the flailing knight, shouting, "This is your chance, William." They attack in perfect sync, their blades crashing against the knight's seemingly impenetrable armor. But William pulls back, a look of utter confusion spreading across his face. Something is very wrong here. A close-up on the knight's helmet reveals why. His helmet blocks every gap, even the eye slits. William is completely baffled. "What the hell are you?" he thinks. "Where am I even supposed to hit him?" He stares at the towering knight, a massive question mark hanging in the air between them. The knight retaliates with immense power, raising a massive armored arm for a devastating blow. The strike slams into the ground with a deafening clang, the shockwave catching William completely by surprise. He leaps back just in time, narrowly dodging a heavy armored boot that could have crushed him flat. Now airborne, a manic, almost unhinged grin spreads across William's face as he descends upon his foe. He lands with perfect precision, his feet moving in a blur of rapid, rhythmic motion. With that same wild grin, he unleashes a powerful punch directly into the knight's solid chest plate. The impact is immense, a shockwave rippling through the air as his fist meets unyielding steel. Eyes are wide, his smile unnerving as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. He follows up with a powerful kick to the knight's midsection, the impact creating a burst of white energy. Then a devastating, glowing strike lands squarely on the knight's chest, observed by a serious onlooker. A flashback shows William with a bloody spike, but now he is confused. If it was not a spear, what did he stab with? A glowing red streak of energy slashes across the knight's armor with a sharp, cutting sound. William's eye widens in horror as the unbelievable, terrifying truth finally dawns on him. Bare hands. In an instant, the knight turns the tables, grabbing William and slamming him hard into the ground. Trapped beneath the armored giant, William can only look up with wide, fearful, and uncertain eyes. The knight looms over him, his voice booming with a strange question. Who are you? How are you imitating our Lord's power? William struggles under the immense pressure, red energy crackling around his clenched fists. He has been caught. The fight rages on, with William landing a brutal, high-impact punch directly to another knight's helmet. He appears bloodied but not broken, maintaining a relentless assault in a whirlwind of furious motion. The red-haired knight doubles over, wounded and gasping for air, stunned into a shocked silence. A tense standoff ensues on the field. The woman with light hair watches anxiously as armored soldiers look on. The wounded knight turns to her, his voice laced with deep suspicion. "And how did you pick off only our believers?" He sees her shocked expression and realizes with dawning certainty. So there is a method, and he is hiding it. The scene shifts to Happy, his arm mangled and bloody, running for his life as the knight pursues him. Mounted soldiers in blue give chase, their leader yelling to his companions. He is running, catch him. Happy finally stumbles to his companions, looking dazed and exhausted. "Happy, are you okay?" one asks gently. He manages a weak smile, but his friend urges. "Put pressure on his arm first. He is losing way too much blood." They assess the horrific wound, realizing, "This is beyond what we can treat here, we need to get him to the infirmary." Happy looks at his companion, his voice filled with regret and pain. "I am sorry, I could not protect you properly." He tries to brush it off, insisting, "I am fine, you idiot, I came along ready to take at least this much." Then he leans in close, his voice barely a whisper as he confesses, "I was worried that you'd disappear." They share a quiet, tender moment, foreheads touching as a silent understanding passes between them. Happy holds his companion tightly in a protective embrace that speaks volumes more than words ever could. Watching from a distance, William thinks to himself, a wave of guilt washing over him. "I misunderstood again." He finally understands the truth. Happy did not run to us out of excitement. He came carrying worry and fear for us. The two remain locked in their embrace in the middle of the field, the rest of the world fading away. The light-haired woman's eyes widen, a deep, silent realization hitting her with the force of a physical blow. 2 days later, the captured cultists are locked away in a dungeon as the interrogations begin. The princess and her expedition force gather around a table, strategizing their next move against the fanatics. The scene fades, marking the tense and uncertain passage of time. In a dark, eerie forest, a lone knight sits by a campfire, surrounded by the bloody bodies of fallen soldiers. A close-up shot focuses on his face, completely hidden behind a cold, expressionless metal helmet. Voice calls down from the trees, "Cult leader's son, are you planning to keep following me?" The man in the tree stares downward, his face unreadable as he silently contemplates his next move. He questions the knight Sagar, "You wander, choosing neither the cult nor the kingdom. Do you think our god does not exist?" A pale, ghostly masked figure appears behind him, a chilling warning, "The blood on your hands will not vanish, you will become one of us." Sagar reflects on the situation, thinking. A wandering believer, so the cult leader died right at a crucial moment. He speaks to the man in the tree. "I am heading now to the land where our Lord resides. If you wish, follow me." The man is visibly shocked, his entire worldview shaken. "So the Lord really does exist?" Sagar looks up, his voice even and steady. "You would not believe me if I just said it, would you? See it with your own eyes," he commands before turning and leading his horse into the deep darkness. The man hesitates for a moment, his eye wide with contemplation and a flicker of fear. But he makes his choice, dropping from the tree to follow Sagar into the dark and misty woods. Elsewhere, at a remote, torchlit outpost, an uneasy peace has settled under the night sky. A captain and his guard talk about the recent danger, relieved to have survived the cultist infiltration. Suddenly, a guard on the tower shouts down to them, "Captain, someone's requesting entry." The captain and his subordinate rush to the battlements, peering into the darkness and shouting, "Who goes there?" A lone soldier, battle-worn and bloody, stands illuminated by a torch, his voice heavy. "I have come to regroup with the comrades who went ahead."